Hello, hello. So, yeah, we're back to continue the letter, and let's just move into the game, shall we? Let's see, I'll show you the game, even though it's just a black loading screen at the moment. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the brief lull the past 2 days has offered is nice while it lasted, or as nice as it can get with worries of Isabella's whereabouts creeping up to me every now and then. Is she just not at home anymore? She hasn't shown up after that last talk we had in the hallway, and the dinner I've bought had since been given to a different neighbor before it spoils. Okay, so she actually hasn't. Red as a strawberry, no black dots though. Hello, how are you? Yes, indeed, Red. Welcome, Mundle. Hello, and hello, Sage. Welcome. How are you all today? How are you guys doing? Ah. Wait, is that Tail Girl again? The one on the right? Oh, yeah, it is. Yes, it is. She actually does have a tail. Yeah, we weren't wrong. Interesting. But anyways. By all means, this shouldn't be anything to lose sleep over. She's gone on work trips before, usually for a day or two. This might simply be one of those. Although, it is often with a message of saying exactly where. But it's the dour note she has ended our last chat that gnaws.
Like an ugly premonition.
Yeah, well. And as expected, just as things start to settle and a steady rhythm finally worms its way back into my routine, Thursday morning brings further disturbance to the now calm waters. Taylor, so how's your day been? is that how that goes? Let's see, is this the... Which day is this again? So... Oh wait, no, we're on 27th, so... Oh. Where was the party? What day was that? Is this the day before the party? Oh, it is, okay, right, so... Yeah, it's the day before the housewarming party. Was that a honk? It was! Oh, that confused me a lot! I was just like, wait a second, what? Hello, Wipeout, and welcome. How are you today? And thank you for the bits. A tale is the obvious conversation transition to how your day has been. Huh. You know what? I'd never thought about it that way, but you know what? You're right. So seeing as there is a tale present, how's your day been? Ah, it's been a day. How's yours been? Just goosey. Ah, yes, goosey. With a little ceremony, though still enough to ripple through everything. In retrospect, I really should have seen this coming. Luxburn is a small city, relatively speaking. Compared to, say, London or Glasgow, it's nothing but a tiny mass of land boasting a mere population of 68,000. Oh yeah, a mere population. It's just been a day for me as well. Well, it's been a day. But those numbers alone are nothing to scoff at when standing in a busy street, and if you pay close enough attention, faces taking the crosswalk or riding the subway will soon grow familiar. How unfortunate that out of that number, it has to be Tio fucking Luke I encounter more than once. A night has not yet come, but it's on its way. Well, true. Yes. True enough.
Oh, you know, a few problems popping up here and there that the agents failed to tell us somehow.
Why are you in a school? Shouldn't there be like a restriction order on you or something? Not to go like within 100 feet or something? Isn't that how that works? I don't know.
I think a few hired hands can't fix, of course.
Of
I
course.
would have preferred a place near the city and something that's new to save us all the trouble, but darling wife insisted.
I mean, you're getting your vineyard and your stables and... What was it? Something else. A you should be happy. Jeez.
Who am I to say no?
Sure, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
His smug head is the first thing I see upon turning into the hall, in spite of the small crowd of parents and students gathered at the corridor for primary's career day. It's not that he stands out, he's pretty unremarkable at first glance, frankly. Though it's his countenance that draws people's eyes to him. Oh, the manner he carries himself with, all the confidence in the world, his mere presence dwarfing everything around him. No helipad, though. It's true, he had to give up his helipad. I mean, you know what? Actually, the poor man has suffered enough. Oh, yeah, no helipad. I mean, I don't really know how he's gonna live without a helipad. Like, I definitely couldn't. Oh gosh. Time to build an airstrip just to make up for it. I mean, I'm almost kind of surprised with all of those acres that wasn't his go-to. Okay, fine. You know what? If we can't have an helipad, we'll go for an airstrip. That's fine. I'm willing to make a bet he's also enjoying the attention it garners him, especially the ones coming from the women. I mean, that one's pretty much a given. Have apples? You better hide them from Mundle, he's gonna come for them. Hello, Kelly, welcome. How are you guys doing today? How is everyone? How are you, Kelly? You're actually the... I don't know why I asked all of you again when I meant to just ask Kelly how you were doing, but you know. Also, happy 4 p.m. Huh? What? 4 p.m.? Oh, I'm all... Yes, Kelly, you're everyone.
What an ass.
Yes, agreed. 4 p.m. UTF. Oh. Shouldn't that be 5 p.m. though? If it was -1 for me and Mundle? I'm confused. Because we are in the same time zone, right? I know I asked this earlier, but all of a sudden I'm confused again. Time zones do that to me. A single glance at him, and I know immediately that one way or the other, if we were ever to bump into each other again, my day will effectively be ruined in some capacity. He also exudes that air. The sort that makes you want to run him over with a lorry and pass it off as an unfortunate accident. Oh my god. It is 5 p.m. UTF, not be confused, lads. Yes. Often. And easily. Do it. Yeah, just run him over. Do you think we'll be given the option, since she does kind of have that in the back of her head, like... She has this license, we know that, so she could just borrow a lorry and just... With him, it's either you want to punch him or let yourself be charmed. There's no in between. Well, you know what? That's actually probably accurate. UTC, UTF, why are there so many? I have no idea. What's UTF then? I'll gladly do the honor of the former myself, but alas, there are people around us. Now I'm stuck with having to face one of the two.
I shouldn't have volunteered.
No, apparently not. Oh well. At the time, helping out sounded a good idea. I've no classes left today until after lunch. I could have opted to stay at the teacher's lounge and work on my lesson plans, but that means being left alone with our deputy head and his chatter. He's a good man, but crivens he can talk anyone's ears off. UTF is the Universal Transformation Format. Huh? Not the Universal Time Constant. Oh my god. I'm so confused. It's fine. It's all fine. Oh no. So, the moment an opportunity rose, I jumped on it. It's a simple task to boot. just deliver a whole box of materials and a few posters for the event, maybe stay around to assist if time will allow it. I just wasn't expecting him to show up here. It's noon for me. Yeah, it's 6 p.m. for me. I learned that in school, so I confused the two abbreviations. Oh. Time is just confusing. Time zones are just confusing. Yeah, no, that's out of the frying pan and into the fire. Had I known, I would have stayed and suffered through our deputies' impromptu speeches about his life crisis instead. But what's done is done. Going back is also out of the question. With how unexpectedly heavy the load I'm carrying is, I'd hate to lug this for a trip back just because my pride can't take another second of interaction with that guy. It's noon time for D&D. Uh-oh. Oh gosh. Wait, what day is it today? Is it Friday or Saturday? It's Friday, right? Today's Friday? Yesterday was Thursday. I'm fairly certain yesterday was Thursday, so that means today must be Friday. It's Friday or it's Tuesday, apparently. I'm willing to trust Mundle on this one. Or is it Thursday? No, it has to be Friday. Okay, hang on. I'm checking that because I've got Friday the 22nd of October. Yeah, so it's Friday. Are we Saturday? No, it's Friday. I'm gonna go with Friday. You'd be correct. He's unsufferable. He's unsufferable, alright? But I've had my fair share of dealings with teens of more or less the same temperament, all considerably younger than him, and they listened. Yeah, but they're probably, you know, more mature than him. If he wants to be difficult like last time, so be it, but he can beat his sorry English ass. I'm not standing down. Left with no other choice, I brace myself and suck in a breath, mustering every bit of patience I have as I step into the hall. We confused the Nath. I like the Nath. Like, there are several of us. I mean, there are several in the world, of course, but yes, you did. To be fair, it's not a difficult task. Plus, I was already confused with all the time zone talk, so... My grip on the box tightens when I pull it closer to me in an attempt to assume a low-key air as I amble towards the room. So we need to make up -2 hours, apparently. The clocks go by that other messed up time system, so the UTC scale doesn't quite fit. Oh. Tiny Catnat is our international pet. Oh. Well. That's an interesting development. Okay. The box is not big enough to hide my face, even with the stuff piled on top, but if all else fails, I can just hit him with it. I mean, it's a big box, it's heavy. Sure, why not? What the Nath doing? Trying to English most of the time. Still, a small prayer forms in my head. If there's even one listening out there, please grant me enough restraint. Better yet, I hope he doesn't notice me at all. That'll definitely make my life easier. Seriously, how hard can that be? He's standing a few ways from the door, and there are plenty of people between us to use for cover. If I'm careful, I can just go in, hand in the stupid box to whoever's in charge, forget every plan of staying longer than necessary, and step out as soon as I can. Also, I like how Kelly just stripped Nath of all human rights by making her a pet. Whoops. Yeah. It's interesting how these things happen, isn't it? Easy as pie. But as luck would have it, the exact moment I reach the room's threshold, someone barrels towards me. She latches onto my waist before topping the sudden commotion with a gleeful squeal. The force of it nearly throws me off balance, sending the item stacked atop the box tilting dangerously to the sides, with the child's added weight at my waist pinning me to the spot and both of my hands occupied. Watching is the only thing I'm able to do. The short seconds in between slows as everything gradually slides off the box's small surface. Under different circumstances, this would have made for a funny story some other time. Comical, even. Until another set of hands reaches out and steadies the posters threatening to take a nosedive right to the floor.
Oh, careful now, Daisy. Don't make a mess here.
Ugh. Also, I like how noon is just D&D time for Wipeout, as if it were some kind of D&D Kaibo. It's high noon. Yeah. At noon, Wipeout has to ride off into the sunset for D&D. That's what I'm gonna picture now, every single time. Yeah. That's the picture I have in my head now. Whenever Wipeout does D&D, which means every Sunday, he's riding off into the sunset. Like a D&D cowboy. My entire body freezes upon hearing his voice alone. An irrational pulse to hit him immediately bubbles up. But before my limbs could catch up with what my brain is currently screaming at me, he moves to take the burdens off my arms. Irritation gives way to surprise, then confusion. It's in that moment when instinct finally kicks in and I tug the box closer to me before he can lift it off.
What are you doing?
My pet did grow up in the USA on a farm, so it works. It does! It really does. You just gotta picture him with the cowboy hat and, you know, trotting away on his horse.
What does it look like?
You're trying to steal school supplies?
You're surprisingly slow on the uptake for someone of your profession, aren't you?
Ah, yeah.
Bloody, doesn't this school have people for this kind of work? So much for being a center of academic excellence.
I miss my cows, they're good company. I would imagine so, yeah. From a lot of videos and stuff that you see of cows, they just kind of seem like big dogs. They're cute. Cows are really cute.
I'm going to ignore that slight to my alma mater and my work, because that's not what I'm trying to get at. You know what? Why don't we just rephrase that to something you'll easily understand? Why exactly are you doing this?
Well, you look like you could use a bit of help.
Not from you, dear sir. They like music from brass instruments. Do they? Interesting.
Have you seen your face while you were heaving this around?
You know, the best way he could help, since she's on her way into the room, would be to just step away, let her go into the room and put the stuff down, instead of standing in the way trying to snag the box. They like guitars too. I mean, who doesn't? Guitars are great. They sound awesome. When someone who actually knows how to play them plays them, that is, because I've been trying to learn and
Mister, I'm pretty sure if there's ever a look on my face, it's entirely because I saw something extremely unpleasant this morning.
yeah, pretty much.
Aren't you a ball of sunshine today, Daisy? Having a bad day, aren't we?
It took a turn for the worse when I saw you, yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, you have no idea.
I'd put it away if I were you.
No,
You
would
might
you?
scare the children.
Oh.
You don't have to worry about that. This isn't my department. I was just asked to bring these. Anyway, I can handle this myself, mister. The room's just right over there. Behind you, in fact.
I tried to learn piano twice. Yeah, I used to play some piano actually, but the piano teacher I had, because this was when I was living in that teeny tiny town, and there was literally one piano teacher, and he was affiliated with this city council thingy-majiggy, and he was just really like, he had this one book with songs, and I just kind of after going through like the first 4 songs with him, I just kind of skipped to the end of the book and started playing the last song because that one was kind of cool, but the other songs were kind of just and he just would not let you learn anything except the songs in that book, and they were like really simple children's songs, and like the most difficult song was the one at the end of the book, but even that wasn't that like difficult, and he just refused to let you learn anything else. Like, it had to be from that book. He would not try to teach you anything else. Like, he would not allow you to play anything else. I got bored and I was just like, no, I don't want to do this. I just stopped learning. But yeah, the piano is actually really nice. How sleazy douchebag. Ah, he's being sleazy. Tiny, tiny town for a tiny, tiny gnat. Well, I was tiny at that point, so yeah. I never got far with that cursed table instrument. It does sound nice, though. It does sound very nice, yeah. I mean, most instruments do. I would love to learn the saxophone someday. Like, a baritone saxophone, like, that's just, oh, I love the saxophone. The sound of the baritone saxophone, especially, melts my heart. Tiny, teeny, tiny gnat. Is that even possible? It is, yeah.
Now, if you could please
Oh,
move over
gosh.
and make way, it would do the whole world some good.
Yes, indeed. Keeping my voice level throughout is a miracle in itself, but regardless of how polite my request is, he doesn't budge. Did what I've just said merely fly over his head? Were my choice of words really that difficult to comprehend? Surely it shouldn't be that hard. I think he might be a little touched in the head. I'd like to ask him that, actually, but Kylie chooses that instant to pipe in.
Don't worry, Miss Pink. Tio's strong. You can leave this to him.
Or he could just let me into the room. Hello, bobblehead kid.
My papa does it lots of times, but I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone.
Huh? Your papa carries heavy boxes often, but you're not allowed to talk about it? Why? Huh? I don't understand. In a teeny tiny town, there was a teeny tiny girl called Teeny Tiny Natalie, and on one teeny tiny day, teeny tiny Nat went on a teeny tiny adventure. Time to make a children's book about it. Ah, yes, Teeny Tiny Nat's adventure. Drugs, it's drugs, it's definitely drugs. Uh-oh.
Tio says it's
Confidential?
Confidential, Munchkin.
We have merch, a kid's book. Ah, yes, fantastic.
That's right.
Oh.
Isn't he, Miss Pink?
Not as far as he's shown me, I would say. At least it wouldn't be another t-shirt. Now I need to have a t-shirt where it just says, at least it's not another t-shirt. I'm still of the opinion that he's a piece of shite, but I must admit, his goddaughter's excitement is contagious as always. Do it. The children's book or the t-shirt? A smile makes its way to my lips. She has yet to budge from her place, though, to be honest, I'm starting to lose some feeling on my stomach with how tightly she's wound her arms around it. But the t-shirt only comes in teeny tiny size. I feel like that's... Oh, doll's t-shirt. Oh, wow. The t-shirt. Ah, yes.
I'm sure he is.
It's a good
kind,
idea for a
but I'm
t-shirt.
also sure he'll find better use for it elsewhere.
Yes, move along, creepy man.
Like helping you out.
No, not that.
Oh, well, that's one thing, but
You heard the kid.
We need to make t-shirts, but have with the 9x before the size. So for me, how large would be? Oh my gosh. Oh no.
No one's asking you.
You wound me, woman.
Oh, well, woman has a name.
And I'm quite certain I can do more damage than that.
Yes, we can go for the same place we hit yesterday.
Shall we give it a try? Again?
He pales, stammers for a bit, but ultimately decides against saying anything and settles for a brief show of discomfort instead. He's probably having flashbacks of the last time we met. His composure, when he's finally regained some bearings, says it all. I mean, last time we met, we did bonk him on the head with a book and then just go for, you know, the ouchie place. So, yeah, he... ouchies. And a medium with no X will fit a kitten. So no one has any idea how big they actually are. Oh my gosh. That's girls' life sizes don't make sense. It's true. It actually is. Cause like you can buy from 3 different shops like 3 different sizes and they can all fit you exactly the same way. It's absolute stupidity. Oh, it's ridiculous. Is that how you take 30 years for clothes shopping? Oh, clothes shopping is the worst. I hate it. It's so annoying. Because, like, the thing is, you can, like, what I usually do when going clothes shopping, especially for, like, pants and stuff, it's like, check, what's my size at the moment? You know? Because that should be an easy way of, like, okay, what size do I need to pick up in the store? And then it's like, you can pick up 3 different sizes of, like, the 3 different kind of pants, and I always take the size I think I am, and then a size like bigger or smaller depending on if it looks like big or small or something. Because the thing is, like, you can try on a pair of pants that has exactly the same size as the one you're wearing, but it will not fit. It's just, what? Men's pants are better. They are, yes, men's pants are way better. Also because they actually have pockets. Why? Like, girls... Okay, so... Yeah, we're coming way off. Like, the game is just background. But, like, an actual thing. For a lot of girls, like... You need to have, like, refreshing, you know, maybe a lipstick. You want your phone, you want your keys, you want... You know, small stuff like that. And... You actually have to have a handbag because your clothes do not have pockets, and that's the most ridiculous thing ever. Why? Literally go into a shop and just pick a random pair of pants that looks roughly my size and they're usually the right size. You cannot do that as a girl, because like, yeah, nope. I remember my first skirt, it had pockets, I was ecstatic. Yeah, skirts with pockets are like heaven. We need to start a business that sews pockets on women's clothes. Yes. No, what's worse, buying a bra. Oh. Yeah, that's a whole other kind of minefield. Although, usually there you can follow the sizes at least. If they have the size. Yeah, they never have your size. That's a different thing, yeah. But at least if they have the size, it will usually fit. Because bras are kind of made the same, but... If they have the size, because that's fortunately a thing. A thing, not a think. Designers think that every girl has a handbag, so they only put those on for aesthetics. But sometimes, like, I'm not a handbag person. I literally, like, I don't know. I can't, I keep having to, because it just falls down and I hate it. I like having pockets. I wear 38. At best I have it in D or bigger. Yeah. It's difficult. Sports bras. Sew pockets in the bra. I mean, a lot of people apparently use bras for like wallets and stuff. They just stuff in there. That didn't quite work out the way I meant, but you know what I mean. Anyways. It's nothing short of hilarious, if I do say so myself.
I'll have you know that threats never work on me, Daisy.
It seems like you kinda just did. Stuff with the stuff, exactly. Get a bigger bra, that's your pocket.
Not in a million years, not ever.
You're assuming it's a threat.
I mean, yeah, a threat is just a threat. If you follow through, it's not a threat. Then it's a future action. You're just letting them know it's going to happen.
How cute.
Two, I'm not scared of you.
Because you landed a hit.
Oh, I can land another one, I'm sure.
Do go on. Keep telling yourself that.
Apparently men's pants aren't good for hips and booty. Oh. Well. Who cares? I like to go for... I like to venture into the men's clothes part of the shop if I'm going to buy, like, sweatpants, though. Because they're often a lot more comfortable than, like, female version of sweatpants. And you'd think they are the same, but they're not. They're really not. Because even then, it's like the clothing companies are trying to make it like skinny jeans or something, that it's supposed to, you know, fit just perfectly. But like, no, I want sweatpants to be big and baggy. Come on. Hello, Elfin. Welcome. How are you doing? You've caught us at a ranting time of jeans and pants. Welcome to the pants stream. Yep. How are you doing?
Fluke, you hear?
Ah, yes, of course.
Oh God, and your damn book left a dent.
Not a usual topic, but it happens. Haven't we actually had I'm pretty sure we had another pants talk at some point. Didn't we? Pants are sometimes essential. A lot of the time, yeah, unfortunately.
If I end up in a hospital because of what you did, I'm sending the chief of Luxburn Police after you, woman.
You
Okay.
don't say.
We can also discuss how Kylie's head is abnormally large. Well, I mean, she is a bobblehead. I don't know why they've made her head that big, though. Because, like, yes, she's a child. And I get that in anime and just animated things in general, they make their heads, like children's heads, kind of large. But they usually do them kind of in relation to the rest of the body, though. And hers just feels really, really big. Like, the body and head doesn't feel like it fits one person. Her chest is as big as her head. Yeah. Actually, is it actually kind of smaller? Would her waist be somewhere around here? Her head might actually be bigger. I don't know. Her legs are hard. Well, I think they've kind of just made her bigger on the screen, because otherwise she'd be like teeny tiny. You know, the way you're picturing me most of the time. Teeny tiny. But yeah, no. Her head is off. Oh, you know, teenagers and their growth spurt. I said sometimes guys can wear kilts and everyone likes a good pair of grey sweats. Yes, exactly. You know, sweatpants are just perfect. That and pajama pants, they are the best. It's a kawaii thing. It is, but if it gets too big, it's kind of a little bit creepy. She always carry around a stool to stand on when talking to you. Exactly, yes. Now I have to imagine her with really long, thin legs and a giant bobblehead. Yeah, exactly.
Just give me that bloody box.
Ah, he snatched it out of my arms before a single word of protest exits my mouth and quickly disappeared behind the classroom. Not that it matters who brings it in now, my prior irritation has already melted into amusement. He's not so bad once you figure out how his temperament works. It's almost similar to a child, though I still have to ask.
Did your Tio eat something bad before coming here?
Probably.
He's unusually nice today.
Really bad center of mass. In one trip and that egg cracks like an egg. Oh no. A far-fetched idea, I know, but it's the only reason I can think of why this arsehole is suddenly acting like a decent human. He's, quite frankly, far from being. First and foremost, we didn't end our last meeting on a good note. If I were him, I'd avoid the very person who put a dent on his skull, as he so aptly put it. Why is he acting so friendly 2 days later?
Always is. But I made him promise to be extra nice to you since you helped me so much.
Oh, it's because of Kylie. The egg cracks like an egg. It's true. It does. I thought you just called her head an egg, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really realize that was a typo. Humpty Dumpty had a great full pumpkin spice and leaves Thanksgiving. Oh, good.
I think you're gonna be great friends.
Ah, yes. I quickly stomp on the urge to groan loudly or gag at that. He's the last person I'd ever want to be chummy with in this whole city, but Kylie doesn't need to know that.
Are you sure it's not something he ate during breakfast?
Kylie's trying to hook you up. Well, no, that's never happening. Her head is an egg and we should crack it. Oh my god.
I gave him some jelly babies this morning.
Oh,
Ruin got me
that's...
lots of them. Mama said I should share, so I offered half of it to Tio when he picked me up.
That's very nice of
He
you.
likes the black ones.
I've no idea. What? I mean, no, I don't actually think I know what jelly babies are. Like, I've heard of them, but we don't have them in Norway, and I don't think I've ever seen them in, like, a movie or a TV show either. I think I've just heard them mentioned. So, her head cracks, and this takes a sudden Doki Doki turn. Yeah, basically.
Oh, that's probably why he's weird. Jelly baby overdose.
I'm not a fan of jelly beans. Are jelly beans and jelly babies the same thing, though? Because that's something I've been wondering as well. We do have jelly beans. Well, I think we get them from Sweden, actually, but doesn't really matter. Yeah, pretty sure. Oh, okay, right. Very cool cameo necklace. I just noticed it. Oh, thank you very much. It's it's Umbreon actually. Oh, I'm very, very fond of it. Thank you. Why won't you eat my beans? Oh no. Oh. He could have done everyone a favor and choked on them while he's at it. Oh no.
Do you want some? I've got more. I couldn't play Melody or Takanko this morning, but I'm sure they'll be fine sharing some of it with you.
I'm not really very fond of them. I was just asking.
Yeah.
Where's your mum, by the way?
Rebecca's also not fond of jelly beans. That's a reaction and a half. It is indeed. An unexpected pang hits me at her words. The statement, though innocent enough, unearths a whole chunk of memories from childhood, so eerily familiar. Nights spent eating dinners alone, the number of days coming home to an empty house, growing with each passing year, and sometimes several Christmas Eves spent with relatives instead of my own family. It's too late to think about it now, but when I remember, the dull ache is there, familiar though lessened by the years now. Beside me, Kylie takes a step back, having gotten tired of clinging to me. There's nothing but cheer in her. She doesn't seem too affected by the fact. Although, it makes me wonder how much of it is real and how much of it is there to mask the loneliness. If there's even one. What a lucky
Weren't they
child.
informed of career day beforehand?
Yeah, I told them all about it. Mama was looking forward to it.
Oh.
And they still left?
Uh-huh. It's important business, so it can't be helped.
Oh.
They promised to tell me about it when they come back tomorrow, though. Papa said he'll give me a gift if I behave.
Oh.
I've been a good girl, right, Miss Pink?
You always are. But they asked that they asked your Tio to look after you? For this?
Oh, fantastic.
They didn't.
No? Then how?
It was supposed to be Tia. Mama likes her better than Tio, so she asked her, but she's sick and had to visit the doctor today.
Is Rowan and Kylie Rochelle and the other guy? I don't remember his name. Are they Rochelle's kids? Because how did that work out? I don't know. Yeah, because as far as we know from like Hana and Luke's perspective, Hana likes Rochelle better. Like, they are close, and then the guy and Luke are. So Mama likes Tia better than Tio, and we know that Hana talked about Kylie. So that kind of might make sense. And she's sick and had to visit the doctor. I'm guessing something with the pregnancy then? I'm starving and my dad is supposed to come back with food. Oh, I hope you get food soon. I want to make dinner buns. Oh, that's also yummy, yeah. Gotta start plotting what I'm gonna make for dinner. I like that phrasing, plotting what to make for dinner. Yeah, I've no idea. Something will be thrown together after stream, I suppose. Oh gosh, scheming for dinner, exactly. Yes, I like that.
Oh, that's supposed to be a secret, by the way. Oh, but I think it's a bit confusing because Tio said she also went shopping. That's unfair. Don't you think so, Miss Pink? Mama doesn't allow me to go out when I'm sick.
Maybe she's not that sick? I
Still
don't know.
okay, though, since Tio always buys me sweets before we go home. I'm gonna ask for a parfait today. Extra large.
That sounds nice. Why not? Listening to her like this, it's easy to get a picture of where Kylie's fondness for the guy comes from. She's far from a demanding child unless you've made a promise of some sort. She never forgets those. She'll make friends with anyone wherever she is. Buy her a few things and voila, you're settled. No wonder she's so attached to the man. The douche probably showers her with gifts whenever he can. I can't say if the sentiment is the same for the latter, however. He doesn't seem the type and probably just does it for the sake of getting some peace and quiet whenever he's with the girl. I mean, kinda seemed like it from the one interaction we've had. Bringing about a great plan for the coming of mini feast. Yes, exactly. Classic techniques.
Before that, I'm gonna show him to everyone first.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be great. No one else has a gazillionaire fairy godfather.
He's not a fairy god anything. How to feed an army. Oh boy.
Also, when I grow up, I'm gonna be exactly like him and marry someone really handsome.
Well, let's hope he's nicer than... Or that person is nicer than...
Like Tia did. That way, I can be awesome too.
No. No, you don't want to marry someone like Luke. That doesn't seem like a good idea. There's some sort of misguided logic in there that I'd like to correct. But before I can say my piece, douchebag steps in, fresh out of the commotion from the classroom behind us, and plows into the conversation with every subtlety a wrecking ball has. Feed them Kylie's oversized head. I think that's cannibalism and probably bad. No shite given despite no one asking for his opinion.
Munchkin, sweetie, trust me. You don't have to marry someone for that to happen.
I mean, he actually has a point this time. That's actually kind of nice. Because yes, are anime girls classified as human? I mean, if an army could eat her, then I would assume she'd be real. And then she would be a human, wouldn't she? She's definitely an alien. Well, I guess it's not cannibalism then. That's implying something with that head size. With a head that size is human, right? Yeah. I mean, that is a fair point. So I guess, you know. But hey, maybe. Okay, I guess it's probably fine to do that. Yeah, it's probably not cannibalism.
I don't.
It's okay.
Just do your thing, darling. I'm quite sure you can do great things on your own without lugging around an extra baggage with you.
I hate to say it, but he's actually making sense and saying good things here. Like, this is the kind of lesson you want to teach a child. Be yourself, and you'll do fine. You'll be great. You don't need another person to make you awesome. Yeah.
Tia married you.
Well, that was her mistake. Kylie drops the statement without any sort of preface, and the moment it lands, the douche finds himself grappling with the conversation. At least 3 eldritch horrors in one. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. You're very right. Yeah, that is absolutely true.
Yeah, well, that's true, Munchkin, technically.
I mean, it's true, but that's not what makes her awesome. She's awesome for her because of her own merits. It's what you should say.
But it's not the same thing.
A small frown creases with the girl's eyebrows as she tries to comprehend her Tio's rather vague explanation. It's not surprising either when Luke tenses under the child's questioning gaze. It's familiar. I've seen the same look a great deal of times before on Ashton whenever he's trying to say something he can't quite phrase. Another second passes before the douche moves, kneeling in front of Kylie and placing both his hands on either sides of her shoulders. Kind is the last word I'll ever use to describe the man, but in this minute, there's a smile on his face that I can't place. Tender by all means for someone as obnoxious as him. It's a curious thing to see, if not a bit odd.
Tia, sweetie, Tia was already a great person before she met me.
See, yes, good. He got there in the end.
Yes?
Obviously.
But I don't see her doing anything. She's always at home.
If it's not blown up broken, I mean, I guess you're not wrong. Why does it always end in explosions, Mundle?
Not always, Munchkin. Did you know she's really good at numbers?
You're good with them too. You helped me with my homework once.
Well, Tia's much, much better than me. She used to do maths with big numbers.
Big numbers.
Oh, like millions?
No, gazillions. And she's really, really good at it. So much so
Oh,
that her dad let her manage
gosh.
anything that had to do with it. That was even before she met me, too.
Does that mean she's better than you?
Yes.
Oh, leagues, Munchkin.
Oh, he actually... I'm surprised. I really am. It always ends in explosions because explosions are often the answer. Well, note to self, don't ask Mundle questions.
Way better than I'll ever be.
Yeah, you're not wrong. For some reason, I don't think he's still talking about his wife's mathematical prowess as his voice trails off. In fact, if I had not been paying closer attention, I wouldn't have noticed the change in him. The slight shift in his smile from one that's tender to something wistful, like remembering a memory that he's always been fond of but has often kept to himself. And at the fleeting glance of it, a tiny, insignificant part of the world somehow also shifts. Opinions changing, impressions
You
moving.
know what? Why don't you ask Tia next time you have homework,
Okay, next time I'll ask her to help out.
See? No need to marry a good-for-nothing bloke.
Can I also tell her to not stay at home anymore? If Tia's good at it, I'm sure she can help you out too. And Papa. He computes a lot of numbers too. Tia can help him.
You go do that. I'm sure she'll love to hear it, Munchkin, even if it's been a while since.
Another silence from him, then without missing a beat, he turns Kylie around and lightly pats her shoulder in a gesture to end the conversation right here and there. Probably before he can say other things he never intended to say or a child is not meant to hear.
Well, off you go first. I think I saw your friend run off to the other classroom. The one with the pigtails? Go say hi to her. You still have those jelly babies to give her, yes?
All right. But wait for me,
Oh,
okay?
boy.
I've got loads more to show you. They put up my drawing on the bulletin the other day. I'm gonna take you there later. I'll be back.
Bye, Kylie. She soon disappears behind the small crowd, none the wiser to the sudden change in the mood around her. Luke straightens as soon as she's gone. The expression on his face grows less kind now that there's no one to reassure. Despite that, a chuckle still escapes me. His head quickly snaps at me, an accusing glare clear in his eyes. Although it's less threatening now considering what I've witnessed earlier. Funny how one person's impression of someone can easily change with that minute
Why
detail.
are you laughing like that?
I don't really know. I still don't like you myself.
Don't mind me. I just saw something surprising today.
Yeah.
Don't let it bother you.
You know, putting it like that won't make me any less inclined to ask.
Well, even if you ask, you don't always get the answers you want, you know? It's just the way it is.
What is it, woman? If this is another one of your threats, I've already told you it isn't going to work on me.
Kinda seems like it does, though.
A good teacher act isn't going to fool anyone.
What makes you think it has to do with you? I could have just remembered something funny. Not everything in this world revolves around you, mister.
I am not daft, Daisy. It's on your face for all the world to see.
Well, if it's that clear on her face, surely you can just tell. You don't need her to say it.
Now, say it so we can be done with this stupid talk.
I let out another laugh, more to delay than to express any sort of amusement over the matter. In truth, I don't know where to start. One wrong move, one wrong word, and I might offend the man. He's childish enough for that, even if what I'm about to say are just mere honest observations. I kind of want to say you're good at handling her, but I feel like that's the right choice to make. And I kind of would like to keep annoying him if I can. But honestly, you really think that? Really think what? I don't remember what he said. That doesn't really make sense to me. Okay, we're going with this, even though that's the wrong one. Yeah, plus. He is good at handling her. I mean, it's true. He is. Oh well, regardless of how we act, it's not like it'll have any impact on anything between us. I have no plans on getting too friendly with the man, though he might have some good points. Emphasis on might. The best treatment I can hope myself to give him is to stop thinking of him as a sleazy douche. Besides, after seeing that look on him, I figure someone like him can use a compliment here and there. He probably doesn't get it much, considering how coarse his own language could
Can't
get.
you act a wee bit polite for even a second of your life? It won't kill you.
This is not how I imagined that you're good at handling her conversation would go.
You'll easily get answers that way, you know? Instead of demanding things from people like a temperamental man-child.
Exactly.
I'll be nice when I want to be, woman. Don't tell me what to do.
And here I was just thinking how you're doing a brilliant job as Kylie's guardian. Was I mistaken?
Probably.
Mistaken?
You sound very offended, but you're acting like a child.
What? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Okay, yeah.
Stop
You're an
playing
absolute
dumb.
child.
I hate to admit it, but you actually seem to be good with kids. Possibly even better than most of the teachers here.
He likes the sort of women, remember? Oh yeah, that's true. He does, doesn't he? Oh gosh. But like, he's probably good with children, because mentally he is one. Because he's acting like a child. I just wanted to really get that point across.
What do you know?
I've expected him to just take it all in, bloat his ego even more, and brag about it. Instead, what I get from him is a sound resembling a squawk. Or maybe that's him choking on his own pride. I can't tell above the hubbub surrounding us. But when I glance at him, only a mortified expression is on his face.
No.
Okay.
No? You should be proud of yourself. At least there's this one good thing about you. Isn't that nice to hear?
Apparently not.
Pretty sure not a lot of compliments get thrown around about you, knowing how you are.
There are a lot of good things about me, Daisy.
Are there though? Are there?
My hair, for one. There's also my extraordinary good looks. Wax lyrical about those all you want. I'd be happy to hear it any day.
Oh yes, tell me how good looking I am. That's exactly. I cannot with this man. I don't know how to deal with this sort of person. Like, I think if I actually met him, I don't think I could actually carry a conversation with the person like this. I think I would just kind of like, yes, okay. And be on my way as soon as I. Like, how do you. Like, okay, so in Norway we have this expression that basically means like. Like, oh, how do I. Like, it's hard to translate because it has like. It has some very Norwegian words that don't really. But like. Nat doesn't know how to deal with this personality type. I don't. Explosions, girls. As I've been telling you, use explosions. I don't think I have that opportunity. Quick trip to Walmart or whatever that store is called and get some explosive. We don't have Walmart in Norway. I don't know how to get a hold of explosives, which is fine. I don't really need them all that much, but you know, fire him out of a cannon into the sun. But yeah, like, we have this expression in Norway that basically kind of means that you shouldn't think you are more than you are, kind of thing. Like, it's called jantelov, and it's basically like. I mean, it's not a good thing. Like, it's not a good saying by all means, because it's like kind of like if you were born a shoemaker, you should never try to be more than a shoemaker. You should stay there. You shouldn't have, ambitions to study and become a lawyer or whatever. It's kind of like, you should stay at your kind of like place. It's an old saying, and because Norway used to be very class divided. Like, you had basically the people living in poverty, you had the working force, you had like the people above there, and then you had the start of the rich people, and stuff like that. So it kind of dates back to that, because then like a shoemaker back then shouldn't try to marry above their standards or whatever. So it's kind of like that kind of thing, but that kind of attitude kind of hangs true in like the Norwegian spirit or whatever. And so it's kind of like you're never supposed to brag about yourself or say good things about yourself. You're supposed to kind of like be slightly humble. And like some people, it's not like in Japan or anything like that. It's not to that degree, but it's kind of like it is seen as a little bit like if someone asks you, oh, how did you do on that test? Oh, I got an A. Like, obviously that's fine because someone's asking you, but it would be kind of weird, at least. I mean, it will depend, of course, but like it would be slightly strange to just enter a conversation with some people and just start bragging about all the good things you've done, like out of nowhere with no context whatsoever. Like, so this kind of thing, like I really wouldn't know how to deal with this kind of person. If I met someone who just went like, my hair for one, and there's also my extraordinary good looks, like, I would just kind of be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's nice. And that's kind of just like, And then we have the US South where everyone is just friendly, talks to everyone. Yeah, that's a thing as well, because like in Norway, it's kind of like, you keep your distance. Like, literally, like, you try not to sit next to anyone on the bus. If there is an open seat somewhere where you don't have to sit next to someone, that's basically where you sit down. Like, it's very, like, we're not unfriendly, but it's kind of like if you walk up to someone like, oh, excuse me, do you have directions to this and that place? Like, that's fine, you know, people are friendly and like you're met with a smile if you do try to talk to someone, but it's just like most people don't necessarily talk to strangers without reason, kind of. It's a nice thing I wish we had here as well. Oh no. Oh. Just get that smile and it bless your heart. Yeah. But it's just like, you don't hear someone talk about themselves this way. It would just really weird me out. Science in #1 voted on unfriendliest population of Europe. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sure it's not. I mean, you're quite friendly, aside for, you know, wanting to blow things up. And wanting Plowden's kneecaps.
Praise anything about me but that.
Why is that such a big... Why does he... I don't understand this guy. I mean, that...
What is so repulsive about it?
Oh,
Even Kylie likes you.
Okay, you can stop now. Sorry.
That tell you anything about yourself?
I don't know what that's supposed to tell him, or he's just... this guy exhausts
Kylie
me.
is one kid, not even my own. Trust me, you do not want to see me bring a spawn of my own into this world. This will be an abomination.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wait a second. Hang on here for a moment. He's like, if I can't have children, I'm going to call the police on you. And now he's like, you do not want me to spawn abominations. Like, hold on. Do you want kids or not? Because you seem to be giving off very mixed signals here. Those are two... Like, he's flip-flopping here like a pancake that's being flipped. That analogy went nowhere, but you get what I mean. Why?
Is that what you keep telling yourself?
What?
Maybe. Is it any of your business?
I mean, you brought it up, so...
No. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is because you yourself think you're a little piece of shite and somehow it'll pass on.
Yeah, probably.
It doesn't work like that, by the way.
No, not quite. That last remark just came out. There might be a sliver of truth in it, but I shouldn't have phrased it like that. Even for my own standards of the kind of person I'm talking to, it's still quite rude. As an apology is already at my throat. The minute I open my mouth, all of what I prepared myself to say dissipates. Lost in the moment in front of me, he has turned gaze outside, staring at some point past the buildings blocking the view of the sky, equally lost in his thoughts. He's a vexing man under so many standards. However, in this moment, the morning light streaming from the window lends his feature a certain air. Softer, less severe than what he often flaunts. I might as well be looking at a different man. This guy is just a child. He is a bit, yeah, because like... He just acts really... weirdly. Like... Dude. A bit. Yes. There's a tender note in his voice when he finds it, the words muttered under his breath, not intended for anyone but himself. Most rich-born are. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. He's just... I don't get him. I mean, I'm hoping some stuff will be explained when we actually like, when we actually get to play as him. But he's just... I don't understand him. I just enjoy Nat's utter hate for him so much. Uh-oh. But like, he's such a douche to everyone, and like, he has this great woman and he treats her so badly, and like, it's his way or the highway, and I just... In a marriage, it's supposed to be give and take. Like, he's doing all the taking and none of the giving as far as we're being shown. And I'm just... He's just such a... Oh, I can't. I don't...
You're right. She deserves someone far better than me.
Yeah, this marriage sounds really familiar. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think it's that way for a lot of people, honestly. Because, like, the reason I broke off my engagement was basically because I did realize that, like, we weren't even married, but, like, it was all about what he wanted, and, like, if it was stuff I wanted to do, I had to compromise on those things as well. And I just realized that I would be giving a lot of things, and I wasn't sure if I was willing to do that. And, like, sometimes I feel like, you know, maybe I made a mistake, but the fact is I don't think it would have been good, because it would have been the same. Rip my timing. Oh no. Oh, but yeah. I think it's too common, actually. Sounds like you dodged a bullet. Yeah, I think so. I don't think it would have been good for either one of us in the long run. So, I think I made the right choice. Honestly. Oh, I didn't read that. Hang on. It isn't some profound knowledge he pulled out of his arse. It has come about because he's already been there, still stuck in the middle of it. Okay. It is... Oh no, that's... Okay, that's the... Okay. I thought I missed something. Okay. That's fine then. Preaching about your own personal experience is easier after all. It really is, yeah. Like, I have... I've touched upon this slightly before, but, like, I suffer from depression, and I've also got a lot of anxieties. Mostly that has to do with social situations and stuff like that. But, like, there are days when, like, I feel like, you know, I'm never ever going to, you know, find anyone else that would even be willing to, you know, be in a relationship with me. So, because of the kind of person that I am, and, like, I probably should have just, you know, if I wanted to not be alone all of my life, I probably should have, you know, not called off the engagement. But at the same time, like, even on those days when I feel that low and I'm just kind of, like, completely, you know, bashing every decision I ever made in my life and second guessing absolutely everything, I kind of still have the thought in my head that no, because it wouldn't have been good. Like, it would have just been bad both for him and for me, because no one would have been happy in that situation after a while. So it's like, but you never know, and you can never tell. It's just, I don't know. It's not easy. Life is just not easy, and people are not easy. Hello, Constance. How are you doing? Welcome. Interesting time to come in, hey. Yeah, it is indeed. Oops. Oh. But yeah, no. Things are just difficult. Less room for mistakes, more of a dose of self-loathing. Yeah, we're talking about crappy relationships. Yep, that's exactly why. And pants. Also that. Also pants. And that pants should have pockets. And my timing again. I mean, you're still not wrong though, and it kind of, like, it could just be both the relationships and pants. It's just like, yeah, those two things. Yeah. But how are you doing, Cutson? How was your stream? I'm sorry I couldn't stick around, but I haven't finished that game myself yet. I actually haven't gotten very far into it, so I don't want spoilers, so I kind of just had to lurk. What a complicated man. Just when you thought you've already figured him out, he does one thing and says the other. People like him are the most difficult to gauge, far harder to understand. Yet, it might be exactly for this reason why some are so easily charmed by him. It's the mystery that catches them, of wanting to find out what's underneath that bravado. I won't count myself amongst them, those yet. His winning personality isn't exactly my cup of tea. But sometimes when you get a glimpse of what's beyond the machismo, empathizing with the man isn't such a steep hill to climb. We've had a lot of glimpses of other things, though, that kind of makes him, I'm gonna be honest. If the comfortable silence we now share tells anything, that is. Perhaps this is as close to friendship as we can get. Several insults flung around, with a few shared silences in between, and that's not exactly a bad thing. He's not exactly a bad guy either, despite the awkward start we've had. I mean, you don't know certain things here, so I'm not so sure about that. But hey, I guess we'll find out. Maybe he's not actually that bad. Like, maybe he's not. I don't know. We'll find out. It's all good. It was really fun, slowly making progress by killing one difficult boss after another. Ooh, very good though. We keep trying to get her to grind, but she won't. Ah, yes. Yeah, I remember because I did play it a long time ago a little bit, and I didn't really grind any either, so it was very difficult. Oh, we don't get to shoot him without a bad conscience. I mean, I'm still not, like, my feelings for the guy still haven't changed all that much. He's shown some niceness here. I'll give him that, but like, I don't feel any better about him. Like, he's still a creep, and he's not nice at all to Hannah. As far as, but like, I'm guessing we'll probably get to know more about him in his chapter, and I'm just wondering, will he be shown as a very different guy then? But either way, I mean, he's still not a good guy, because he does definitely cheat on Hana. Like, he would have at least once, so we can assume that he has before as well. So, like, I don't know. We should just get rid of him now so we don't get attached, probably. Maybe it's for this reason that I can't resist throwing in a little comment to lift his mood before leaving him. You'll get to see him how he sees himself. Yeah.
You know, Luke,
True.
you're not such a bad person.
Remains to be
Is that
seen.
supposed to make me feel better? I'm touched, Daisy.
I mean, it is a bit like, you know, you're not such a bad person. Like, thank you. Back visitors are coming over. Have fun, Mundle. Take your time. I hope you have a good time with your visitors.
Take it how you will, but a little attitude change would help. A lot.
Yeah, it would. Definitely. Have your sister stand in. Yes. Oh, wait, why? Hang on. Okay, well, I guess that's him saying that, no, I'm not. There's not gonna be an attitude change here.
Right, of course. Let me know when you're done with your lecture, ma'am.
Ah, yes, in a moment.
And you can probably start by not leaving your wife out while you're having some quality time with your goddaughter.
Fair
Who
point.
knows? Maybe that'll help change how the child sees her.
Exactly.
Where did you even get the idea I'm leaving my wife out? Have you ever even met?
No, but we've never seen the two of you together except at the house. And from Rebecca's point of view, I'm sure she's never seen them together.
No, but I did see her with you two last time.
His indifferent expression quickly dissolves into a confused scowl, while I meet it with a matching perplexity. It's only been 2 days. Surely his memory isn't that bad.
When was this?
Yeah, well, I mean, we know that wasn't his wife, so, but, I mean, Rebecca is obviously
At the
confused.
cafe, after you left.
Why, yes, we have. Wait, what? Yes, we have what? I may have forgotten what I was saying.
She was sitting right beside you. Kylie was at the back and you were driving.
Nope, no one was.
Are you sure you haven't accidentally hit yourself with your own book? Because that damn thing's quite big. And I'm really getting worried about you.
I met his wife. Oh, yes.
It has only been a few days, and concussions can be dangerous.
Has
Suggest you have that checked.
Rebecca met her?
Well, you asked. I just answered. It's pretty rude to make her wait like that, by the way.
How can I make her wait when she's not even with us?
What?
It's hard to watch games like this without thinking what weapon would they be like in Boyfriend Dungeon. I've been wondering if that would be fun actually to stream, because from what I understand, it's like a visual novel that's also kind of like, or no, a dating sim that's also kind of like Hades. And I do love Hades. So I've been wondering if maybe that would be a game that might be fun. Well, I don't know. Rebecca doesn't know she has yet. Remember? True, yes. She doesn't, but we do. Exactly like that. Yes, it would be hilarious. Yeah, I have been wondering about
It was
it.
just Kylie and I that night.
Huh.
Now you're just pulling my leg.
Luke exhales long and drawn out, his impatience rapidly changing to the companionable air around us. In the face of it, I tense. I've accidentally stepped into another minefield. Any chats I've had with him so far has been like this. Why this still surprises me escapes me, but above my worries of offending the man is my own bewilderment. I remember well enough what I saw that night, yet he says something completely different.
Wifey was out with Kylie's mummy that night. She wasn't with us.
So who was in the car? Or what was in the car?
How do you think I ended up on babysitting duty?
But in the front seat. And Kylie's...
Miss Pink!
Other girlfriend. Possibly. Kylie's sobs reach my ears first, and then her familiar weight returns around my waist again. Hot tears seep through my blouse as she buries her face in it, her arms winding tightly around me. Luke and I briefly exchange worried glances, his own lips shut tight with concern. Her cries are soft enough to not attract much attention. Most of the visitors have been ushered inside the rooms by now anyway. Oh, it's Nothing Else Matters again. That's gonna bother me every time it comes up, because I always expect to hear more of Nothing Else Matters, but obviously that doesn't come. Those that still linger, though, watches our little group with great interest and concern. If I don't get a better handle on the situation, I have a feeling Luke will start yelling at everyone soon. Kneeling, I gently pull the girl away from me, cupping her face and wiping away tears, creating little trails on her cheeks. Her mouth is drawn in a miserable pout when she peers up at me.
All right, Kylie, calm down. What happened?
It's my friend!
That's a little too vague, Munchkin.
Let her speak, Luke.
Oh.
Who is it, Kylie? Melody? Or was it the other one?
Yeah.
Or was it the other one? That makes it sound like she only has two
Did
friends.
the two of you fight?
She nods, then immediately clams up after, letting her sobs communicate the story instead, or as much as her shaking shoulders can tell me. I mean, not too much. Right behind me, Luke gives a nervous huff while he shifts on his feet. He must not be used to handling children crying. What a wuss.
Sweetie, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Seconds pass before she responds again. The tears are already gone when she finally musters the strength to talk, her cries subsiding to mere sniffles.
I wanted to give her the rest of the jelly babies, but she won't come out.
Come out from where?
Yeah? Where is she?
In the little girl's room.
Is she still there?
Another
I
nod.
won't say what's wrong. I kept asking her, but she told me to go away. Her
Why?
baby's going to start soon. I saw the prizes Miss Alice will give us for good. She's gonna miss it.
Is that what you told her?
Yeah, she won't listen. She won't even take the jelly babies. After I saved it for her too.
Aww.
Tio Luke wanted to eat the red ones, but I told him it's not for him. Miss Pink, can you talk to her? Tell her to come out, and I'm really upset with her.
Ah, just a little childish argument then. Times like this, I'm glad I teach teenagers mature enough for petty squabbles. I do love being around children and won't mind having one or two of my own in the future, but it takes a whole different level of patience to teach several of them. I honestly admire my colleagues who willingly took the challenge. Normally, I'll leave this for their homeroom teachers to fix, but I just can't ignore the imploring look she shoots me. That's another weakness I'll have to steel myself against before I ever think of having one of my own. For now, I give in to
Okay,
it.
tell me where she is, sweetie.
Sighing, I stand up and gesture for her to lead the way. Luke trails quietly behind us, even with the small distance in between. His apprehension is palpable, understandably so. No one wants to be caught in the middle of a children's spat. I mean, yeah, fair enough. But in the end, this is all just part of my job. I can't just shy away from it, can I? Kylie escorts us to an adjacent hall. At this hour, the corridors and the rooms lining its sides are empty, save for the gentle rustling of leaves, the twittering of birds outside, and the tapping of our foot against the floor. The whole area stays eerily quiet. Holy crap, that is a different tale. That is definitely a tale. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Absolutely, yeah. It really is. Which is very strange. I don't know. I don't understand it. But yeah, that girl definitely has a tail. Not unusual, though. This is the part of the building reserved for club activities at the end of the school day, and with the rest of the school busy with another event, it's only natural for it to be this deserted. Fox Girl goes to this school. Oh, I mean, she's probably popular then. Come afternoon, right after class, it'll once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the toilets at the far end, heading straight for it. Luke stays behind, opting to wait for the end of this drama instead, obviously not wanting to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Kylie follows right after me, unusually silent as we approach the ladies' room. Sometime before we made the turn down the hallway, she stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath. Why does she keep singing that song? That's the third time we've heard her sing it, I think. Because Because she sang it the first time when we were with Zachary, and I believe there was another time we met her that she sang it as well, and now again. It's a creepy song. Probably to brace or calm herself, or maybe this is her way of preparing to pull her friend out of her sulk. It certainly reminds me of another person. I make no remarks on it, however. It's all part of growing up, they say. Let her learn. The door's slightly ajar when we get to it, and from inside the sobs of a girl echo weakly, barely audible even in this kind of hush. Turns out Kylie's not the only one upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms on my lips as I call out for her
Hello?
friend.
Hello there? You're Kylie's friend, aren't you?
Shouldn't you ask for her name?
Melody, is it? She's looking for you.
Okay, it was Melody. I've been taking a shower, but I ain't missing this. Uh-oh. Children can be so amusing sometimes. Granted, they can be exasperating, especially around this age, but the endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of patience.
Career day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave. Don't you want to receive one?
However, her cries show no signs of abating, they only grow louder. Not close to a wail, alarming regardless.
Are you okay?
Oh no. From where I'm standing, it sounds almost like she's in some kind of pain, and it's not impossible. They do that at times, hiding what ails them in fear for a reprimand. If it's like that, coaxing her out might be useless. It also makes sense why she chose the loo furthest from their classroom. Wasting no time, I gesture for Kylie to wait and amble towards the door, calmly so I don't alarm her. At the same time, a distinct sense of deja vu hits me. I've been in this position before, behind a door with someone crying on the other side. My calls ignored as their cries grow into a wail. Just this past week, actually. Oh, right, in the locker. Even so, being in the same situation before doesn't bring any comfort. I'm putting up for the child beside me. I'm putting up for the child beside me. It's the thick undercurrent of my worry trickling into my stomach. Well, 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 what do we have here? Uh-oh. I take one last breath, then I nudge the door open. I'm about to have a little jump, aren't I? It all happens in the span of a second. Yes, I am. I don't make it past 2 steps into the room. Her cries abruptly stop. Light footsteps shuffle behind me, coming to a halt at the door. My heart skips a beat, and when I turn...
Kylie?
Ah, lovely.
Miss Pink? Miss Pink? Why didn't you help her?
My whole body becomes motionless at the sight of her, her words catching in my throat, my heart pounding rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie, I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks or the way she tilts her head in question carries the youthful, innocent vibe she always brings with her. As if I'm merely looking at a dead, hollow imitation of the child.
You hear her? She's asking for your help.
Oh, this is creepy. But it's not those that trigger a memory. It's those chilling eyes, calling, beckoning.
Won't you listen to her?
All at once, the memory returns to me. I didn't mean to skip there either. A tide that has receded and now returns to shore with an overwhelming force, carrying images of a single moment from days ago, of a world passing by in a blur, and of features I can barely discern under the little light there was. Not even a week has passed. In this minute, while I keep my eyes trained on the child before me, they return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid wounds this time, no blood streaming down a pale face, thank heavens! Just lips contorted into a small twisted smile. They brim with venom I've never expected to ever see in a child, sending tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck.
You're a bad person.
Oh.
People like you deserve to die.
Oh God. I can't breathe. Those whispers and laughters again, judging, mocking, taunting. Each scathing word rings sharp and true against my ears. My throat closes in. My whole body tenses. A chill settles at the tip of my fingers, every digit gone rigid from the cold. With every single draw of breath, any struggle for air or freedom, the coils wrapped around my body tighten, dragging me down. A gradual, tortuous descent into another bottomless abyss. On, and on, and on, until I lose touch with myself and the world.
Help me.
Until darkness claims me and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh and piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and shattering the haze without warning.
You ladies done with your business here. I don't have all morning to wait for you two.
Uh-oh. He might be doing something good here, though. My eyes snap open and the world shifts into place with a ragged gasp. When I glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No anger, no vile hatred in them, just plain, sincere concern. Bit by bit, I become aware of my surroundings and myself as warmth steadily slips back to me. I've reached out for the nearby counter to steady myself at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip on it is. It's over now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still hammers hard against my chest in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing still comes in short, shallow bursts. Before me, Kylie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do to an adult in what's probably a laughable state.
Sick? I'll call Tio, okay? Stay here and don't move.
No need. Just leave me alone.
Tio will know how to fix you. Oh, wait, okay?
I wish I can speak reassurance to her, but I can't shake it off. The dread is there, twisting at my insides in anticipation. Of what? I'm no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, I break off into a run, brushing off the anxious look Kylie gives me when I gently push her away on my way out, or the furrow in Luke's brow when I stumble into him outside. Whatever they both saw on my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell, I don't even understand what's happening anymore. Shouldn't she at some point be thinking, maybe Isabella's right in all of this? The tremors continue long after the last of my classes have ended. Although none of my students have commented on it, I've caught a few sharing anxious glances every time a pen slips from by hand or my shoulders tense whenever called. How unusual it must be for them to see the normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my fourth cup of tea would provide some sort of comfort. Or is it the fifth? Oh God, why does counting matter now? The fact that I can't easily shake it off this time should tell me something. The last time this happened, I passed it off as lapse on my part, having been sick the week before.
Here's a natural conclusion.
Yeah, well, maybe. Those are just stories. A centuries-old lore passed by the locals to keep children in line. What place doesn't have those? One of my DOS books even went as far to describe them as a strong part of Isabella's culture. 3 giants, women who feed on unborn children straight from a mother's womb, or hell, there's even one story about a demon baby. All folklore that had never had a smidgen of truth in it, most probably told to scare off the natives there back in the old days. Much like every other one in every other place. The world is more universal than people care to think. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into the eyes of that woman, after all the things I've been hearing and feeling, perhaps there's really more to that bloody letter than some awful Halloween prank.
Isabella's right all along.
There she goes. A terrible thing if true, though that thought doesn't linger long, thankfully. Soon the ringing of my mobile takes my attention away from it. Finally. Yeah, finally! It's taken a while, hasn't it? An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up and my brows knit together. Marianne McCullough. Staring hard at the screen, I try to remember when I've entered this person on my contact list. Hang on, I just need to have a look at a thing. So, that's that. What happened here? Okay, right. Oh, this is the day before. Okay. Well, oops. It takes a moment, but when it clicks, my eyes zero in on the book lying wide open on my table. I loaned it out from the library almost a week ago. I met the woman there by sheer coincidence, a fellow history buff apparently. We were after the same book, but in the end she's given it to me, under the condition that I call her once I'm done. To be honest, I've completely forgotten about it until now, and well, I haven't really taken a peek at it until today. Normally, I'd be done with the whole volume of this size a few days after taking it out, about 1 or 2 depending on how busy I am. But finding a chance to sit down and read through it has been more difficult lately than I anticipated. One moment I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere the next, then somebody suddenly's inviting me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend stops showing up in her flat right after worrying reports start popping up in the local news. There simply isn't enough time to breathe and get a grip on things. I have been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, though never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction, to no avail. My phone gives out another ring, and this time I do not hesitate to answer.
Hello. Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
No, not at all.
Aren't you in class right now?
I dismissed my last class
Oh.
10 minutes ago.
Okay.
I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon, unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
Not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
Ooh, she's asking for a date, maybe.
Oh, sure.
Oh, oops.
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
It's a peculiar question to ask someone you've just met, but I answer her nevertheless. Why is that a peculiar question to ask? I'm more curious where she's heading with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, 3rd generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, you you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Quite. If I'm going to teach about history, I'd like to think I am, yeah? But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
No, let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big. Alright, I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy. But things have been really, you know, odd. Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
In hindsight, I should have expected it'll lead to this. She must not have lived here long if she's just asking about this now. It didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived, but that's Isabella, superstitious down through the last hair. Though it won't be too far off to think Marianne has only started thinking about this recently. She's working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious now, despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up before.
The Ermengarde mansion, yes?
Yes, that one. And, the thing is,
It would probably have been a nicer conversation if she did just ask for a date, I'm gonna be honest.
oh dear, this is a bad idea. You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this. It must have been the sunny weather. It's making me sick and see stupid things.
Ah, yes, that's what sunny weather does. See
No,
things?
wait. It's alright, I don't mind.
There's a moment's pause before she responds again. She's right in that this is a silly thing to talk about, especially between what I assume two people who are pretty grounded on their beliefs with regardless to these things. I won't blame her if she hesitates.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
Oh snap, Homeworld Remastered is 90% off on GOG. Oh, that sounds like it would be cheap.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research?
Yeah, some form of research.
All right. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
Yes, indeed. 350 down from 35 bucks. Ooh, yeah, that's quite a difference. That's pretty cheap.
My lips will be sealed.
That's a pretty good deal.
Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just, what do you know about it? The general gist. The place is past. What happened to the owners?
I come back and wipe out already makes my wallet shudder. Uh-oh. Welcome back, Mundle.
Anything you can give me.
Let's see. To start off,
I do my best to give her a concise summary from the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who had built it, up to the point it got deserted after the last heir's death and the deed was passed on to the Ermengarde's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. These are all nothing she probably hasn't already heard of before, yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
All there really is to it?
as far as I know. There's this little bit I forgot to mention about Lady Charlotte Ermengarde's death, but most of those are just theories.
Tell him
Aside
anyways.
from that, this is really everything we've been teaching all these years. Should there be anything more?
No mention of any other weird stuff? Other crazy stories?
Crazy stories like what exactly? I think you need to be more specific. Dead by Daylight is also 50% off and Tailspire 25%. Ooh. Ooh. Dead by Daylight does look like it would be so much fun to do like a multiplayer yeah, I think that would be fun if we could get a group of us together playing that.
Or a letter of some sort?
My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort the tea I've drank has given me prior has instantly drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as my light hold on it turns into a firm grip. This whole letter bullshit is starting to turn into more than a coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of.
Oh.
What does a letter have to do with this?
DBD is fun with friends. I would try to join. But which one? So many choices. I could play tonight. Oh. Oh, yeah, I don't have it, unfortunately.
It was just something I came across.
Something you came across, yeah.
Or it's random thoughts, you know?
Yeah, nonsense, I'm sure.
I need to run. Thanks for answering my questions.
Sadly, me not. Uncle and aunt are coming over later. Aw, well. It's fine. We'll get it another time, sure. They can play too. Yeah, just bring them all here. Should actually be here already. Oh. Guess they will be soon then. She ends the call abruptly with only a clipped goodbye, leaving my mind heavy with even more thoughts. The mood around my classroom has gone considerably denser in the light of what little I've gleaned from that conversation. That would go straight into the wall. Oh, I mean, you never know. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her interest is genuine, I'd give her that, but she's left out a lot of things. I get the sense she only asked because something's happening around her too, and if she hasn't mentioned the letter, I probably wouldn't have made the connection.
What the hell did we get ourselves into?
Also, I'm scared of Tailspire. I think I should be more scared of Dead by Daylight, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, Tailspire is fantastic though, like, I need to play around with that some more. Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All of these are just assumptions. No concrete conclusions to be formed with what we have. And if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marianne's right. There might be something more to those stories. As absurd as it sounds, the very place that gave us that letter might tell us something beyond what we know. Oh no, DBD is what it is on face value. Tailspire is a rabbit hole. I mean, fair enough. I have to decide, do I eat now or during the movie? Which would you like more? So I would fall into the map maker and not return in half a year. I always do that with map makers and character creators. Ah, yes, absolutely. I would also have to try makeup. Ooh, what kind of makeup? But yeah, I really need to get into the map making in that because it just looks amazing and I need to try it out more. Warcraft 3 custom maps. Oh. Making maps or characters and stuff is just too good. Tomorrow night I have a few hours of that chance at the housewarming party. Totally not an exciting thought since the place is privately owned now. I can't just wander around. But it's enough reason to keep the dread at bay as I step out of the room ready to put an end to this day. However, all those good vibes disappear into thin air when I run headfirst into Luke. There's really something in this man. Regardless of how much my opinion of him has changed over the span of a few hours, he simply blasts through every good impression people have of him without care or thought. He doesn't even need to open his mouth, his mere presence does it. Fuck, I have enough in the bank from gift cards for both. Also, I have time on Sunday. I'll try to get it then. Well, DBD that is. And then we can do that after D&D. That could possibly be fun. Maybe check to see if anyone else has time for that after D&D. In all honesty, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother can love. Oh, that's harsh. And he is married, so hopefully, you know.
You're still here?
Yep.
Obviously. Who do you think standing in front of you?
Who indeed?
An ass.
Oh, come on,
Oh, wow.
Daisy, you've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave. What do you want?
Belatedly, I notice his hand, partly raised, almost poised for a knock. At a slight lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops it to his side and turns to Kylie. She's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back and towing at something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then he proceeds to make vague gestures at me and the child. He resembles a fish flopping for air with the way he's moving his arms, though I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Teal.
Aww.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
Huh? Told her what? I want to know. Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at the ceiling and maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. He may act worse than a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than being saved by served a dose of his own medicine, huh? No, nothing better than that. Once his frustration has promptly been let out, he points a rude finger at me. I do my best to stare the offending digit down, but I can already hear the demand before it's even out of his lips.
You, come with us.
Why?
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it from her. So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
You're asking for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite?
No. I don't think that's in his vocabulary, anything that has to do with politeness.
I don't know. It's been a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Mm-hmm.
Daisy, you just
Yes?
say yes.
No. A pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, his face twists into something between a grimace and a smile. As it happens, he appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You'd think the man is getting an aneurysm by simply being polite.
Please?
Tia said it'll be his treat.
Well, that's not really a good selling point, though.
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin.
Haha. I scream, yes. We all scream. I scream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream. I suddenly forgot the last word, which is odd. I think I'm just gonna go for DPD for now. Fair enough.
I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I'm under no obligation to feed her. That's a nice way of putting it. I need a shower before a movie. Take your time, Kelly. Enjoy your shower. Oh my god, what is that?
I promise I'll be quiet the next time I visit.
I mean, if that's the question, then fair reason to scream, I would say. Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
Holler.
alright, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
Oh, wow. He and Ashton will get along famously on that department. On a different front, the offer for free dinner does sound enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie has wisely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second I find all my choices slipping away from me.
Miss Pink, it'll be fun.
Oh yeah, it'll be fun.
You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
Oh, well,
My mobile buzzes from my pocket, cutting me off mid-sentence, and for a second I'm spared from the act of giving an answer I'll regret either way. Fishing the gadget out, I wave a hand at him and excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I said it didn't amuse me. He's as eager to be done with this as I am, but what can I do? Checking a message from Ashton shows up. Hey Becca, I'll be around Salemwell this evening. Need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours and Isabella's place after. See ya. Just the usual. Unlike what he does to Zachary, Ashton has the decency to let us know when he's dropping by or is in the area for some business. From the way it's phrased, it sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad he's at least aware of that boundary, not that Isabella is ever going to let him leave the building out unscathed if he ever pulls the same stunt he does with the other man. I cringe to imagine what she'll do to him. Sighing, I slip the gadget back into my pocket, but looking up to see Luke's utter impatience on his face, I now face a different dilemma. The two of them are still waiting, and knowing the kind of person Luke is, this is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him, all to please his godchild. His denials aside, it's easy to tell he's really fond of Kylie from his actions alone. I kinda hate to ruin that.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
I feel like I'm gonna be made to choose, and I really don't want to, but I also feel like I should, because Kylie doesn't deserve this. Even if I don't want to spend more time with Luke. For the girl. On the other hand, there's Ash. His message doesn't exactly imply he's going to wait or is expecting me to be there, but there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put it simply. Housewarming party matters. With inviting Isabella out of the question, I only have Zachary and Ashton. Although the former has already made it clear he'll be busy this week, and, well, Ashton has been my first choice from the start. I am interested in seeing that, though, if those are the two options. Like, go with them or see Ashton. I might... Even if it detests attending gatherings like this. Like, although we kind of already know he's going to be there because he is there in Hannah's chapter, so maybe it doesn't really matter. I wonder. It's company that counts. We can be miserable together. But that's the problem, isn't it? He hates them, and it's very likely his answer will be a flat no. I'd rather not hear that. If by some miracle he agrees to it, he'll probably be sulking the whole party. Not really a tough choice when you put it like that, but still. Tough choice, but I have to pick one. Oof. I mean, oh. Kylie forever. I mean, it does feel bad to not, because Kylie is... Oh. She might be slightly creepy because of, you know, things that seem to happen to her, but she seems a nice enough kid when she's actually herself, and oh. I really feel like I should pick that. Ah, fine. Ah, damn it. Fine. In the end, it's my own fondness for Kylie that wins out. Chances are I'll only have to endure his presence for an hour or so. If it lasts more than that, I can make up an excuse, a sudden call from a friend, or things to work on. It doesn't seem so bad when I think of the pros and cons. At best, it'll be a quiet dinner. At worst, it'll be an awkward affair we're both eager to be rid of. I'm leaning more on the latter happening, hoping for the former, of course.
Okay, but only because Kylie asked.
Oh boy. Kylie's face instantly lights up. For the third time today, she tackles me into a hug before pulling away and dragging me by the hand towards the building's exit.
Alright, I'm sure Teal doesn't mind.
Oh, well, we shall see.
Let me pick where we're going to eat. Don't worry, it's just close.
Luke follows closely behind her, perhaps out of some desire to keep the dead air away. I can't resist throwing in a quip.
Keep your distance. You better not do anything funny, you hear?
I'm the one who should keep my distance.
You know what? Fair point. We did clobber him the first time we met, so...
May I remind you who approached me first and what you did right after?
Yes, yes, you are. I'm sorry, I forgot what I said. Yes, I am what? You know what she's capable of. That's true. Yes.
Oh, I remember it clearly. Perhaps it's you who needs a reminder.
I'd be happy to provide a reminder.
You seem to have never learned your lesson. Care we give it another try?
Oh, let's give it another try.
Maybe this time it'll stick.
Maybe this time it'll stick.
Oh, he's such a child!
You think you're scary? I'll show you what's scary.
Okay, They're here now, so be right back in a while. Take your time, Mundle. Have a good time with your family. To my surprise, his tone lacks the usual sardonic note in it, and briefly I paused to stare at him. Yes, tell them hi for us. Oh, how confusing would that be? I hope Mundle heard that. He quickly shuts his mouth right after and walks ahead of us. All talk and no trousers like the usual. And for the better part of our walk, except for Kylie's excited chatter, we don't speak. I'll tell them hi from the US. Hey, what about me? I'm not from the US. Random people on the internet say hi, family. Exactly. Somehow, I have this strange feeling I'm already getting used to this kind of banter with him. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. And amidst this newfound friendship, dare I call it that, Ashton's message lies forgotten and abandoned in my pocket. Oh, achievement unlocked dinner date. No. Hang on. Huh. Only 34% actually do that. I just had to check. Why did I do that? Because of Kylie, that's why. Of all the places nearest to the school, Kylie picks this one, and waiting for food to be served is as awkward as I've imagined it would be. Not the bad sort, though. The pleasant kind. Surprisingly, Luke's an okay bloke when he tries. So long as you're willing to look past the tactless remarks or we're not exchanging acerbic quips. It's clear he's making an effort for this to be as fun as possible for the 6-year-old by being chattier, even going as far as to laugh when Kylie's story calls for it. It's an interesting thing to hear from the man. More than once, I catch his frequent cheesed-off expression easing when he looks at the girl.
And your friend? Did you make up with her?
She's only 6. I mean, she does look tiny. So apparently...
Yep. She said she just saw something she didn't like. She didn't accept the jellies, though.
How strange.
She told me to give it to you instead. She knows you like the red ones, too.
How?
Very well. Hand it to me later. I'll bring some of them home.
Why would her friend know that he likes the red jelly babies? Unless she told her, I
I
guess.
think your Tia would love to have some.
What a terrible liar. He says he dislikes the idea of having children of his own, but it's easy to see some part of him genuinely wants them. What's stopping him? Once Kylie wanders to the nearby bookshelves after having lost interest in the conversation, however, we both revert back to silence. On our own, we have little to talk about aside from a few questions about the other here and there. At one point, it does veer on local politics and history. He is surprisingly versed with it that he can hold a decent conversation without throwing a jibe. Nothing too personal is ever mentioned so far, though. It's too early for those, and besides, I don't like him enough to speak of every minute detail of my life. Better keep it strictly between the silence and the casual repartee. This whole thing already looks and feels wrong on so many levels. I'm sure he feels the same. So when another bout of silence hits us and becomes too much, I've taken to finding something else to occupy myself. Toying with my mobile, turning it from hand to hand while we wait for our respective meals. But it'll be a complete lie if I say I'm not waiting for some intervention. Something to pull me away from this place. Someone. Ashton's probably at Salemwell by this time, working on whatever business he has there. Maybe if I make up an excuse and leave now, I can still catch him?
Out, it's distracting.
Okay. My hand stills, holding the gadget awkwardly between us, arrested mid-pass by his bored tone. He's been quiet for a long minute now after complaining how appalling the tea they're serving here is. Ah, here's Luke. Yep, here he is. Before that, he has whined about how uncomfortable his chair is and tasteless the decorations they have here. Previous to that, he has griped about how dull the place is compared to the other one he frequents in the upper class side of the city. Well, I'm sorry for being a bunch of peasants, your majesty. Figures he'll lose patience soon, having already grumbled about almost everything his eyes can reach. It's just unfortunate he's turned to me now.
Why don't you just look somewhere else?
I can't. If I turn elsewhere, I might end up looking at the bobfuck right behind us.
What was that?
Do I even want to ask?
I don't think so. I don't want to hear it. If it's coming out of his mouth, it can only be either rude or offensive. Regardless, he continues.
Everything looks good. But have you seen the face? True horror.
Oh, good lord.
What is wrong with you? You know, I frown about this in practice, but that mouth needs to be washed out with a particularly potent soap,
Would probably do him some good.
preferably by your own mum.
A shame she isn't here.
For whatever reason, that puts an end to that talk right away. Yes! He returns to watching his godchild, who has found a particularly interesting picture book and is now poring over it while I turn back to my mobile. Still no message. Would it kill him to at least send a message, check if I were home? Meanwhile, Luke's silence lasts about all but 10
What is it
seconds.
with the damn mobile? Are you on a curfew?
Maybe I'm expecting a call. Jeez. He's got the immature act down pat. I'll give him that. Seriously, how old is this guy? I'd actually like to know as well. Has he somehow been deprived of affection during childhood? Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
And what is it to you? I don't think it's any of your business what I do with it.
It's really not, no.
It is my business, alright?
I mean, I guess we are kind of having a meal together, so, fine, sure.
1, I'm the one paying here. 2, I'm being forced to eat dinner in a place this stuffed and noisy. Lastly, it's been 10 minutes, the food isn't here, and I'm hungry.
10 minutes isn't that long for food to cook, though. I mean, that's kind... If you go to a restaurant, you order your food, like, not a fast food place, because this obviously is a cafe or something, so it's not fast food. If you go to any place that isn't a fast food restaurant, 10 minutes isn't actually a long time if they're preparing the food. That tiramisu looks divine. I've never actually had tiramisu, but I've heard very good things about it.
What you're doing with the mobile is annoying and distracting, when the least you could do is keep things entertaining while I suffer.
I'm sorry, am I here to entertain you? No, no, we are both grown people. You entertain yourself. You can talk, you can pick a topic. No. Pardon? Yeah. Oh, is that unusual? Maybe it is.
That's your problem? Shouldn't you be more worried about how this entire affair looks to other people?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't realize this was one.
Oh my god. Look, why?
You move fast, Daisy. You
Oh.
informed me first, you know. Had I known, I would have taken you someplace nicer.
Oh, good lord, he's so... Oh, I cannot with him. Girl, this needs to be corrected. Oh, well.
Certainly the kind with better food and
Oh.
plenty of good wine.
Oh, good lord, please stop talking.
Why did I ever think this was a good idea? Did it ever occur to you how inappropriate this might look to everyone?
I don't think he cares. Ah, there's the alcoholism. Yeah, true. Also, yeah. It's actually strange to think that he hasn't had, like, it's been an entire day and he probably hasn't had a drop of alcohol unless he just drank a lot before leaving his house, because I assume at a school function there's not going to be alcohol, and again here, no alcohol, so like he's gone an entire day without wine. That's actually pretty impressive for him, what we've seen so far.
Why should I care? It's only inappropriate if you make it out to be.
I mean, he's got a point there, though.
Relax. I won't do anything to make your boyfriend angry. He doesn't even need to know we dined out.
Wait, who? And there's his ignorance. Well, also that.
It'll be our dirty little
Oh my.
secret.
Okay. If there's... He just cannot keep his story... Like, that smile. Yeah, that's a creepy smile. Oh, why is my mouse not working? Oh, there we go. So, he says... It's only inappropriate if you make it out to be. And now it's a dirty little secret. I mean, yes, in and of itself, them having dinner with Kylie isn't technically inappropriate, but if you call it a dirty little secret, then it does turn into that. Luke just wants anything with two legs. Yes. Yes, exactly. Yep. It's very true. Welcome back, Kelly.
Not my boyfriend.
You kind of want him to be, though. Why are you on a date with him? Look, Kylie, the little child, guilted me into it, and Wipeout helped as well, so blame Wipeout and blame Kylie. I regret everything. 34% of people have made this choice as well, so most people just go, no way. And I cannot believe I let myself be talked into this by a child, a bobblehead child, and Wipeout. The words come out with more force than I've intended. By the time I realize my slip-up, his lips are already spread in a sneer. Does he ever smile a different way? Heat slowly crawls up in my face.
So there is someone. You're so easy to read.
Oh my gosh. I want to slap him. Briefly, his eyes search my face. I have no idea what he sees, nor do I care to know. But then the next second, he barks out a laugh, displaying his amusement, without reserve to everyone within earshot. In that moment, I know I've flipped a switch in him somewhere, and I've lost my chance to deny his assumptions. Do I even want to? Isn't that the reason why I've been so focused on my mobile, waiting for another message for him? For a reason to dump this awkward meeting to go after him?
Look how mottled you are.
Why are you the way you
Now
are?
the nickname makes more sense. Shy Miss Pink and her cute little crush.
I cannot deal with him.
And the color suits you, by the way. It matches the hair.
I think that's the point.
It's not a crush.
Classic denial. But in reality, you want him to be yours. And your every move is made to make him notice you. In fact, you don't want him to see you with another man in a non-professional capacity. Because he might misinterpret it.
But he's not here.
The same thing goes for you, doesn't it? Bloody, yours is even worse. What about your wife? Aren't you concerned she might misinterpret this?
Fair point. But no, I don't think so. And Luke is insightful. Somewhat, yeah. He's a weird person.
Easy. Just because we tied the knot doesn't mean we have to be joined at the hip at every single opportunity.
No, but you should be trying to spend a little time with her at least, because that's what a couple should do. Any couple. It's the same thing Miss Wright mentioned. Yeah. True.
Don't be ridiculous.
That is true.
Why else would you marry her if you don't want to be with her for the rest of your lives?
Good question, though. I actually am... How is he going to...
Because, Daisy, she also has other things she can do with her life and friends to spend time with.
But you should want to spend some time with her. I mean, that's not even a marriage thing. That's just a relationship thing, like a couple thing. You should want to spend time with the person. Fine, not every second of every day of your entire rest of your life, but sometimes you should want to spend a little bit of time with them at least.
Granted, I don't like some of them, and I have a few of my own she utterly dislikes. But wifey doesn't have to know my every move. Nor do I hers.
Fair enough, but still. You should want to be somewhat involved with her.
Do you know how boring that would be? To be with the same person for all hours of the day. Losing sleep over the mere fact they're not with you?
I mean, that's not the same thing, though. That's not what we're talking about here. Like, that would be just... I mean, that would be just an unhealthy relationship in a different kind of way, but, like... Spend some time together.
Or putting everything you have aside to please them? To have your whole world revolve around one person?
I mean, the story we've gotten from Hannah so far, that kind of is her... Well... Okay, after she gets possessed, that's basically what she wants. Apparently. But before that, it's kind of like her life has gotten to be that way, but she wants to change it. I don't know.
Aren't you just mistaking that for something else? Unlike you, there are other people here who don't share the same jaded outlook you have. Don't lump everyone together just because it didn't work out for you.
And you, my dear, are unexpectedly naive.
What's so naive about it?
Oh boy.
If you love each other, wouldn't you want to always see them, be with them, to have them focus solely on you?
No. You'd want to be with them in the sense of be in a relationship always. You'd want to be with them most of the time, but not focus solely on you. That would be an unhealthy relationship. That's a different kind of boundary. Like, you need to be able to spend time apart as well. You need to find a balance. You can't be apart all the time because that's not good for a relationship, but you can't always be together either. That's also not good, Rebecca.
Maybe you haven't been loved enough.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's that kind of thing for you, isn't it? The love is eternal, love is a strong emotion shite. A starry-eyed girl pining for her dashing Prince Charming?
I mean, love is supposed to be a strong emotion. I mean, love is eternal can be debated because, yeah, if you love someone, you love them, but love changes. Like, you fall in love with someone, but that isn't the same as being in love. And then, like, love grows differently. You know? Am I just talking nonsense here? But, like, love changes as you get to know a person, as you spend time with them, as you know, it's not a constant thing.
So what's next? Romantic confessions of love? A grand wedding on the beach? Dozens of spawns running around in some picturesque home in the suburbs?
Why does he keep calling it spawns? I mean, you don't need to have romantic confessions of love, but, like, for some people that would be, like, I mean, for most people, I assume, if you really want to be with someone and they somehow make a romantic confession of love to you, you'd be happy. And weddings are... It depends on you what... Maybe you want a grand wedding on the beach. Maybe you want a small one in a church. Maybe you want, you know, just a little gathering in your back garden. I think I'm just being quarrelsome here, but these people are like, it's... I don't know.
How quaint. Are you also expecting it's going to be sunshine and rainbows after? A happily ever after?
Well, no.
Please.
What? I never once said... And is all of that such a bad thing to hope for?
I mean, happiness ever after is a bit like... If you're being realistic in a relationship, you are going to have spats. You are going to have days where you don't agree, but you make up and you know... I don't really understand why they're fighting about this, because they clearly have different outlooks, and that's fine, but it's like there's the end of the scale where it's just everything is perfect, and then there's the other end of the scale where everything is not, and there's a lot of in-betweens here. I don't quite understand their...
Woman, I've been married for 7 years, and I'm telling you, it's far from what you have in your pretty red head.
Her hair is pink, thank you.
Tell me, how long has this song and dance been going for you and your man? Maybe I am mistaken.
Averting my eyes from him is all I managed to do. What does his mere 7 years have compared to the 17 I've had with Ash? I mean, you're not married to Ash, though. It's laughable he thinks those two things are even comparable. Ash and I may have never moved past the boundaries of friendship like what I'm hoping for years, but what we have isn't something anyone can scoff at. I've always been by his side, endured everything with him. I know him better than anyone. No matter what this man, this complete stranger says, I know there will always be a place for me beside him. Depends. And yet...
Come on, Daisy, that shouldn't be too hard. 3, 5, 8, 10, 20.
His words easily seep into my heart like sharp daggers, gradually picking apart everything I've been sure of. Despite myself, the doubts resurface and my defenses crumble right in front of my eyes. It's no wonder he sees through me, and as expected, he ridicules it. Laughs. Restrained, low and rumbling, a sharp sound striking at the air around us amidst the murmur of people and the soft notes of the music playing over our heads. His shoulders shake when his mirth becomes too much even for him. He reaches up a hand and passes it over his face as if to hold his glee close to him.
Bloody bullocks, this is just brilliant.
I mean, oh. I can't deal with this. I really cannot deal with this.
Oh,
good
mother,
lord.
why do I always keep running into these things? This day couldn't get any better. I think I'm gonna need a stiff drink after this.
I think I am as well, and I don't have any. It's an actual problem. But hello, welcome. How are you doing? He dissolves into another peal of laughter, but when it subsides, what he has for me are more words, scathing each of them. The urge to run from here has never been this
Is
strong.
everything you said how you plan to act, if that man of yours ever ends up with you?
I really hope not, because that would be a very, very unhealthy relationship. I've said that several times now. That would not be good. And honestly, Rebecca seems a bit obsessive in her behavior when you look at it that way. I'm gonna be honest. I'm doing okay, pretty tired after work, but at least it's half the term break next week. How are you? Ah, that's great. Yeah, break is gonna be good. I hope you get some good rest for the rest of the day, though. I am okay.
Cling to him? Put him on a bloody pedestal? Let him become the center of your universe?
I really can't with this man. But I'm also kind of like a bit with Rebecca as well, because she's being a bit... Yeah.
Although with how long this seems to be going
Oh
on, I
gosh.
think you've already done so. Marriage will just be icing on the top.
Nah, he might actually have a point there, and I cannot with this guy. I'm extremely confused as to what accent is supposed to be. He's using British slang, but I'm hearing no British accent. No, I think it's non-British people who are trying to do British accents, basically. Because that's what it sounds like. Because, like, it sounds like an attempt at British accent. So I think that's what it is. Like, the voice actors aren't British, but the thing is set in England. So, yeah. How we've needed Pud here the whole time. Yes. But there is, like, because I have the same thing with Marianne, who's supposed to be Irish, but, like, it doesn't quite sound right.
Like some sort of reward for you, isn't it? For
There are
being a
more of
good,
these accents.
Patient, loyal
Yes.
little girl all this time, never looking at another man.
I mean, you will hear it from basically everyone that speaks, except Marianne, who's Irish. Although, the same thing there, because it's a non-Irish person doing an Irish accent. And I guess Zach is probably kind of, yeah. I That sentence sounded more French than British. Yeah, it's not like you can definitely hear that it's not native British people speaking British.
He must have been having a grand time with someone pining over him this long. I'm a little envious, to be honest.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
Maybe also a little surprised he hasn't suffocated from all your attention yet.
Yeah, that as well. It's not good. I mean, it really isn't. Like, she is borderline obsessive if you think of her. How she's acting.
Laugh all about it if you want. It's not like you'll ever understand.
Probably not, no. Luke falls silent. The ridicule in him is gone in an instant, and his eyes meet mine, sharp and imposing. A challenge, but I hold it against him with the same intensity, because if there's something I won't let his opinion trample on, it's this. What does he know? However, he's the first one to look away, focusing on his eyes back to where Kylie is, and for a moment, I believe I've won. Until he draws a breath and turns back to me. The words he drops next, though hushed, hang heavily in the distance between us.
Right. I won't.
Wait, what did he say? My attention span isn't good enough for this right now. Oh, yeah, he won't understand. Yes.
But I do know not to mistake love for obsession, woman. They are not the same thing.
Yep. That is true. And Rebecca does seem more obsessed than anything. I'm gonna be honest. Like, the things, the ways she's describing relationships as she sees, well, her opinion of what they should be seems rather obsessive. Even if I'm not exactly agreeing with how Luke sees relationships either, because I do feel like he should be trying to spend at least a little bit of time with his wife, and as far as we know so far, he doesn't at all. Like, he'll try to, like, he'll leave her as soon as he can and come back home as late as possible. Like, that's what we've seen from him so far. So I don't agree with that either. You need like a middle ground to what he does and what she does, I think, but then I'm no expert. It rattles. Out of everything he said tonight, this is the one thing that twinges my heart. Maybe it's in the manner that he delivers it, the lack of conceit in his posture or an underlying insult in the tone he takes. The remark is not meant to cut, merely to express a simple truth. This time it's him who holds gaze against mine. Another unspoken challenge, and I realized that if this happened minutes before, I'd have already have an equally searing retort at the tip of my tongue. There's none. But the anger is there, ringing at my insides, prodding at the uncertainties I've long kept. Isn't it enough? We have the long years we've been together. We have the memories whenever he needs me until other people came in between us. I've always been the one there. That dedication and loyalty should mean something, shouldn't it? See, there's where, like, no. Just because you've been there for someone, just because, like, that doesn't mean that that person owes you anything, and certainly not a relationship. Like, that dedication and loyalty should mean a strong friendship. Like, you want to be there for that person. You want to help this person when they're in need of something that you can help with. Like, that's not a contract for them to owe you a relationship. I don't know. I've always been sure of it, and that one day he'll see it for what it is. In spite of that, in this minute, under this man's scrutiny, my own heart wavers. Now I struggle to find the words. I don't really agree with any of these. From Rebecca's point of view, though, I'm going for that one. Maybe this at least sours the relationship. It did, so I'm happy with that, sure. How dare he, though? How dare he just waltz in and act like he can do as he pleases, say what he wants, or trample over other people's feelings? He doesn't know anything about me or Ashton. We've only met a few days ago, and yet he acts like we've been acquainted for years. He hasn't even met Ash. How can he say those things about him? The longer I hear his tirade, the more it sounds like he's pulling this out of his arse, out of some misguided thinking he's better than anyone in this whole bloody city. What a pompous bawhide. What is that? Normally, I'll ignore people like him. He doesn't deserve a single second of my day, but a small voice at the back of my head protests at the idea of simply leaving things here. I refuse to let this go until I've said my piece and defended myself. Those aren't merely months of harboring feelings for someone he's scoffing at. They're made of years. All of it built upon memories we've had from childhood.
Why do you have to tell me that?
But I mean, she doesn't have... It's not healthy. She is obsessed, I would say.
None whatsoever, Daisy. But did you assume I haven't seen that before? Those longing looks? The face of someone who wants something but has yet to get it?
Probably not, no.
Give me a little credit here, woman. I'm not daft, nor am I blind to your silly little feelings.
Silly little... Okay, I mean... I do actually think he's right in this situation, but he could definitely phrase it nicer. Like, you don't have to be mean about it. He's still an absolute jerk, and I absolutely super dislike him, but... he is kind of right. In the situation, though.
It's plastered all over your face anyway. I didn't even need to try.
A pause comes after while I wait for him to add to that. He doesn't, but briefly a wistful expression spreads across his face. Surprisingly gentle, as if remembering an old memory from once upon a time or something he has constantly seen in the mirror. It's gone in the next second. Then he turns his attention to a box beside him. For the next few minutes he contents himself with making a mess out of the paper napkins inside, folding them into clean shapes without any clear intent, before crumpling them in his hand when he loses interest and dumping them in a small pile in front of him. I allow it to go on for a little while before I interrupt him. I'm not yet done.
And somehow that's reason enough for you.
Why is he messing with the paper napkins?
Not at all. In fact, you didn't even need to stay here and listen to me ramble about it. Go on, walk away, the door's wide open, if you wish to be done with this mindless topic. You certainly won't hear me complaining if we just drop this now. I, for one, am very eager to be done with this stupid nonsense about your man and your...
You don't know me.
He pauses in the middle of folding another paper napkin into an airplane and glances up at me.
I'm quite sure we've already established that, Daisy. But go ahead.
And you know not a single thing about him.
That too is true. Are you going anywhere with this?
We've always been together since we were children. We've been friends for a long time. We know each other better than anyone.
But that doesn't mean you're gonna...
Compared to those 7 measly years you're so proud of, we've been with each other for almost a lifetime.
It's not the same, though.
Not quite. Add a few more years, maybe? It does sound romantic when you put it that way, doesn't it? Not many people get to have someone with them that long. That's what you have going for you, isn't it? Cute years playing hide and seek, going to school together, and sharing lunchboxes? Did he also protect you from bullies? I bet my socks he did. Lucky, I don't even remember anyone from my old neighborhood.
I mean, this... Honestly... One of them should just step away from this, because this isn't a... Neither of them are ever going to agree with the other one, and while... This conversation, well, this argument just isn't constructive in any way.
Well, except for that one Nancy who spat his drink in my face. You better pray I don't find him.
Oh, Lord.
So, you're just going to call it that? Despite what I told you, you're just going to call it an obsession?
Well, it is. Come on, Rebecca. What your whole attitude towards this whole thing, it is an obsession.
Isn't it?
Of course it isn't. Didn't I already tell you?
Did it ever cross your mind how your man would feel about all this?
You think I've never thought of that? Listen here, you.
Or were you expecting he'll simply feel the same all because of some shared history you have? Because fun fact, Daisy, feelings change and people most definitely also change with time.
I mean, he is right about that.
Whoever that person was 10 or 20 years ago, whatever idea you have of them floating inside your head, they won't be the same now.
Actually, that's a good point. If she's like holding on to this image of what they were like as kids together somehow, then... Oh, jeez.
What are you trying to get at?
Suppose that man of yours wants something else for himself. What if he never returns your feelings the way you so desperately want him to? What will you do?
Good question, actually.
That's not going to...
Are you going to beg? Tell him to choose you instead? Or are you going to lash out at the poor woman or man who happened to catch your man's attention?
Again, actually good questions. My voice falters. His eyes focus on me. The pieces of paper he's been folding earlier are now left forgotten in the space between us while he waits for my response. However, I can't give him one. He's already aware of that, and it shows in his face when his lips form a lopsided smirk. How can I, when I've had my suspicions all along? One that rears its ugly head every time I simply see the two of them in the same room.
Oh, I hit a nerve, didn't I?
Well, yes.
That's none of your business.
It's true, though. The poor bloke doesn't have any obligation to return your precious feelings. Nor can you force him to. That wouldn't be right.
True.
If you're just going to mock me, we might as well sew your bloody mouth shut this instant.
Yikes.
Now, no need to get violent. But come on, 20 years? Gordon Bennett, if nothing's happening past that mark, you might as well consider your options, woman.
Yeah. I mean, she really should try to move on because it's not healthy. Like, I mean, during the other chapters, I've just kind of seen this as, okay, she has a crush on him, he has a crush on Isabella, and, you know, that's fine because things like that happens. But seeing her side of the story now, like, it's actually kind of disturbing because she has a very, very... This is, like, not a good thing.
Even I wouldn't last that long.
Stop it.
One of these days, I'd like to meet the guy and share a few drinks with him, just to give the poor bloke a break from you. And probably see how dense he really is. I mean, a lovely woman like you chasing after him, and he doesn't give a shite?
Oh
That's
boy.
new. It'll be on me, don't worry.
I said stop it! I don't want to hear a word of it anymore!
The chair scrapes the floor as I abruptly push away from our table to stand, looming over him with the most piercing glower I can summon, anger undeterred by my own ragged breathing and clenched fists, looking down at him in the same manner he did to me throughout this chat. The only way I can keep my pride intact in front of him is... and the other people watching this sudden scene unfold. I hate this man. I hate the fact that he can unsettle me like this, turning everything around what I've believed in with his mere words alone. What's more awful? It's how easily those can replace the very ideas I hold dear to me. Not because I'm easily swayed, but because in each of them, I'm aware there's a sliver of truth. Minutes pass in quiet tension. Some of the diners have already lost interest in the commotion and returned to their meals. A waiter serves our food soon enough, and Kylie makes her way back to our table, unaware. But before I can take a seat, Luke mutters something. The words spoken in the same biting tone he has assumed since earlier. Despite my opinion of the man, I stop to look at him. His eyes are on the food as he speaks, busying himself with cutting a portion of meat on his plate. But what comes out of him only rings true against my ears above the din of the coffee
Is
house.
that all you are? Just some lovesick woman craving for another's affection? I sincerely hope not. Kylie spoke highly of you.
He spears a piece of his food, pops it in his mouth, and that's it. With that, however, he leaves another challenge in the air. Another question. One whole day with this man, and I still can't figure out what his deal is. This time, I don't rise up to it. Doing so means facing a different set of truths I'm not ready to face. Bitter truths. Those are for me to ponder on later, not in front of these people or him. His loathsome face and his sneer are the last thing I'd want to see if that introspective ever happens. But for all this, I can't bring myself to think of him as someone wholly despicable. The rest of our meal slips by in silence afterwards. Aside from Kylie's occasional chatter, the whole dinner goes by without another word exchanged between the two of us. Somehow, we manage to make it throughout the whole thing without triggering another tension-riddled conversation. A good thing, perhaps. One, because Kylie's sitting in front of us, and two, I probably won't be able to hold a proper conversation with my mind heavy with thoughts. We depart from the coffee house just as the evening crowd starts to thin out. The same wordless silence fills our short walk back to the school, except for when Luke gestures at a nearby flower shop and enters it without waiting for Kylie and I. He emerges minutes after carrying a bouquet of daffodils with the same softened expression back on his face. Unlike the previous ones, he tucks this one away almost as soon as he looks up at us, a moment he's not willing to share. At my confusion, he merely answers with a shrug and continues walking.
Important.
I accept it for what it is, if only because he doesn't owe me an explanation. It does leave more questions about him. Each one is baffling as the previous ones. Those are the last words spoken this evening before we head our own ways. Up until I arrive home, I still can't understand him. Here, however, a whole different set of questions await me. And much like everything today, it comes with the littlest of things. A low note greets me upon reaching my unit store. Its edges flutter lightly against the faint warm breeze passing through the small complex. My hand stops short of twisting the knob as I stare at it, though I don't make any moves to take it. Dropped by earlier, you weren't around. Any ideas where Scaredy Cat is? I couldn't contact her. Inspector Abigail has a few questions. LPD stuff, something about her dead co-workers. Anyway, let me know how the two of you have been doing. I'll see you later, Ash. The smiley face, oh my gosh. Ashton's neat script lines its surface. The message he left short and straight to the point, but not without the underlying hint of friendship. He's looking for Isabella, apparently. Something about LPD's investigation of her co-worker's death, but it ends in a formal tone. Ends its formal tone by checking on me, us. Any other day, the former part of his message will likely prod at the piercing envy I've been holding, while the latter will probably send my heart aflutter. Little things from him that I want to mean something more, yet this time only guilt fills me and my eyes briefly shift towards Isabella's empty unit. Luke's word repeats inside my head as I do.
Just some lovesick woman craving for another's affection.
I mean, maybe not just, but she is a bit of that. I think we can say that.
I sincerely hope not. Kylie spoke highly of you.
Have I always been like this?
This selfish? In truth, I've intended to call Ash after that dinner. If I didn't catch him here, I'd invite him to that party like I've planned. There's time, and he's still probably awake around this hour, but my hands won't move, and perhaps it's for the better. Until I've had time to think things through, it'll be best if I distance myself from those I've been clinging tightly to. Find a different perspective and see things for what they are. With a soft sigh, I reach for the note and crumple it on under my hand. The knob twists open with much ease when I enter this time. Maybe after some introspection, it'll be easier. For tomorrow, I have that woman in the mansion to worry about. The night wears on without further incident, despite the great number of thoughts swimming in my head. Come morning, there's only a hush, strange sort of stillness, unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's uneasy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely waiting for the proper time to snap. Granted, it doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. And as expected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart, broken by the voices of two squabbling adults echoing from a floor below. The quiet was nice while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
Uh-oh.
I wasn't. Ow! Could you let go?
Not a few seconds later, they both ascend the stairs, with Ashton pulling Isabella by her wrist. She struggles as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Freeing herself means having to draw blood as she attempts to pry his hand off with her other one, or using unnecessary force to push herself away, neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. She has the good sense to realize that, at least. However, it doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton's temper with her own. So on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
Have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
Rose died, Ash.
Yeah, she's not the only one.
I know. Every single person in Luxburg knows. It's on the damn news. But that doesn't mean...
Actually, hang on. So, let's see. This is... Okay. So that's Marianne. And... Okay, that's just... Okay, right. So we're... It's the 27th today. Yes? No. It's the 28th today. Okay. So... Right, yes, because that was while the party was going, and then... Right, okay. So not yet. Zach is still fine.
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat.
Uh-oh.
This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason. We sure as hell don't investigate things just because some stupid letter spooked us.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will...
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it.
Uh-oh.
It was funny the first time, not so much now.
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
Both of their heads snap up almost in unison. A displeased frown is on each of their faces, but this is a necessary interruption. What can they do? People are still in their units, have already taken interest in the commotion, with some taking a peek behind the curtains, while others are bold enough to creak open their doors, if only slightly. If they don't keep it down, pretty soon our landlady will show up. Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen, first thing on a Friday morning, even if this is hardly my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
I mean, fair enough.
Don't
yeah.
worry, we're done here.
No, we aren't. Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them, and...
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place.
Well, she did.
Isabella, you're going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
Your precious team is looking at it the wrong way.
Also true, though, to be fair.
Becca, it's not just Rose. There are others.
That last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory, that vicious smile already etched deep inside my mind. The image appears clear enough. At the mere mention of it, I stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
It's nothing. If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we?
Well... Things are about to happen, Ash.
But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive. So for the last time, this isn't a curse.
Zach's alive for now. Alive for now. Unfortunately.
There's a murderer on the loose, and your co-workers happen to be the victims. Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Well,
I think that's too much for a coincidence?
no, I don't think he thinks so.
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time.
So the pattern this time just happens to be people from a certain company. Well, I suppose that is a pattern.
And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
I wasn't chasing after.
Will the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute? What's this about your coworkers, Belle?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it's always been. Besides having a very good point, really, they're the very same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. But the fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been seeing, sensing these past few days. It doesn't matter what Isabella or I believe on our own. Something odd has been happening around me, and that letter she picked up is at the heart of this. Give me 1 second, I'm just going to check the time. Okay. But however I respond to the question in their faces, only one of them will be pleased with it. I mean, I'm going to do that here. I know that's probably going to take a turn for their relationship, but I feel like, yeah. I mean, it's the truth, and we need to convince him of things. Imagining the look on his face doesn't take too much effort. His entire posture shifts the moment my reluctance shows, my shoulders tensing, brows furrowing, eyes gaining a sharp edge. He's already bracing himself for the disappointment, and it will be a disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I'd be saying this either.
I might have seen her. The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
Both of them stare at me like I've grown an extra head, and for a few moments, Ashton looks as he's looks like he's about to have a fit. Oh, Ash, no. A pause treads at its heels after. A silence thick enough one can almost hear a pin drop.
You're kidding, right?
Do I look like I'm joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
I don't think it's meant to be funny, I'm gonna be
Ash,
honest.
I'm not lying. Why would I lie about this? It's been this way since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter.
Has he not experienced anything in this time, or is he just really in denial? That'll be interesting, because his story is up next, I think. So that'll be interesting to see.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
Ah, yes, that must be it.
I'm not sick. Don't you think I'd know that by now?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat. Give me a break.
Why don't you?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
Isabella's voice cut sharply through the conversation, abruptly putting an end to the brewing argument.
It's all my fault. This is all my fault. I was only hoping I could fix this before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
She breathes in deep, steadying. In that moment, something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I promise.
A quiet resolve, the same one I saw in her that night from 3 days ago, but this time it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers at its sight when she looks at him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching. Gradually, his grip on her wrist loosens.
There's nothing to fix. The problem is...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking of any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us, a hush descending on the world as if it's waiting for her
You don't
words.
have to come with me. But if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays a hand atop his, gentle, pleading, almost intimate if one does not consider the circumstances we found ourselves in. Ashton will never tell a soul, will never admit it, even to himself, but it is in that short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment that hard edge in his eyes soften and he relinquishes his hold on her, letting his hand fall limply to his side. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small lackluster smile. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move, breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose in a gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping.
I mean, it's happening to more people.
Never mind. Don't worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
He's already poised to leave when my own instinct takes over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering at the back of my mind. He's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he does deserve a word of caution. Who knows where all of this will take us, how all of this will end. He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it. If you don't want to listen to me, fine. But please, try to hear her out. It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it.
Yeah.
Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
A different kind of trust, granted implicitly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile to last. He falls silent for a moment as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to at least listen to her, without the teasing or the jibes. A favor for me, and the least he could do for her. This is as much as I can do for him as well, until I've understood what's happening myself. Tonight, hopefully, where this all started will provide me with the answers I'm looking for. Except the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden, whatever Isabella claims dwelling in this mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Of all the cabbies in Luxburn, I have to chance upon the superstitious one. Still not as bad as finding out your your car starter refuses to crank on when it was still working this morning, yes. But it's equally as frustrating when you're forced to walk the rest of the way, all because the driver got spooked. Isabella and him will get along so well. I do get his reasons. After all, I've had my fair taste of the bizarre lately, all of which might have been brought upon by that letter Isabella found here. But you'd think that he'd at least be charitable enough to take me a little closer to the house itself, and not a distance 15 minutes away from it by foot. Good thing I'm not wearing anything too formal or constricting. Otherwise, that short walk would likely put me in a bad mood long before I have to suffer in a room full of strangers tonight. Although, this soon proves to be a problem the second the driveway comes into view and I near the entrance. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how I look. Cars worth more than my own apartment and childhood home combined line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in their best also flock near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Presumably Mrs. Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among present company. This despite keeping a far simpler appearance than the rest of her own guests, or not having her husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration. What is wrong with me? At best. At worst, she's the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Loxbourne.
Welcome everyone.
And Mum said we could have been good friends. I can't even picture myself mingling with the kind of guests she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar now that I've seen her this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my tastes. They flit briefly in my mind until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience again.
Please, make yourselves at home.
I wish I can share her enthusiasm, really. But being surrounded by all this extravagance, for the lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of the night will go. I shouldn't have let Luke's words affect me like that. I should have just gone ahead and asked Ashton like I planned. If he were here, then I won't have to...
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Oh. Well, he is here, and he was supposed to be, so, yeah. I guess if you don't ask him to be there, he's there for some other reason. Or maybe you never get to ask him, I don't know. but we did know that he would be here. A moment of astonishment overcomes me before confusion sets in seconds later. It takes another for my body to catch up. Once it does, when I finally turn to see it for myself, it's his familiar mop of hair that catches my eyes first. And there he is, almost an arm's reach if it isn't for the guest standing between us. Ashton Frey standing in the Armengard mansion driveway with an air too... I'm sorry, what? Lackadaisical? How do you pronounce that word? Lackadaisical? You got it, really? Huh. Interesting. For someone who absolutely abhors parties of any form. I've never heard that word before. Like, I get the meaning from, the sentence, but have never heard that word. Interesting. Or has any business here as far as I know. The picture it forms is too bizarre for me that my mouth speaks out ahead of any coherent thought. He swivels on his heel with an equally puzzled face. An odd expression flashes momentarily across it once he sees me, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
What are you doing here?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
Oh, he's investigating Luke.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
On behalf of a friend who? That in itself is weird coming from him. It doesn't help that he isn't even making an effort to spare a glance my way when he answers. Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd, his gaze starting between people walking past us until a small frown forms in his face.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Oh, well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
Chief?
Ashton, what's...
Unexpectedly, he places a hand on my shoulder, stopping me mid-sentence. He still has a distracted look on him, except this time his eyes are sharper, as if he has found what or who he's been searching for among the throng of partygoers
Sorry,
earlier.
Becca, I need to...
Yeah.
There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about...
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
I mean, the smiley hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? But before I can ask, already he's turned his back from me and is walking away without a single explanation whatsoever. In some desperate effort, I try to catch up to him, if only to know what warranted this sudden departure and his odd warning at the end.
Be careful! About what exactly?
Only for my attempts to be interrupted by a muffled ringing from my pocket. Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
The conversation itself doesn't last long, just a simple hello, a reminder to enjoy the party and to send their regards to an old student. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already nowhere in sight. With a sigh and admittedly a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and head inside. Even with familiar company, however coincidental this meeting is, this is somehow shaping up to be a terrible evening. I mean, it's not gonna get better from there, I suppose. The party hits full swing an hour later, with the host's opening remarks given. Still no sign of her husband, the poor woman, and the guests promptly fed. The band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Soon laughter and the rhythmic tapping of shoes fill the room, all in accordance to the lifting strains of music. It seems fun, I admit. Fascinating at certain moments, the flurry of dancers making the music their own, but almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I'd have joined in the crowd for a song or two. There isn't a lack of invitations anyway, plenty of them in fact, with some asking more than once. It's only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them, and I can. A single nod is all it'll take, and the evening would have been far more enjoyable for me. But my pride and my own silly hopes, the thought of being seen with one of them by him, curbs that, as much as I hate to admit it. Because doing so also means outright acknowledging the douche's claims. That he has to be the one to tell me that still sends my blood boiling. I can understand that, but still, he has a point. I would have preferred someone more agreeable, less of an arse. It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when that very person at the center of it makes the denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention or a single glance at me the whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. The big guy's busy covering the event to boot. But at least he manages to slip in a conversation or two between takes or a small wave of his hand when he passes by. What's Ashton's excuse? He's been flitting in and out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, in another he's hovering around the string band. Just a second ago he's wolfing down some deviled eggs by the buffet table, a glass of wine in hand. The next thing I know, he's gone. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he doesn't want to be with any of his friends. Is it because his boss is here? What's the big deal about that? He's never bothered him before.
I swear, the next person who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
She really does need to get over him, though. I really think that. Her voice almost makes me jump, too focused on the gobshite wandering around the ballroom and my own annoyance to notice. If she's heard any of the profanities I've mumbled, or she's taken notice of my discomfiture? Okay. She makes no comment on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. And now only Ash. Apparently, though. He's Ash from Deluxe City. I mean, obviously. How could there be anyone else? Miss Hannah Wright gives a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking. But I guess that comes from being raised in such an environment and having to deal with pompous, snooty people. Though, I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during that one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she doesn't. It has taken me a while myself. She's probably met a lot of people like little Becky throughout the years, might have already forgotten about me or my parents. People like her thrive on connections, after all. Nevertheless, I return her smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenu, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up.
Is that
Quite
so?
a black-haired beauty, isn't he?
It takes me a while to realize who she's talking about until Ashton walks by again in closer proximity than any of the times he's done so far this evening. Still without a look of acknowledgement our way, though, even if Mrs. Wright speaks loud enough for him to catch the attention of anyone within earshot.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down his offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time.
Ah, yes, exquisite Ash. I forgot she kept... Yes.
I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend then? Because that would explain those rejections.
Well, he wouldn't be a very good boyfriend if that was the case, since he's been ignoring her for the entire time. This isn't the first time someone has made that assumption. Almost every student I've had in the past did. My coworkers, more often than not, assumes he is. A few of my neighbors also think we're an item. Not that Ashton has ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Still, the heat of a blush creeps up my cheek, a denial ready, despite wanting it to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
I do my best to summon a straight face, but before her good cheer, it easily falters.
Right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact.
Nath, you're wearing Mrs. Wright's necklace? No, no. This is an Umbraean cameo thingy. I can take a picture and post on the Discord, but it's very clearly not a blue heart. Uh-oh.
Though I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
It's more the latter currently.
It's definitely her necklace. Well, it's a pretty one if so, yeah, sure, why not?
Just don't go murdering him on my property.
Ah, no, I'm sure someone else in this building will take care of that.
I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
It's infectious in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I imagine myself to. Although her attention briefly wavers at one point, she remains a good companion. Even more, once I've mentioned who my parents are, her face quickly lights up and fondness graces her face, despite the meeting from several years ago being a short one. But of course, there are some things we can't really avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to talk about as children, when there are loads we could have started with.
Yes, oh, I remember you. You were the cutest little thing with glasses. And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
Yes, I believe I still have the clothes she gave me, chosen all so I could impress him. And even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock, and that one attempt to get him to notice backfired spectacularly. Sure, he's keen, he's a detective for heaven's sake, but feelings, more often than not, escapes him.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
I mean, I get him there, though. I'm probably as dense as Ash, so, you know. Perfect for you, Nat. I mean, it would just never happen because he's too dense and I'm too dense. There would just be nowhere to go from there. I need someone who's very straightforward. Like, just, I like you, I want to date you. That's what I need. Like, flashing warning signs telling me this is... Because otherwise I'm not going to get it. And the more names she lists off, the more my discomfort grows until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is married to a man she most probably loves at that, while I'm still stuck in the same place yearning for the same person.
Ash! That man is that boy! Same one. Oh, goodness me, after all these years!
Yeah, it's a little bit obsessive, isn't it? Oh boy. Well, what can you do?
I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know? Keep it down.
Yeah, shh.
I'm so sorry, but it really is cute.
No, it's a bit obsessive. She says that, but for a short moment, a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything more can be said over the matter. I haven't even figured out how I should feel about the things Luke told me. Now I'm being dragged into a similar discussion.
So, this is a nice party, Miss Wright.
Though, to be frank, I doubt she'll be so willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured her attention.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky.
Oh boy.
Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
Well, we shall see. I really think she needs to move on, honestly.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I?
But you know.
That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
Well, sure, but you know.
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales.
Oh, she's actually repeating Luke's words now, isn't she? We didn't know that last time we heard this conversation, but that is Luke's words. Ooh. Huh.
And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around.
Oh my god.
Tower and hope for the best.
Oh. Hello, trucker. Quack to you too. Thank you for the bits and thank you for the resub as well. 6 months. That's a while. How are you doing, trucker? Hello, hello. How are you today? Did my alerts not play? I didn't hear my alert play. Weird. I'll have to take a look at that.
If you love them, you have to fight for it, right?
Probably. I suppose. Well, actually, it depends, Rebecca. No, you don't have to fight for it. You should move on to someone else because you are not in love, you are obsessed. And I will comment long story. How are you? I'm okay. I'm okay. Yeah.
You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
I mean, yes, but there are limits, Rebecca. Hypocrisy. That's what this is. How dare I preach about something when it's exactly what I've been doing. And then, I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That, by virtue of us growing up together, he must return whatever I feel for him. That he's not allowed to look at another because I'm the one who has stayed by his side the longest. When, in the first place, Ashton has always been his own person. That is something I cannot force on him. I mean, you really can't, because the fact that you've been friends for so long, the fact that, like, she's been there for him, he's probably been there for her and stuff, that doesn't mean he owes her a relationship. So long story short, people being people, more or less. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Unfortunately, that does happen, yeah. People are people. I can hold on to these, take care of it until the time comes I can confess it to him. Great if he reciprocates, but if he can't, if he won't, selfish. I've been too selfish. How laughable that Luke's words still strikes true up until now.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
Well, she's also really obsessed with one person from childhood, so I don't know. Yeah, but not this. You don't understand it just by this. I'll message you later or tomorrow. I'll tell you about it. Yeah, do that. That sounds good. Absolutely. At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past weeks have also seen changes in the way I view things. As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I previously know may not even be true for other people or for myself. It is sobering and almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before now has doubts muddying each of them. But there will be a time to mull about these later, because when a hush suddenly descends in the room, a whole different issue rears. Especially when fucking Luke, strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably late and oozing with the same pompous mien he always carries around with him.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
No, not late at all. Before long, Hannah leaves my side to join him, and it doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
This guy would give me a headache if he was an actual person I had to deal with.
So enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone.
His attitude, the manner he carries himself around people, his unfamiliarity with that part of the city. Of fucking course. I should have known. Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and the gossip columns have never really been my thing. I should have also expected that wherever Luke fucking writes, some sort of drama sure will follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it. Figures it'll find him in his own, even when he's not asking for it. It happens amidst a round of applause and hoots that people lagging behind the crowd they've gathered does not catch on until the cheers turns into several scandalized gasps.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility. God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What do you mean you're pregnant with? Luke, is this true?
Lies and slander, woman!
I don't know, like... He did try to hook up with Marianne, so... It's not far-fetched to believe this is true. I mean, I'm guessing we'll find out what's actually going on here when we get to his side of the story, but like...
Security! Johannes, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
Oh boy. The commotion doesn't go further, despite the drunk woman appearing like she has plenty more venom to spill. In a little while, security shows up, escorting her out. Apparently she's the chief inspector's wife, too. As if the whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. What a mess! But the damage has been done, and beyond the repercussion this'll bring, I'm more worried about Hannah. Maybe Luke too, in part. I've seen the man that hides behind his self-importance, and it is someone who cares for the person who stands beside him, no matter how questionable that is now. After all, no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. He is lucky, though, that he's not to be the object of it anytime soon. That his wife loves him enough loves him enough not to believe any of the woman's drunken prattles.
Take that troll up out of here immediately! And see to it that she isn't allowed to hear or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxbourne.
Hannah's outrage is a strange sight to witness, after those smiles and the grace she has carried herself with throughout the entirety of the party. Like this, her eyes burning bright with fury. I don't doubt she can do much more, ruin the scandalous woman if need be. Shaming her is already an act of mercy, generous enough coming from her.
Everyone, please go back to enjoying the party. Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
Well...
Huh? Strike up the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night!
Yeah. Yet, when she turns to Luke, eyes gleaming with hope, something feels off. Something I can't quite place. Hers is not the face of a person who so ardently loves. There's a lack of tenderness in it, an absence of warmth and sincere affection. It's the kind that constricts, suffocates. Yeah, I was wondering if the party was somehow... After this incident, that's when it feels like something changed in her. That's what I've been thinking, and I'm wondering if this kind of solidifies that.
Well, that was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens. We are very important people, are we not?
No one seems to have noticed it, however, and at their command, music resumes. There's a brief lull, a reluctant pause from the place before the place comes astir again, but shortly the buzz returns to the room. Dancers have once again taken to the floor, and their guests' excited chatter begins anew. Maybe it's just my imagination?
Lady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure, my prince.
The unsettling feeling in my stomach remains, however, even as the strained atmosphere dissolves into merriment. Even as I watch the couple lose themselves in the moment, or the people around them join in it, it grips me all the more when, once I leave the hall, the last glimpse I catch of Hannah is her smile, a thin, unearthly one spreading across her soft features. The porter closes the door behind me with a soft click, but all I hear from it are chilling whispers, those that seem to echo with another familiar grin in my mind. Help me. The brush of fresh air against my cheeks does little to dampen the nervous edge in my bones. Away from the rush of the party, I just feel bone tired. It's late, I've accomplished nothing of what I've come here for, and Ashton's nowhere to be found. I'm not sure what pisses me off more, that he ignored me the whole evening and might have just left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friends for
You
that?
didn't have to hide it from me.
I mean, if it's police business, you know. He's not even answering his phone. That man has always been difficult to contact when he's out. But you'd think he'd at least have the decency to keep the lines open if he's going to wander off on a party. One that he happened to attend to with his friend at that. I mean, he didn't really though. You came separately. He just offered you a ride home. So I mean, that's kind of twisting the truth a little bit. I let the call ring for 9 more times before cutting it off. No use trying to find someone who refuses to be found. I can get home on my own. I don't need him. He can just...
Becca, where'd you go off to?
If you're done here, let's go. I'll get you back to the city.
My mistake. The second his voice cuts through the crisp night air, it's what have allowed my annoyance to get the better of me. Fuming, patience forgotten, I whirl around and march towards him. One accusation after another piles up at the tip of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There is no hesitation holding me back when I fling at him. That straight face he keeps, as I do so, doesn't help temper my anger either. It only makes me want to slap some more sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time. I told you I hate parties like...
Since that mess in the hall.
And before that,
But
where have you been the entire evening?
right then and there, I might have forgiven him if he's shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. But you didn't actually come together. Has she somehow forgotten that? Maybe he could have looked away, given me a sign that my assumptions might be right. He doesn't even need to put them to words. A simple gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is the same impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does that whenever he's lying. In the face of it, amidst the thick tension, a frustrated huff is the only thing I can summon.
That way. Fine. Suit yourself.
But they didn't actually come together, like... The way this... She's angry at him for leaving her at the party, but she came as her own entity to the party, and he came as his own entity to the party. They didn't come as a unit. So, I mean, yes, it's odd that he wouldn't talk to her at all or, like, acknowledge her existence throughout, but there's no actual... Right? Is it just me? No more words. After everything I've seen and heard tonight, I'm already too exhausted for those. So, without speaking further, I simply walk past him and stomp over to his car. Oh, well, actually, that said stomp over his car, but I'm guessing that's not it. I'm pretty sure that's what it said. Yeah, stomp over his car. But again, I assume that's not actually what it was supposed to be. Although, before I can pull open the door, he calls out, one hand outstretched, a gentle weight on my shoulders.
Wait, Becca.
He pauses, his brows furrowing and lips curving into a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before, perhaps, I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself, more often than not. Any gesture of honesty will only come out of blunt and course when forced. But today, for one reason or another, I simply can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again,
Becca, listen. I don't know how else.
that much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on. I can wait until next year.
Oh
Better yet,
gosh.
why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like...
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him, but whether I'll believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long debate.
I honestly don't know how else to put this. I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hannah Wright, and somehow you're friends with her. But you should stay away from these people for now, especially the husband.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepens into a scowl at the mention of the name, but whatever opinion he has, he doesn't immediately voice. Still, something about it has greatly displeased him, evident in the stiff note his tone assumes.
Yeah, he's bad news.
It's my turn to frown this time. What does he mean by that? What does he have to do with this?
What does he have to do with this?
Oh, he did not like that. Oops. It's not a question without merit, though the man can be quite abrasive, sometimes downright nasty with his words. You can't simply accuse anyone by virtue of that alone. And it is an accusation no matter how much Ashton's phrasing downplays their meaning. What right does he have to tell me who I should associate myself with, without even bothering to tell me his reasons at that?
Plenty. Just trust me on this, Becca.
Don't you Becca me. That doesn't answer my question at all, Ash. You haven't answered any of my questions, in fact.
I mean, if it has to do with an investigation, like, which it obviously kind of does if you think about it, he may not be allowed to say, like, he could get in trouble.
What's really going on here?
I mean, detectives investigating a case, they're not allowed to just disclose stuff about the case. Like, that's not actually a thing. They don't just talk about the case to anyone and everyone. I'm pretty sure, at least. I mean, it would make sense, at least. So, I'm no detective, of course, so what do I know, but still. I want to hear it from him. If we're going to go down this route, if we are to go down this route, I want to hear it straight from his mouth. Because whatever he thinks of the man, I haven't found any reason why I should be wary of him. Sure, we've started off on the wrong foot, but he's a decent guy when he tries. A simple explanation is all I want. Is that really so hard to understand for him?
The situation's complicated. One mistake and you guys could...
So, we're back here again. More secrets? Why can't you be honest to me for once?
Again, it probably has to do with his job.
He's a dangerous man to be around, Rebecca.
Really? Care to elaborate on that? Because from what I've seen, the only dangerous thing about that guy is his audacity to cheat on his wife.
Well, there's that.
Why are you defending him?
Who said anything about defending anyone?
You know, I'm getting really worried about you guys. First it's Zach, and now you're...
Oh, you're worried?
Somehow, even that concern feels empty to me, even if it's from him.
Care? Really now? If you care, then where were you the entire party?
But you didn't actually go to the party together! Like, it is weird, yes, but probably because he was there on a case. I mean, that's likely the explanation. And you didn't actually come together. You came alone, and he came alone.
That doesn't matter right now. You know I can't simply...
Forget it, Ashton.
I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I do think she's being a little bit unreasonable right now, because obviously he is investigating this man, so obviously he can't just disclose things that relate to the case, right? And And they didn't actually come to this party alone. He didn't take her to this party and then leave her and completely ignore her for the evening. Like, they came separately and then he went about his business. I mean, yes, it's odd, but again, he was on a case. I I do think she's being unreasonable. Maybe it's just me, but
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to talk about this anymore tonight. Speak to me when you're ready to stop spouting the same barefaced lies.
Ashton jerks back as if I've struck him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to hurt darts across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing in tightly into a fist at his sides. It does little to lull my ill humor, because in the next second, his answer sounds nothing of the apologetic tone I'm expecting from him. Like, I get that she's angry about him completely ignoring her. I understand that, and that's fine. But she shouldn't expect him to stick to her side the entire evening, since they didn't actually come together, and that's what she's now making it sound like. They came together and then he ignored her, but that's not it. And he is, like, this is a case that's obvious. Like, he even tried to say, you know, I can't. And I'm guessing the rest of that would have been talk about the case, disclose the details, blah, blah, blah. Like, she should be more understanding in this particular situation. Shouldn't she? A little regret would have been nice. In my anger, I don't even notice when I've climbed inside his car, not until after I've slammed the door behind me with as much force as I can summon. He soon follows after, and shortly we're on our way back to the city. Yet, even with the city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, somber air from the mansion still lingers. The moon's almost at its highest by the time we reach Salem Well. Even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dawdles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It almost seems like he's having an internal debate whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. I could have driven him away purely out of spite the second I've gotten off. Still, old habits die hard. It's late, and Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Irritation might rear its head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put him up on another long drive, especially when he still appears as if he hasn't gotten any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
I throw the keys to my flat his way before a protest forms on his lips. Although he catches it with ease, he eyes it with a wary expression and shoots a puzzled glance my way.
Been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
We're settling aside a lot of loose ends like this, but he appears to have accepted that reason, at least in the meantime. He does give me another questioning glance when I shove past him, pulling my mobile in the process.
I thought...
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
That's the same guy that that Ashton put Zach into contact with, is it?
Andrew? Why would you... Oh, no. Please. Is this that thing Isabella said this morning? Again?
Probably the fact that Marianne as well. I'm guessing that.
My word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Well, of course he's still skeptical. It makes one wonder if he's seeing anything at all. Figures this curse will stay away from the scoffer. But this is another loose end tonight that I can't just leave alone, Ashton's beliefs notwithstanding. It just so happens that it's one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion
Ashton,
itself.
Do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
Oh boy.
No, but this is...
I've spent so many years with him to know this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish it, I cut him off with a firm rise of my hand.
I don't care. There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird. Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me. And I no longer have the patience to convince you. So just leave me be, Ashton.
He doesn't push it, growing quiet instead, although I know he has a whole case of it prepared inside his head. But there's a reluctant shift in his movement when he steps away from our conversation. Short of climbing the stairs, he stops, turns to face me with an expression almost too conflicted.
Are you really sure
What?
that there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain. Now go! And you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
Uh-oh. The last of my reprimand goes both unheard and unanswered as he disappears behind the stairs. If things aren't as strained, he might have had a quip or two about that, followed by light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I'm left staring after him. There's something in the way he asks it that nags, coupled with his expression. The whole exchange just feels unsettling. So maybe he has seen stuff as well. He's just absolutely denying the possibility. I don't know. Or he's just starting to believe because now it's not just Isabella. One that doesn't fade even as I gather my thoughts and shift my focus to another, even as I dial Professor Andrews' number. And that's when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, one stray thought emerges from the unease. Ashton has not intended for his question to be a jibe. It's concern. For what, though? For my well-being? The letter's curse? The woman I mentioned? The answers for those will have to wait, however. Finally, the call connects and Professor Andrews' voice echoes from the receiver.
Professor Andrew?
Rebecca? It's late. What can I do for you?
I know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is a more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
Professor Andrew Clark has agreed to meet with me 2 days later in front of Luxburn's public library. He has other commitments, but being a longtime family friend has its perks. I have my parents' connection to thank for that. Of course, I'm not the sort to impose on him too often, but the situation is, well, it isn't entirely bad, although it does require calling in a few favors from friends like him. Without his signature, I won't be able to gain access to the library's restricted section. If I want to get a more in-depth information on the Ermengarde mansion, that is, not simply what they choose to show the general public. Restricted section just... I don't know why, but my mind just immediately goes to Harry Potter whenever I hear that in a library setting. I don't know why. As much as I hate to admit it, there's always something people censor, and whatever it is, I won't ever find it in the general section. It has to be what they're keeping here, beyond the public's eye. The thought of that alone makes me antsy. Thankfully, I don't have to brood over it. The wait for the professor doesn't last long. He never did enjoy making people wait. Likewise, he dislikes people who are tardy. He arrives 5 minutes after I do, greeting me with that kind smile and casual wave of his hand. Harry Potter. I can't say it. I can't imitate him well enough. Oh no. I haven't seen him in so long, but it appears he hasn't changed much. His familiar presence alone is enough for a fond smile to spread across my face.
Andrew.
Rebecca, didn't I say long ago you can drop the professor?
You know I can't possibly do that.
No.
Even if I can. It feels disrespectful to call you by your name alone.
Both you and Ashton never listen to this old man. Kids these days.
All right. But just for today, since you're doing me a huge favor, Andrew.
I guess you simply can't have it all, even at this old age.
Ah, yes. I want it all.
But pleasantries aren't
I
what we're
want
here
it
for,
all.
yes? You mentioned you needed a permit.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
More than fine. Anything in pursuit of knowledge, as they say.
Yes, pursuit of knowledge. He hands me the permit without further prompting, and just like he promised, he's also written a recommendation after his signature. Ah. This is more than enough to get me those files. I mutter a small thanks before slipping it into my pocket. Although, when I look back up, his brows are furrowed, the very face of curiosity. Not surprising considering how vague I've been during our little talk over the phone. Right then and there, I've decided to tell him if he ever asks. Maybe not all of it, but stuff he needs to know. It's the least I can do to thank him. Back once more, what did I miss? Or better, how many deaths have I missed? None yet. Rebecca's chapter seems to be quite long. As expected, true to his inquisitive nature, he asks.
You don't mind, though. I know you've always been an eager learner. But may I know what in the restricted section that piqued your curiosity?
Aw, no, that's not yet.
It's the
Oh, boy.
God mansion, sir.
He's quick to raise an eyebrow at that, and for a while I fear he'll take the slip of paper back. Is there something in what I said?
The ones we have out in the general isn't enough?
I'm, hoping for a more in-depth read, sir. More about the history and the people who once lived there. The general section doesn't have anything much on that.
Well, let's see. So, I mean, the 31st and November 1st, that's the last day. So, this could very well be her last chapter. Well, the last part of her chapter. Or it might go to November 1st. But I'm guessing we're at the end of hers now. So we'll see.
I see. Well, you certainly aren't the first one to be enamored with that place. It doesn't shock me. The architecture is admirable, and the urban legends are something to talk about.
Aren't they just?
Just this past week, I've got a few asking me about that. Imagine that.
Imagine that.
I think enamored might be a little too much to describe our interest in it. But I have to agree. The mansion is beautiful, even with the renovations. They kept the stained glass windows too. They are magnificent.
Aren't they just?
Oh, you've seen it.
I was there for a few hours to attend a housewarming party. The invitation was for my parents, but they couldn't make it. My mum used to work as a private tutor for the Evans. Hannah Wright?
Ah, I know of her. Her husband, too. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't?
Rushmore's most popular couple.
Something falls behind his eyes, the warmth and then suddenly gone, like he's reliving a painful distant memory and seeing it play in front of him. It disappears almost as soon as it surfaces, but that look has unsettled something in me.
Is something the matter?
Does he have some connection to them as well?
Nothing much. But you know, you're already like a daughter to me. So if you could, do be careful with the friends you make.
Oh, that's a warning.
Is this about the rights, sir?
Just a friendly advice from an old man. Don't think much about it.
No, I think it would be nice to hear more of the reason behind this friendly advice.
Anyway, I have to
honestly.
leave now. Can't miss my weekly serving of bear claws.
Ah, no, can't miss bear claws. That would be a shame.
Say hi to your parents at the detective inspector for me, will you? I wish you luck with all that research.
I will. Thanks for this, Andrew.
Andrew gives my shoulder a light squeeze, the gesture a younger me has always appreciated, and quickly crosses the street after. I watch him until he disappears behind the doors to a cafe, until the doubt swimming inside my head finds a moment to rest. Whatever his business with the rights isn't anything I should concern myself about, but somehow in the grand scheme of things now, it feels oddly relevant. The how, though, I've yet to find out. And I'm hoping the library will give me the answers I want this time. Let me just want to check the time quickly. On a gloomy Sunday morning, the library is especially empty. The second floor in particular. I've always considered this place to be a sanctuary, a respite away from the hubbub of the city. As a child, I grew up reading books here, spending hours here to no end, poring over the pages, living out fantasies in my head until my parents called me home. Time for someone to die? Very, very possible. Very possible. Now it feels nothing like it. The silence is smothering, suffocating, even with how clean they've kept the microfiche room. Is that how you pronounce that? I have no idea. How the entire small of it lacks a speck of dust or clutter. Breathing is a struggle for air. Not far into my stay, I began to long for the noise outside, and perhaps as a way to calm this unease, I start to hum a tune. Right again. Nice. That's 3 for 3 during this playthrough, and I have no idea how. Fantastic. Imagine that. Why, of all things, it has to be that silly nursery rhyme. I've not an inkling. Oh god, okay, definitely time for someone to die. It does its job, however. It fills the lull with something far less awkward, far less deafening, and that's enough for a distraction. I have business here. No time for silly daydreams, only important work to attend to. Even if there's a possibility of it being fruitless, by some means, it feels like I have to do it, if not for me, then for the people who have been affected by this. What do we even call this? A haunting? A Halloween prank gone wrong? A curse? If Isabella were here, what would she say? Will she panic? Will she be angry I only listen to her now? It all stems from that one moment in the movie house, doesn't it? We could have avoided this had we only taken her warnings to heart. One stupid mistake is... oops. Is all it took to send our normal lives on a downward spiral. Frankly, I'm no longer sure if I'm angry at myself for it, or at the universe for throwing us into this mess. But we can only make do of what little we have, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going here might not be the right decision, but it's a start.
Good start.
It doesn't take much time for me to find what I need. I'm microfiches of old newspapers long kept in special storage cabinets at the far end of the restricted section. The year is 1620s and beyond, before the city of Luxburn even existed in the records. That's when the mansion... oh no, wait. When the mansion has just been built and Anselm is nothing but a small, sleepy hamlet near a river. A lot of pieces are missing, days, sometimes several consecutive weeks without any records remaining. Often it goes on for years. Troublesome, but as it is, I'm lucky enough to find anything at all considering how far I'm looking back. Can't be too picky now. Can't waste time mulling over what record keepers of the old could have done to make this a breeze for me.
I can still work with this.
The faint whir of the microfiche machine keeps me company as I go over each slide image. Oh, right! It's the... oh, I know. I remember what... right. I kind of figured that a microfiche was some kind of, like, just, you know, a special kind of thing where they kept stuff. But, yeah, I know. It's the kind of... yeah, I know what that is now. You turn knobs and newspaper articles. Yep. Hoping for something that goes beyond what the local lore knows. Maybe left next time. Maybe. Film blankets of newspapers. Exactly, yeah. Film blanks of newspapers. I don't know why I read blankets, but yeah, exactly. There are snippets, little mention of the family that once settled in the house are here and there. The usual singing of praises for the couple who helped brought up what was once a tiny settlement into a buzzing town. Nothing substantial, nothing I didn't know before. It continues on like this for a good while, until I come by the year after their deaths. The people of Ansla might have loved Lord William and Lady Elizabeth Ermengarde, mourned their passing, and held them in high esteem in the years after, but it was their daughter that was remembered fondly by the townspeople. If her parents built this town, Lady Charlotte was the one who made it prosper. Remarkable considering it was a period of recovery from a bout of plague that killed half the town's population, including her parents. What's surprising, though? Yeah. There you go. Apparently her time also marked more than superficial change to the place. She moved things, changed laws, altered old customs and traditions. If they were done on a woman's whimsy, it doesn't say, but she seems capable enough for more than that. The gist of it is, the town she rebuilt, it's what eventually grew to become Luxburn City, while the nearby Anselm village remained as it was, a relic of the old. A frown swiftly forms in my face.
Why is there a need to hide this?
One by one, I try to recall every lesson I've gone through, every book, paper, and journal I've read. None of those ever mentioned this. It's always the lord and lady of the house, their endearing child, always an afterthought to those anecdotes, the one who always took her life in the end. Never someone who restored the town from the brink of collapse or brought new ideas to it. Is it because she's a woman?
That pisses me off.
Granted, not everything is sunshine and rainbows, not all aspects of her can be considered admirable, but this is history. Some parts are bound to naturally delve into unpleasant territory, whether I like it or not. Witch hunts, for example, became common near the end of her life, which would have been completely unremarkable and might have gone to become a mere footnote in history if it didn't involve Lady Charlotte and the very slave she saved. Oh, it caused quite a stir, enough to leave almost a week's worth of clippings. The girl was eventually burned, condemned by an entire town, and the word of Lady Charlotte at the word of Lady Charlotte alone. But didn't she just say that she saved her? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. So, okay, right. But this doesn't really have anything to do with this curse, does it? Or does it? Unless that wallman following us and this slave are the same person. A tale of revenge? How cliche. However, with the lack of accurate photographs, it's impossible to tell. Maybe if I squint, the illustration would start resembling her. But in my field, it doesn't work that way. It shouldn't work that way. I'll be the laughingstock of the community.
This isn't going anywhere.
Mentally exhausted, I take a careful step away from the screen, pressing a palm to my tired eyes. The lack of ample light in this area doesn't help. A headache already threatens to form at the back of my head, yet I'm nowhere near figuring things out. This is simply too much to take in all at
I
once.
should have asked for someone's help.
Now I'm at a dead end. I start gathering everything around me and placing them back in their respective envelopes for storage. The motions no longer new after volunteering here a number of times. It doesn't make much mess anyway. No, I didn't make much mess anyway, considering the lack of materials available to begin with. I'll have to look somewhere else. The where remains unknown, though. But just as I'm about to slip past the... Oh, no. Just as I'm about to slip the last of the slides in, something catches my attention. My hand pauses, the microfiche halfway through its protective sleeve. This is one of the few I've set aside without taking a careful look at. It seems like a gossip column at first glance, but upon closer look, I slide it back into the reader, gently turning the dials in search of the page. It takes some time, but once the image becomes clear, they must have had this drawing commissioned for this announcement. Oh. I don't doubt it. The details are far more intricate, their likeness likely closer to how they might have appeared at the time. They're both recognizable this way, closer to those paintings I've seen in the mansion. However, it's the man standing beside her, Edward Godfrey, according to the article, that caught my attention previously. Her first cousin and eventually her fiancé. Maybe it's the posture, the manner in which he holds himself, or maybe it's the shape of his eyes, though I can't be too certain about that until I've gotten a better reference. Nevertheless, there is a resemblance. He looks eerily like... My head snaps up, glowering at whoever's running on the floor above. Any day I'd march upstairs and reprimand whoever it is.
The library, for heaven's sake.
Yeah. But now isn't the time. I've gotten what I need. Without wasting another minute, I hit the machine's print button for a copy of the page, while my other hand moves to put everything back into storage. A ragged exhale slips from me. Relief, perhaps, or maybe this is already exhaustion. Regardless, soon, I'm closing my eyes as I wait for the printer to finish, if only to stave off a headache building up from everything. I'm assuming the person he has a likeness of is Luke. But surely this isn't... Could Luke be a descendant or something? Or is it actually a thing where he's just ancient and this woman haunting everyone is his dead fiancé because of something he did or whatever, and the daffodils are somehow linked to her, and that's why he never talks about them to Hana? Or I'm probably just spiraling here. Never mind everything I just said. I have no idea if this even makes sense. Sometime I've even begun humming the same song again for comfort. Despite my doubts about this, despite all the tension in my shoulders, this may be a small find, but at least I can start somewhere. Nat, I hope that's also not that's not also a cursed medallion you're wearing. It shouldn't be, no. It really shouldn't be. Hello, Bogus, welcome. How are you today? Hello, hello. We can start somewhere. There's a way out of this. I know it. The printer sputters to a halt. However, the sound isn't what its sound isn't what makes me snap my eyes open. Oh god. A feeling chilly brush of air behind my back, brief enough for something sickening to suddenly lodge itself in my throat while I take in my surroundings. Not really good, to be honest, but thank you for asking. Oh, well, I hope you'll feel better soon. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you'll have a better days ahead. Really. Well, that's an evil-looking emote Wipeout's got there. Yeah. It's that suffocating sensation again. Creeping to every part of me, crawling under my skin, draining me little by little of any strength. From that day in the mansion, from that brief moment at the school, without delay I grab the papers and make a quick beeline for the oh my god door. Thank you, Wipeout. Whack to you too. How about you? Okay. Oh. The oh my god door. Yes. Yes, exactly. Hello, Woofy. Welcome. Hi. Oh, hello. My whole body freezes. Oh, that's not creepy at all. I hold my breath, not daring to make any noise. What's up? She's up. See, maybe that time when I was looking, when my friend lost her shoes and I just looked straight up at the ceiling, maybe that wasn't so far-fetched. Like, I mean, this woman's on the ceiling, maybe the shoe could have been on the ceiling. For a little while, only the sounds of paper crumpling under my grasp filled the room. The excitement from earlier gone instantly. Points upwards that way. Yes, exactly. Oh. Replaced by a cold, seeping dread spreading throughout my limbs. But more than the fear is the anger. It pains me to hear her use my own student's voice against me, and more than once I believed it was really her. She has no right.
Why don't you play with me?
No, not shoes are not women. So, well, okay, you have a point, but I mean, usually women are not in the ceiling either. Like, this time, and the Winchester brothers' mother is like the only, well, actually Jess as well. So there are 3 times I can think of women on the ceiling. But you know, your girlfriend is up there. Oh boy, she would probably end up running. Uh-oh. Oh gosh. Although she hasn't made a move, if there isn't a wall behind me, I'd probably take a step back. Anything to put distance between us, no matter how small, as long as I'm out of her reach. But I steel myself, because if I do fall back, turn away from her, I'll be left with no way out. I am not dying here.
You think you scare me?
Well, she should.
Miss Pink, don't be so rude. I'm waiting.
I'm not afraid of you, you spook.
I would still line up better than usual. Uh-oh.
This is one Scotswoman. You aren't getting into an early grave without a fight.
Wait, she's Scottish? Hang on. Her... Okay. Sure. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Come at me.
I expected she'll lunge, prove to me what a monster she is. Instead, all she gives me is a smile, twisted and gnarled. Finally, someone that actually defends herself. True, though. Yeah. She's actually just standing her ground. It's as if time has crawled to a stop at the sight of it. A split-second decision, and before I know it, my body shifts, eyes closing in anticipation, hand grabbing whatever's solid enough on the nearby table and hurling it at her. Get a knife! I don't think the library has knives. Well, maybe. I don't bother looking if whatever I threw hit its mark. I run, as fast as my legs can carry me, despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. But in this maze of bookshelves with the whole place almost void of people, is there even a place safe enough I can escape to? Oh god. One of these options will kill her, the other one will save her. Welcome back, Hudson. You've come at a very good time. We're either about to save or kill Rebecca. What is it with people in here and their hearts almost exploding? They're just very excited, you know? I mean, head for the door, surely. Or is it somehow upstairs that saves her? No, head... She needs to leave, right? If I head upstairs, that will just trap her upstairs, right? She's on the roof, so going up won't help, will it? Outside there's no roof. Yeah, like... There seems to be a floor above this, but still, how will that help her, right? That'll just trap her. Like, from upstairs, surely the roof is the next one, and... Unless... I don't know. Wait, Isabel was safe after she left the building. Yeah, I'm thinking of heading for the door. That seems like the safest place. Like, well, safest thing to do, because... Heading upstairs, that can only trap her. I'm so sure of it. So the door. I think so. I really think so. Well, if there's one, it's out of this room, out of this place, as far as anyone can get from her. How adorable. Ah, yes, very adorable. I can think about the rest of what I can do after I'm outside, when there are other people I can ask for help, when she's not chasing after me like this. There's no hesitation in my steps as I race for the restricted section's door, head downstairs and barrel straight for the library's exit, towards safety in a desperate bid for my life. Library rules be damned. I can no longer hear her behind me, but I'm not taking any chances. A breath almost escapes me as I near the door. A little more. When out of nowhere, a library cart careens from a blind corner and slams into my sides. Oh my god, how did this kill her? Oh, fight her in the open, to that death, you twisty wanker. Oh my gosh, why? Oh god, wait, did I skip a... I think I skipped... No. I definitely skipped something there. Hang on. My back hits the floor with a hard thud, the impact completely knocking the breath out of me. The copper tang of blood gradually spreads over my tongue as I fight to get my bearings back. I force myself to move, even with the excruciating pain coursing through my limbs. The exit's almost there, if only I can... But there's no moment's respite. Oh god. Next thing I know, there's a heavy weight on top of me and cold digits slide around my neck, tight like a vice, pressing, closing in, leaving me gasping for air. You bleached out bloody life reject, come at me! While Mundle wants to fight anyways. Through my blurred vision I can only make out the hateful gleam, the spite in her eyes as she looms over my body. Her grip on my throat grows tighter. Desperation kicks in. My nails dig into her wrist as I struggle against her firm grip, trying to pry her fingers away. Oh. Keep the slider within the... by moving the mouse in the direction of the arrows. I don't think twice. My limbs are moving on their own before what I did could fully register in my brain and my lungs could recover. Behind me she lets out a cry, sharp, loud and thunderous against the empty walls of the library. But the fear her wails bring compares nothing to the relief washing over me when I finally make it out. Oh, I think we may have saved Rebecca. Oh, Booker! My knees buckle as soon as my feet hits the pavement. Its surface cold and hard against my skin. I've only been in there for a few hours. About 1 or 2 probably. I don't know anymore. It feels like an eternity all the same. My breathing hasn't slowed down yet, and I don't expect it to after going through that. I probably look the most undignified creature on a Sunday morning right now. Out of breath, disheveled, slumped here with a bloodied lip and all. But at present, I simply can't bring myself to care. Even when a few passers-by starts giving me strange looks. Stare me all you want, I don't give a single shite. I'm alive. I'm safe. This isn't the end yet, but I'm safe. And inside my bag is something that could get us out of this mess. Nothing definite yet. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it's still something. If Isabella is here, I'm sure she'll feel the same. She'll even be the first one who'll put her faith on it. Wherever this will lead us to wherever this will lead us to is a victory on its own. Now, all that is left is to find the others, the rest of us trapped in this bloody nightmare. Right on cue, as if answer to my previous thought, my mobile phone lets out a beep. I pick it up, simply hoping it'll be one of them. Only, it's a voicemail that greets me. From Ashton. There's a pang of disappointment, of course, but it brings some reassurance that nothing's happened to at least one of them.
Call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
He ends it right there, the message less than a minute long, curt and gives nothing away. Quiet, we're still in a library. Die with some dignity. Quiet dignity. Sheesh. Oh gosh. Booker. Maybe that's what she did in the end. We didn't actually get to know. She just moved on her own. She probably did do the book bonk. Because this too is another triumph for us. One less thing to worry about. Whew. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's her story done. Wait. Ashton's story starts at the party? Are you kidding me? How short is his chapter? Because the party is on the 28th? No. Yes, 28th. How? He's a Capricorn. Interesting. Okay. Shirley. Yeah, he does like Shirley, doesn't he? He's also 5'5". Yeah, he's 1 centimeter shorter than me. And Rebecca. Rebecca was the same height as me, I think. Parties have never really been my thing. They're always such a hassle and take so much time off my day. Prior plans and commitments cancelled, all for the sake of playing along with others. I'm really confused. Why does his chapter start here? Oh, I guess he doesn't really see anything until then, I guess. Now you have a tiny body. Oh no. I hated them even as a child.
Make yourselves at home.
But Mom often insisted. She'd slick back my hair, put me in one of those stuffy dinner jackets, and if there were any children around, urge me to make friends. Never mind how utterly loud or tedious it was all for the sake of keeping up appearances. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me, long before I've ever chosen what I wanted to do with my life. More villager for the Smurf village. Since when are we Smurfs? Luckily, there were easy ways to tune everything out, and much to my mom's frustration, I always managed to sneak my CD player along. I kept to myself and to my music, had my own little world, until I learned to observe. It's a simple matter of awareness, really, and for someone with keen eyes, a skewed necktie or a simple flick of the wrist alone could tell volumes about a person. Probably due to the blue lipstick from yesterday. Ah, I see. You're not Smurf, you only live in a Smurf village. Oh, I see, we've taken refuge with the Smurfs. With mushrooms and such. I mean, you're also one of us. We agreed that you are also tiny. I'm just teenier. Oh, they live in a mimic village. Well, that's me, Dad. I'm definitely going to talk to the wrong mimic. Oh gosh. I still don't like parties, especially ones as big as fancy as the Wright's housewarming. However, when there's actual reason to go to them, I figure they're not too bad.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
No, just a Smurf village. No mimics here. I think Mundle's the mimic at this point. Besides, like it or not, it's all part of the job. I'm here on a mission, one that has the name Luke Wright plastered all over it. You'd think the man would want to remain inconspicuous after his name was linked to several high-profile crimes across Luxburn. Granted, most of it had gone cold over the years, having stagnated without any lead or evidence, but that still doesn't make him any less suspect. No, it's like this. If you're a hobbit tiny, then I am dwarf short. In The Hobbit, the dwarves are shorter than the hobbits. Well, in Lord of the Rings. I'm pretty sure Gimli is tinier than the hobbits. So I'm fine with this, yeah. Yet, here he is throwing a party in his own backyard. Although, having observed the man this past year, I'm not even shocked. He craves it. The damn spotlight constantly yearns for attention like a neglected puppy. No, the hobbits are far shorter than the dwarves. Wait, what? No, I'm pretty sure Gimli is a lot shorter than the hobbits. I think in The Hobbit, though, the dwarves are hobbit-sized. Wait, no, are they dwarves? Maybe they're not. I'm not sure. I don't actually remember. Now I've confused myself. I need to read those books again. Clearly. Anyways. Because I'm just trying to imagine the movies now, but... yeah, I really need to reread those. But that's not the problem here. What pisses me off is how far his reach extends, how close he has creeped into the lives of the people I care about. Again, like a stubborn itch you couldn't be rid of. First, Professor Clark, then there's Isabella. I also spotted Z-Man here a while ago, and now there's also Rebecca. Apparently. Dwarves are on average half a foot taller, at least in the movie. I have no idea about the books. No, but Isn't hang on. I just need to, because the way I picture it, the way I see it in my head, Gimli is a lot shorter than the hobbits. Am I just remembering it completely wrong? Oh, well, he is actually a head taller than them. Never mind. I'm just misremembering everything. Yeah, he is actually taller than them. Well, never mind then. Yeah, sure. You're a dwarf, I'm a hobbit. It's fine. It's absolutely fine.
Ashton?
Yep.
Becca, what are you doing here?
Oh, that face! Oh, he really does look shocked. That fear in your voice makes me almost feel bad. I don't know, I just pictured it differently. I don't know why.
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
Well, that explains the things and makes this difficult all the same. As if getting contact among the staff to sneak a name into the guest list isn't hard enough. The guy almost ditched me last night, and I might have placed another set back on my invitation if it wasn't for my generous tip. Then here comes Rebecca, another person to mind.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What
Ye
are
will.
you doing here? You hate parties.
Almost.
I still do.
Of
I'm
course.
just here on behalf of a friend.
Unnecessary lie. I can't bring my own friends into this any further than they've found themselves in. Because if Luke Wright so much as harms a hair on either Zach's or Rebecca's heads, there will be hell to pay. Worrying about Isabella's brief dealings with him is stressing in itself already. I doubt he'll attempt to make anything in front of other people, though. It would tarnish his glorious reputation, and he values appearance more than anything. That doesn't necessarily mean he isn't capable of it, more than in fact, and on the off chance he does something, I wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
Rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
Oh, well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
For Zach's and Rebecca's sakes, however, I really hope this will simply be another housewarming. Even though something tells me it's anything but. Call it a detective's intuition or whatever. When Luke's Wright's involved, nothing good has ever come out of it. I can't let my guard down here. Even more when a familiar car slows to a stop and out comes...
Chief?
My presence here might be odd at best, but I have an excuse. One that this man handed to me himself a year ago, along with a heavy dose of flattery for the newly promoted detective inspector. Can't exactly say the same of my good old boss, can I? Although, to see him here chatting up with Luxbourne's rich and famous isn't such a big surprise in itself, no disrespect meant, but the guy's obviously a social climber. What is surprising is the fact that he seems all too eager to mingle with a person of interest's wife. Just what the hell is he doing here?
Ashton, what's...
Sorry, Becca. I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about...
What the shit is going on
I
here?
told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
I don't want to draw attention to myself either, at least not until he's given me proper reason to spoil his little party.
The invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see.
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee. The doctors again.
For now, the best I can do is wait and remain inconspicuous, especially with Chief here, whose motives are dubious at best. I mean, yeah, probably. If it means having to pretend I don't know Zach or Rebecca or forcing myself to rub elbows with people I barely know, let alone like, then so be it. I can't involve anyone. Wandering is out of the question as well when there are guards in the civvy stationed here and there. Sure, getting past them is something I could do with ease, but I'd rather not right now. When I'm one of the few snooping and roaming about, it'd be best if I try to do so once there's a crowd of people, and if their interior designers' drunken claims are to be believed.
Well, what about Luke? Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing.
It'll all come down to how well I'll play my cards tonight. With a good hand, this party is going to give me the breakthrough I need to crack Luke right, or something to prove my suspicions wrong. Maybe find out what kind of game my boss is also playing. I've had an inkling before, a few hunches tempered down by how much of a bumbling fool the man appears. But one does not simply deal with the Wrights and get invited to a party they host without wanting anything from either of the two. Or it's the other way around. So, with the last wary glance at the two, I head into the ballroom. I just hope this will not complicate things further. Shit. By the time the party's in full swing, night has fallen, yet there still isn't a Luke Wright in sight. The man can be quite ostentatious, but this? Frankly, I'm impressed. I don't even know how many hors d'oeuvres I've already stuffed my face with. One too many, probably. The servers are already giving me stink eye every time I saunter over to the buffet table. Blame your employer, not me. He's the one who has the guts to show up late. Besides, most of the guest idle talk is concentrated in this area, despite standing under the same roof with the very people they're whispering about, so I just couldn't resist. I might as well keep an ear out for any useful information.
Suarez still fixing that tech problem? Tech problem.
It's been 3
Suarez.
years. Sooner or later, the Blighter will put 2 and 2 together.
Oh, Suarez, that was the name of Kylie's family. She was Suarez, wasn't she? Interesting. It's a buffet table for a reason. I mean, it is, yeah. You're supposed to be able to go back and have a snack every now and then from a buffet table.
You might have already.
If the red tape I'm being slammed with these past few months suggests anything. That, or someone has been pulling the strings. I wouldn't be shocked. This case would not have gone this long if Scumbag didn't have a mule of some kind in the force.
Shush you, we all know Suarez just wants an out.
Oh.
I knew he was bad news the day the merger with Evans Incorporated happened.
Oh.
Fair. Glad I did not have to deal with that. But keep it down, someone might hear. The wife especially.
This kind of negligence has always been an advantage, but sometimes I wish I could be smashed drunk while doing this. Having sharp ears also means you get to hear the most unsavory things. Who cheated on who this week, one person's motive for bashing someone's skull against a wall, or a father's excuse for burning his own daughter alive. That sort of stuff. Excuse me. What exactly? How could you ever have an excuse for burning your child alive? What? What the actual... After a few years it gets tiring, you get desensitized to it. But humans could also be downright awful. Sometimes there simply isn't enough brain bleach in the world. Sadly, the wine is a no-go tonight, and mostly for show. I'm up for another drive later. For one, and I definitely want to be sober in case anything comes up. And something always comes up in assignments like this. A detective inspector dying of cardiac arrest, for example. Because I can feel the moment my heart grinds to a halt the second I shift my eyes to a corner of the ballroom.
Right.
Some will say I'm acting a touch paranoid, and maybe I am. This is a party, and she's the hostess. It goes to say that she'd take time to mingle with her guests. But Hannah Wright, nee Evans, isn't without her fair share of accolades. At least to the public, she doesn't seem like it. Unlike her husband, she's the one with the business sense, not to mention the impressive track record needed to manage a company. I want to Google if that ever happened. I mean, well, the world is pretty twisted, so probably at some point, honestly. Or effectively hide whatever irregularity there might be. She's clean, as far as my agents and I have found, but it doesn't rule out a possibility of involvement with whatever her husband's up to. Even with Z-Man's personal opinion of the woman, there are certain gut feelings you really couldn't shake off. Hell, Luke Wright came out clean in previous reports until I bothered to take a deeper look into it. What I've found may not be sufficient to bring anyone to trial yet, but it's enough to nurture suspicion. Okay, there's an extra paragraph under the arson crime for it. Oh, yeah. Why am I not surprised? This may be a bit of an overreaction, but no one lasts long in my line of work by being careless.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
I mean, you kind of guess by, usually used to cover the murder up as an accident. Oh, right. Well, I was kind of thinking, I don't know why I was thinking it would be done alive, but I guess that makes more sense. Not that it's a good thing, but at least, I mean, you're not burning a person alive, because that's even more horrible. Although, murder in itself is horrible, so, just double down on the horrible, I guess. Nothing to be worried about, then. She's probably even more careful with appearances than her own husband, having grown up with the spotlights focused on her. Yet, even knowing that, the anxiety has been there since the party started. Does not state that it's the corpse either. Well. Yep. People. Oh no. I've brushed it off earlier. Who wouldn't feel edgy, right? I've gone undercover in a party hosted by the very person I'm investigating. That in itself is risky and has plenty of rooms for error. Usually, though, the tension passes around the first half hour or so. I've been trained to remain composed in situations like this. However, with each second I spend here, it only grows heavier and seeks to overwhelm. Strawberry ice cream. Ah, ice cream is good. Enjoy ice cream. An odd feeling that someone is watching me instead. It has been like this since last week, but I should already be used to this. People would be looking at me, no matter how small or big of a blip I am on their radar. That's what they do in these things. There's a whispering. I want some now. Maybe Wipe will share. But when the feeling of ice burning into my back lingers longer than necessary, I've been looking around every now and then to catch the culprit. No luck. And despite my efforts to put the sensation as far down as I could, tiny pinpricks continue to sting the back of my head, and the ghost of a cold touch creeps up my limbs. Until my gaze switches back to Rebecca and Hannah Wright. She stands there, dark-haired and dirty, sticking out like a sore thumb. Oh, did Hannah also saw this, didn't she? Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot about that. Hannah also saw her behind Rebecca. Ooh. Even so, no one seems to notice. Although she's looking away from me, her mere existence here strikes, disturbs. A sense of tunnel vision blinds while I stand stock still and gape at her like my life depends on making sure she stays where she is. I feel trapped in her presence until another guest bumps into me, yanking me out of my stupor. Only then do I realize I've been holding my breath. Before I could figure out what happened, she's gone. A quick scan of the room yields no sign of her. The party continues as if nothing amiss. I'm not really one to judge, but I'm sure someone like that would not have been allowed in a fancy thing like this. What has the security been doing? Are they really that incompetent for someone so distinct to easily get in without notice? There should have also been an outcry by now, particularly from the host. She's been standing at an arm's length away from the woman, and yet she simply continues her talk with Rebecca.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way.
Is there something in the food then that I'm starting to see things? It couldn't have been the wine though. I'm every bit as sober as I was since I've stepped off my car. The hors d'oeuvre? But why would anyone want to do that? Why would Luke Wright want to do that? He's fishy, but I couldn't see why he'd ever think it'd be a good idea to lace the food he'd serve in his party with someone like Chief Lee on his guest list to boot. He has been linked to narcotics trade, yep. However, that kind of tactic is below him, that much I could tell. Unless there's a mass murder waiting to happen here tonight, which I highly doubt. So...
What the fuck was that?
But there's no time to look deeper into this even if I want to. Not when a telling silence comes upon the room and draws everyone's attention to the main doors of the ballroom.
No damn time.
Good evening, ladies and gents.
Scumbag!
Enjoying the party?
I do love how the names just change depending on who's talking and what their feelings are for a
I
person.
hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
I've been tailing this guy for a while now. Before that, I'd heard stories from previous officers who tackled this case, none of which are pleasant. Mind, I'm not counting the incident with Professor Clark yet. Pleasant is glossing over the gravity of it. While Wright is good at covering whatever shady stuff he's doing, he's shown to be a really rotten guy. Ice cream is good for both depression and heartburn. True, yes. I wish I had some. Plus, it's just yummy. At least that's the case when he thinks none of his peers are around to judge him. I've lost track of how many counts of verbal abuse and harassment cases this guy could be pinned with. Fuck, he even tried to make a move on Isabella back in the open house, right in front of his wife. Standing in the same room as him doesn't make me want to punch him any less. Actually, the urge is stronger. But protocols. My case first and foremost. My own opinion of the man shouldn't get ahead of my purpose here. Also, apparently sad movies. At least that's what the movies say. Well, I don't watch sad movies if I can help it, so... Except for 2. But they're for the most part not sad. And then a little bit sad. Well, a lot sad. Let's not think about that. If I want to put him in his place, it should be in court with all proper charges filed against him. Anna, hello! Welcome! Hello, I came to say a quick hi. I'm not going to stay this time. Oh, that is absolutely fine. Hello! It's very nice to see you, however short. Hope you've had a great day. How's your day been? How are you today? And I'll only be able to do that once I gather enough evidence to pin this bastard down.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are all ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
I finished Sally Face and I needed a puppy video to calm myself down. Oh. Ooh. I assume it had gonna have that in mind for a while. So that had a pretty strong ending. Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. It seemed like I haven't seen all of it because the last stream I saw, I wasn't able to watch any of it tonight. Well, today, I guess. But last time, like, I was half lurking, but it seemed very dark. So yeah, I'm not too surprised. It turned so dark and emotional. It was intense. Oh. Yeah. I hope it was a good game though in the end, like that it was a good experience altogether. I literally had to murder Oh my god! Oh good lord! Oh no! Oh boy! That's... Oh my! Oh my gosh! I might have to look at the VOD to see what happened. Oh good lord!
So enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served.
Casual Tuesday. Among other things that made me cry tonight. Oh no! Oh no, Hannah, I'm so sorry to hear that. No! Oh.
Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone.
Oh, you're an abs. I cannot deal with you. In the end, I kept it until the end, but I did let a couple of tears in the end. Oh no! Oh gosh, I'm crying again. Oh no, Anna, no, I'm so sorry. Well, we're all cuddly here. We are, yes. This is a safe space to cry. The characters were amazing. Oh. Yes, we are with you. We will comfort you as far as we can. Except for this guy, but we'll ignore him. Nath is wearing Hannah's cursed necklace. I'm not. I'm going to post proof in the Discord. It's Umbreon. He is not cursed. Of were being the sad part. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, exactly. Suppressing my annoyance, I prepare to step away from the crowd. Amidst the cheers and claps, now is as good a time as any to move, to try to find that something the McCullough woman talked about. In the first place, I have no plans to actually shake hands with the slime ball himself. A fake smile is plastered on my face while I pretend to listen to one of the other guests gossiping about him. Yeah, if you want to, please watch the VOD. The game is really, really interesting. Yeah, I might actually, because I'm very, very interested in knowing what happened now. My gosh. All while slowly inching out of the ballroom. Unfortunately, before I could get any further.
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Perhaps you need to sit down and...
Rich people only have two ways to resolve their mess. Either they quietly deal with it behind closed doors, or they create an even greater problem out of it and it just blows up in everybody's faces one way or another. Fun!
No! Shut it, you monster! I ain't talking to you!
I actually had my lowest viewership all week, even though this was the end game. Oh! Oh no! I'm so sorry I couldn't be there. So how are you? I'm okay. I'm very interested in knowing how this is gonna turn out.
You bloody bastard! Standing there with your smarmy smile!
Yeah, I can't do games right now. Yeah, that's fair enough, Wipeout. I can understand that. Yeah. Not even a few seconds in, and this is already proving itself to be a big public spectacle. Why spend money on a television to buy daytime soap operas? You could just go to one of these parties and see the action unfold in real time. You get free food too. I mean, it's probably not that easy to actually get into these parties, though, is the problem, I would imagine. Really, if I were an actual guest, I'd just take this as some sordid form of amusement.
Watch your tongue. You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
But I'm not a guest who's here for a good time. I need to focus on him, even through this whole sorry tale. So I wait, I listen, I observe. Interesting, isn't it, though, that the chief inspector's... That's the chief inspector's wife. That's it? The morning after starts off quiet. Even the whole of Salemwell residences seem unusually still. The open hallway when I step out is devoid of tenants. No sound is coming from either other units either. Wait, this was the party, right? Oh, no. Okay, this was the party. So how short like we saw nothing of Ashton's chapter has to be really short. That's just, let's go to one of these parties like we belong there. Yes, first step would be to find one. Second would be to acquire clothes to make it seem like we do belong there. Can we talk about how Kylie looks normal in that drawing? Yeah. She doesn't look as bobblehead as usual, which is interesting. Bobblehead. Anyways. Right, anyways. It's almost as if something's brewing on the horizon. A peaceful night's sleep still does wonders for the mood, though. I can't even remember the last time I've slept without anything urgent interrupting. It's a nice break from all the bad news lately. If it wasn't for the insistent buzzing in my pocket waking me up, I'd sleep in. The ringing has stopped before I could move somewhere private, but sleep has also been effectively kicked out of my system by then. Pity. I could use a little more rest, until I have to face the other storm. Of course, I owe Rebecca an explanation. It doesn't matter if it's the whole truth or another hastily spun tale, although I haven't really figured out how to go about this yet. Unlike Zach and Isabella, who don't usually ask questions and are content with what little I could share, Rebecca's rather quick on the trigger. It will have to be set aside for later, though. Is it actually the guy voicing him as well? So did he did he do the song for himself? Did he make his own ringtone special for himself? Just leave this song on for a while. I mean, it is very good. Oh gosh. The chief's name stares back at me almost as if it's mocking me. Sad. It would have been nice to just chill after last night, or maybe half listen to the news. It does sound like his voice though, doesn't it? Sure, it's the same thing we've been hearing lately. Still beat standing outside in the chilly Luxburg morning on the phone with my boss. Sighing, I answer it, if only to get this over with. Oh, it's definitely the same voice actor. It is, I'm pretty sure. It has to be. Which just makes it even funnier, because, like, for one, he has the song, but he actually recorded it himself. Oh gosh. Now that's a tone I didn't expect from him at this hour. Just thinking how this'll go already gives me a headache. Immediately I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose to stave it off.
This is why I won't ever drink myself senseless. What was that? Nothing, Chief. A pleasant morning to you too.
He's probably calling to rag on me or complain about his wife, which is really none of my business unless it affects my case. It seems like the usual rich man cheats on his wife deal. Hello, Banana, welcome! How are you doing today? Hello, hello. Although I would have followed up on it if it was someone else's wife. But figuring it's the chief's, hey, I trust him to come clean if the missus is related to the right shady dealings. This is why I left before they even hauled the woman out last night. I'm not gonna go around investigating cheating husbands and wife when it's probably just that. It's not actually Banana, her cat has assumed the keyboard. Oh, true, yes, that is a meow. You're right. Hello, Banana's cat. Chief appears to have a different idea in mind, though. That sounds grim.
Anyway, where are you? I told you millions of times before to keep your lines open.
Mm-hmm. He did, and not only him. Zach, Rebecca, Isabella, all of them have said the same thing numerous times in the past. But I was undercover last night. A phone call is the last thing I want to happen. When there are other things I need to focus on at the time. Besides, we have radios and work-issued phones. Why isn't he using those channels if this is urgent?
Just woke up, sir. As awesome as it is to hear your voice this morning, it really is early.
I love how the timer ticks up even when nothing is happening. I wonder how that timer goes. Yeah, good question. Like, will it just go on forever? Because, like, I think one phone call we had with someone went to almost 15 minutes or something, or 10 minutes. Like, but how long can you actually just leave it like this?
If you could give me a few minutes just to wake myself up, that'd be swell.
Add you to stream card so we can also get notification on our Discord when you stream. Is that okay? Oh, that is very sweet of you. Thank you so much. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you. Forever and ever, hopefully. 59.59 might be the limit. Well, 4 digits means 99 minutes and 99 seconds. But I mean, it stops at 59 presumably, though. So, would it keep counting up? Like, if we assume, I mean, 99 minutes at least, right? But would it keep going after, or would it start over? Or would it just go up in seconds there as well? I don't know. I actually kind of, I'd like to know now, but we can't really sit here forever, but yeah, but it only goes to 59 in the second part. Yeah, so would it be like 99.59 then? I don't know. No problem. Well, very, very much thank you. Oh, if I had something we could talk about for like, you know, an hour or so, well, a couple of hours actually, I might be tempted to just sit here, but unfortunately.
Is something wrong? Am I needed at the precinct ASAP?
Could just turn into an hour-long podcast. But I have so remember those pants. Yeah, we need outrage, pants, pockets. Oh gosh. Oh man. Just. Huh? Oh. Why? Is it because his wife has some kind of shady dealings and he doesn't want Ash rummaging around in the case? Ooh. Well, I did not expect to hear that either. This must be some kind of cosmic joke. I allow some awkward seconds to pass. Chief must be pulling another one of his awful pranks. Out of his bad mood or a severe hangover, maybe. Everyone knows that when he's given the chance, he exercises no control with his drinking. Right, I'm going now. I feel rather tired. Have a great rest of the stream and chat. Have fun too. Don't bully Nat. Yes, they mustn't. Oh, but I hope you feel better soon, Anna. Rest well, and I hope you have a good rest of your night and a good sleep. I hope you feel a lot better in the morning. I hope you, yeah. Get yourself a nice cup of tea or something to relax with. Rest up. Good night, Anna. Good night and have a cherry. Because of COVID years last year, my dad couldn't set up his Halloween haunt, but it's back on for Halloween this year. Oh, well, that sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm good, don't worry. I might have nightmares later, but for now, I'm just physically tired. Oh, yeah. I hope you get some proper rest, and I hope no nightmares. I wish no nightmares. Nightmares bad. So I hope you get none of those. But I'm glad that you're good. That is very good. If it wasn't for his wife causing a stir, he'd probably be thrashed an hour in at the party. He likely drank more after they threw her out of the ballroom. Probably, I would imagine. Let me just... I need to... Hang on. Yeah, wrong tab. Okay, here we go. Da da da. And then... Like so. And... Oh, Anna, wait, just one moment. There you go. There you go. I had to get in on that. Oh, I'm gonna be the Reaper this year, so my dad can be a creepy clown. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Banana's dad is going to be Plown. Oh no. Well, that's another type of scary. More kneecaps. Oh no. Oh. It is a lot of fun. Yeah, that's good. That is very good. So wait, did the chief just stay at the party after they threw out his wife? Okay. Lots of love for Anna. Aww. It's very popular with the neighborhood. Oh, that's very cool, Banana. That's very, very cool. And take your time, Mundle. Besides, his sense of humor has never been good. It's just infuriating most of the time. But when he doesn't follow it up, if I sound a tiny bit frustrated speaking to my own superior, I'm not the one to blame.
Wait, no. What? Are you kidding, Chief?
No, he's not kidding at all.
Is this one of your practical jokes again? The temps won't say anything about it, but I...
It's not that. They're orders from the higher-ups.
Oh. Ah, the higher-ups, yes, my favorite word. Since when did the higher-ups ever care about what the Criminal Investigation Department did? As far as I could tell, they don't give a hoot if CID is filled with cold cases as long as we keep the spending low. When I need to view those old case files, though, they're locked away in the archives. You're gonna have to check with the higher-ups. I need access to these reports, see if the higher-ups would allow it. Every step, every move in this case, there isn't one that hasn't been gated by some authority. If it's not the chief, it's the commissioner, or so they always tell me. It makes one wonder why they even bother assigning it to anyone. Not a single one of them has done anything to help move the case. And they wonder why it's taken this long for even a hint of progress to show.
You can't just drop this on me. You can't just take me off like that.
Sounds like he just did.
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry, Ashton. You're a good detective. One of the best I've seen in years,
But
3 years, Chief. 3 years.
3 years since an anonymous tech leak blew up. Since Luke Wright's name was openly linked to several nasty dealings within Luxburn's corporate world, some of them involving deaths. 3 years, and I was the only one who made it this far, made much progress in that officers with more experience weren't able to do when they handled this case. Just within a year, and with barely any help from the damn brass at that. Of course I'll be pissed.
What would have happened if I didn't work my ass off on this thing? If I didn't dedicate a whole year of my time on it? It would have gone cold. Like every fucking case Luke Wright has been linked to. I saved this from getting thrown into the archives, sir. I'm getting close. If you could just...
I'm fully aware of what you've done, Prey. But the Commissioner hasn't been happy with your progress.
I guess not,
Still
no.
too slow by their standards.
Too slow? Well, what about those reports I filed? I've documented every freaking thing for them. I've given you every important lead I can gather. Isn't that enough?
They need results, not a bunch of research papers. Not one baseless assumption after another. Concrete proof, Frey. I'm really sorry. They've already made a decision. They're going to pass this on to someone who's been in the force longer. Someone who has more experience.
Someone who has more experience?
They meant nothing by it, but you're still too young to work on a case this big.
But if he's gotten more progress in the case than people also with more experience, what does it matter? If he's getting the job done, shouldn't that take priority? Then, oh, we need someone older on this case. Huh?
Chief, I've already done more than what those old farts ever did behind their desks. All of it, within just a year of being assigned to this.
Watch your language, Frey. Those are your superiors,
I'm not some damn rookie fresh out of training.
Oh wow, that's a
I'm as
stance.
qualified as they are.
He looks very hunched up in that picture. Like, is that just me? He looks very hunched up. Oh. Futile. I know it is. They'd never say it within my earshot, but for the very minute I stepped into their precinct, a lot of them had underestimated me. From their stares alone to the assignments I get. To them, I'm still just a kid, too young, too green, too inexperienced. And once they pull that card on me, every argument I have gets thrown out of the window. No matter how logical it is, how much I've accomplished, what my records say, or the amount of work I've put into every investigation they've thrown my way. So...
However, this case is just not for you. Too high profile, too risky to put a good officer like you in harm's way.
Can he even hear himself? That reasoning is odd in itself. No one joins this line of work without knowing the dangers of it.
Second chance. You said it yourself. I'm a good detective. It'll just be a matter of time before we can close this.
It doesn't matter what I think, Frey. You're off the case, and that's final. I expect all related files and documents on my desk by Monday morning. And don't even try to go touch anything. I know how hard-headed and determined you are.
Indeed. We're only in 11 minutes 12. Yeah, we are. Somehow. We did manage to get the time up there, yeah.
Chief, please. A few more weeks. I'll have the proper evidence left on your desk by then. I swear it won't take longer than that.
Oh, poor Ashton.
Afraid it's too late, boy. I've already informed the other officers.
Oh, no.
To be allowed access until you've been given a new assignment.
Wait, he's not even allowed at the precinct until he's given the new assignment?
Just keep out of the precinct, Frey. Take the weekend off.
What?
Seriously, Chief, is this about last night? If this is about me being at that party, I have a good reason for...
You were at the party.
It makes me pause. His wary tone, the sudden careful note in his voice. Slowly, a frown forms in my face, my eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Much as I hate to say this about my own boss, there's also suspicion in it. Hard not to think of it that way, seeing how he acted around Hannah Wright last night. Is he worried? Why should he be? Anyone was invited. I don't doubt for a second why he received an invite, even if his presence was questionable. There's something wrong, and I've unintentionally walked into it. All I have is a sneaking suspicion, but when one looks at this from a different angle, put everything together, why the hell I've been taking off this case might be for the same reason he was there in the first place. Fuck.
Yes, Chief, I was. For a good reason.
So, want to go on a little podcast? If I had something to talk about, I would.
What were you doing there?
Oh.
I know we don't have a strict rule against attending functions, but that was...
Yeah. He coughs, and it almost sounds like he's choking on his own excuses, lies. I don't want to accuse him of anything yet. He's someone I've respected since I joined the LPD, even with his bizarre sense of humor and tendency to procrastinate. Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. Well, if you have nothing to talk about, then drink for the tree. Also 11 p.m. Oh, 11 p.m. Okay. I don't actually have anything to drink, but I will hydrate lots after the stream, I promise. Well, actually 10 minutes before 11 p.m. Okay, gotcha. Well, good enough. He's obviously competent enough to get the job done. He wouldn't be the chief inspector of Luxburn Police if he wasn't. He wouldn't last years in service without some track record backing him, unless that too is a fluke and what's backing him is not something but someone. Oh. Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Fucking shit.
Chief Harvey, about last night with the...
Please stop swearing, Ashton. It's making me very uncomfortable.
Why does it matter, Frey? This isn't about that.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? I'll recite the whole damn oath we've taken upon being sworn into service if I can, but at this point, it seems too late to remind him of that. He has probably already moved from serving and protecting people to serving and protecting his own interests. Damn it! I've suspected the upper brass of this, even the lower ranked subordinates in the force, but my own boss? Shit! No wonder that didn't lead anywhere. That leak didn't lead anywhere. Someone closer might have been pulling the strings. I might have been set up to fail long before the fucking case had been assigned to me. But I don't want to just give this up. I don't want to believe I've wasted an entire year for this. I don't want this to be the kind of news to tell Professor Clark after all those promises I've given the man.
I just want to know, sir, at the party, with Luke and Hannah right, you were...
Monday, Detective Inspector. First thing in the morning.
Oh, well, he shut him down there.
Copy of the files you have, I want to see it all on my table, understood?
This isn't...
Frey, am I understood?
Oh, yeah. You're very understood. Yep, loud and clear. What else can I do than smile and nod? With my own superior expecting an answer, using that tone, brushing my questions off, as easy as discarding a dead body. Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
He cuts the line as soon as the words are out. You're off the case, Frey. Just like that. Funny way this still caught me off guard. I've discovered years ago how different the actual thing is, how far from reality everything I've believed in as a dreamy-eyed kid. There are no high-speed pursuits every day, no thrilling gunfights or exciting cases every step of the way. Only paperwork, lots of red tape, and dealing with the politics and bureaucracy. I've set out to change things, hoping it'll make things better for the people I care about. It ended up changing me instead. Serves me right for being too idealistic, right? This is probably the universe telling me that it's better to remain the skeptic I really am. Now, here I am, standing useless. Can't even do anything but grit my teeth and kick the wall. The bastard didn't even acknowledge my response.
What did the poor wall ever do to you?
It figures Rebecca would be the one to find me in this embarrassing state. Honestly, I don't like it when she sees me like this, which seems to happen a lot regardless of what I want.
Rebecca, now's not a good time.
The concern I expect from her when I turn isn't there, however. Instead, she just looks, well, the storm I left brewing last night. It's right there on her face, ready to be unleashed.
When is it ever a good time for you? You're always so busy with everything now. Now I find you here, sneaking out without even bothering with a proper goodbye. Not even a word.
Yeah, well, you know.
Really, I'm starting to think you're just keeping me around for my couch and my cooking.
Becca, it's not what you're thinking. I wasn't planning on sneaking out. I was going to say goodbye. I just had to take this call.
Oh, again with the nothing else matters music.
Although I'm not
bugs
gonna lie,
me.
Couch is great. 10 out of 10. Would sleep again.
Stop it with the jokes, Ashton. I'm not in the mood.
Her bitterness is not lost on me, but at this point our friendship in our lives, how does she still expect me to answer that? What am I supposed to tell her now?
Are you still mad about last night?
Well, she really absolutely yes is. She'd rather have you in her bed. I mean, that's true, she really would. Well, nothing else but this mere matters. There's that. She merely raises an eyebrow at me, which, to be honest, is all the response I need. Seeing her like this makes me believe, though, those things Z-Man says, the part where Rebecca scares him, sometimes. I've certainly seen this more than once already, but the familiarity of it doesn't really take away from the downhill turn this conversation's starting to take. Only an awkward cough serves as a way to stall.
Of course you're still mad. But
yeah.
Whatever happened last night, I really am sorry. I'll apologize as many times as you want.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
If you want, I'd even kneel or something.
Oh my god. I don't think that's gonna make the situation better, Ashton. I really don't.
Ashton, an apology
apology is nice and all, but that's not what I wanted to hear from you today.
Alright, fine, okay. Where do you want to start?
Oh, I don't know. I've honestly lost track of it by your third trip to the buffet table.
I wasn't... The drive up there took a bit. Can you blame me if I wanted to grab some appetizers?
Oh, come on, Ash! For the whole evening? For the whole party? Please don't tell me that's all you did, because I've never known you as someone who pigs out. You even took great lengths to avoid me. Should I also mention how you ignored Zach?
I mean, that clearly means that he's not there to socialize, doesn't it? He has reasons for it.
Sometimes I get the feeling you don't want to be seen with us in public. Some friendship, huh?
I really feel like this is overreacting. Isn't it? Like, yes, from her perspective, it's strange that he's just avoiding them, but at the same time, he is a detective, and he is clearly doing an investigation, and since he's so very adamant about telling people to be careful around this one person that was at the party, or should have been at the party, it kind of makes it obvious why he was there, and therefore, I really feel like in this situation, she should be more understanding that he was there doing a job. I mean, he did try to tell her that even, but she kind of cut him off and wouldn't listen. I don't know. Am I the only one who sees it that way? Am I just really wrong about this? I just don't get, like, I understand how she feels, but I feel like she should be more understanding towards him. Like, they didn't come there together to go to this party. They came as separate units. But because she had to take a cab, he invited her to ride. Well, he would drive her home, basically. So, like, yes, to be ignored, obviously, it's fine that she's a bit miffed about that, but, like, to this degree where a bit angry is okay, but not as much angry. Yeah, exactly. Like, this shouldn't be this big of a deal because he was there working. I don't know.
You know it's not like that. It's never going to be like that, Becca.
I'll ask this again. Just what were you up to during the party?
Investigating, that much should be obvious by now.
What were you doing that you couldn't even take 2 seconds to make time for your friends?
Investigating for his job, because that's what he does as a detective. Well, probably. I couldn't even look her in the eye. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid them. I did it to keep Zach safe, to keep Rebecca safe. Just in case. Client or family friend, it was still a party hosted by a person of interest, by a man accused years ago of murdering a person's wife to get what he wanted. But then Chief showed up, Hannah Wright happened, and Luke Wright just can't be bothered to die peacefully somewhere. Uh-oh. All of a sudden, none of my original reasons mattered. If I was found out right then and there, hell, if Zach and Rebecca's connection with me was found out, who knows what might have happened. But Rebecca doesn't understand that, doesn't understand what I can and can't say to keep them from harm. It's all in her eyes, the tight line over her lips, her furrowed brows, the hurt. This day is just off to a wonderful start. First my case, now Becca. How do I even go about this? I don't think she would understand that it's confidential. And I think Ash would know that. I don't think she's understanding enough to get that, so I think we're gonna stretch the truth. Oh, okay. Apparently that was the wrong... Oh well. Obviously, I couldn't just say, hey Becca, you know the Wrights are suspect to be ringleaders of some crime syndicate and shit like that. Protocol or otherwise, there are so many things I'm not allowed to tell the others. Even if I'm able to share information with civilians, knowing anything could very well put them in danger. This is why I keep it vague, obscure the facts, or when push comes to shove, stretch the truth and lie through my teeth. It's a necessity I've grown to deal with. It has already become a part of me, no matter how much I loathe doing it.
I mentioned it, didn't I? I was there on behalf of someone else. I was on business, Becca. I wasn't there to have a good time.
She doesn't look convinced at all. Although she's the very picture of someone who's at least willing to listen, her glare effectively takes a good 20 years off my current ears. Wait. I'm pretty sure we had this discussion earlier, but today is Friday, yes? I feel like a kid again, being reprimanded by my junior high teacher for sleeping in class. But getting away with that is easier than with this one. It's the thing with someone you've been friends with for so long. They're the ones who know you inside out. Good grades wouldn't be enough for Rebecca to let this whole thing slide. Yes, today is Saturday. I said Friday. And it can't be past midnight yet. I'm pretty sure today is Friday. I'm slightly sure today is Friday. Yes, as I said, Saturday. I'm confused now. Hang on, give me a second. I need to see. Okay, yes, it's Friday. Oh my gosh.
You couldn't even spare a single second to mingle.
No, apparently not. It's Friday, yes.
What was I supposed to say?
It is.
Hi, fancy meeting you here. Would you like to dance? By the way, those appetizers were really good. You should try some. Like that. I've got a boss guy breathing down my neck. I don't exactly have the luxury of doing as I please.
Okay, sorry, that almost bordered on gaslighting. No, I was pretty sure you were messing with me. I just wasn't completely sure, because I didn't remember. Friday here, no telling about the world Mundle lives in. There's that as well. Yeah, we need to take that into consideration. This much is true. My reasons for being at the party too. However, Chief's presence last night made a lot of things difficult. Approaching them was out of the question when there was someone watching, a person who knew the reason why I was there. It turned out to be a good call on my part, but for someone who's already angry beyond reason, everything will sound like an excuse.
The shite. I saw you stuffing your face with the deviled eggs while your own boss is off on the other side of the room. You didn't even exchange a word or a glance with him either. In fact, I think you're also avoiding the man.
Well, for good reason.
Say you don't want to talk about it instead of lying to my face.
Well, I guess I should have gone for the other. But she doesn't seem to be understanding of the fact that he has work and some things are confidential, so logically I assumed that wouldn't go over well with her, but I guess it would have. I do feel guilty still. We've already been down this road. This is something I've done so repeatedly in the past, something she's heard from me more times than all my fingers could count. Something I'll just have to get over with at this moment.
You know that, Becca. I really, really am. I wouldn't do this shit if I didn't have a good reason to.
Well, there's that. In the wild, loopy land.
Know that I don't like you lying to me.
I mean, yeah, that seems about right.
If you can't tell the truth, just don't say anything and shut your gob. I swear, Ashton Frey, you are just so dense. I'm so angry. I can't even bear to look at you right now because I swear I'll knock you right off your block.
Oh boy, she's angry.
What good reason could you have to act like an antisocial asshole? The only time you did talk to me was to rail on me about Luke. What was that all about?
Well, obviously there's a reason. Come on! You can't be that dense. He is a detective. What possible reason could there be? Oh gosh, where everyone is rude and tries to gaslight each other for fun. Uh-oh. Oh wow, what did you say to Pinky? I tried to stretch the truth because I didn't think she'd accept things being confidential, because she doesn't seem to get that he can't talk about everything that has to do with this work. But apparently that was the wrong thing to do, so...
Were you somehow expecting me to just accept everything as it is?
You really shouldn't go near that man, Becca.
Why? Because you don't trust him? I wonder if you actually trust anyone.
Well, as a detective, he's probably seen enough stuff for it to make sense not to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of things that can make people stop trusting other people,
Aside
to
from
be
the
fair.
three of us, Zach, Isabella, and myself, do you even have any other friends? If you're perfectly fine with that, then go ahead. No one is stopping you. But don't expect me to share the same views.
Right, time to sleep. Good night. Good night, Wolfie. I hope you get some good sleep. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you have a great rest of your night.
I can have a life of my own. Friends that I don't necessarily share with you. I'm an adult, Ashton, and I can make my own bloody decisions. I sure as hell can choose the people I want to let into my life.
Of course she's allowed to do as she pleases. I never mentioned she couldn't. Us growing up together doesn't mean it always has to be just the two of us. It's a dumb idea to believe in when nothing ever remains constant. Things will inevitably change through the years. She'll make friends with people outside our little circle. I'm just as free to form relationships with other people. But why of all people did it have to be him? Why does it have to be Luke Wright? That guy's nothing but trouble. How can she defend a guy like that? She's already calling him Luke, for Pete's sake.
Zach, I trust Isabella, and I trust you, Rebecca. So why can't you trust me on this? You need to stay away from that man, because he's... I really wish I could tell you.
What was that saying Isabella mentioned before? A liar is a brother of a thief. People who look at me now will probably say I'm a hair's breadth away from being a criminal. Z-Man said something like that once a few years into our relationship. I laughed it off back then, but now they're probably right. Little by little, I'm becoming the very kind of person I hate. How ironic. The silence afterwards brings an even heavier air between us, something that Rebecca thankfully doesn't allow to linger more than necessary.
I suppose you have to go now, huh?
The situation's already awkward as it is. Dragging this out will only make it, what? Difficult? Messed up? As if it isn't already.
Your case again?
I don't really have to. I have no case. As far as the job is concerned, I have the weekend off until I have to report to Chief on Monday. Although I don't want to just throw in the towel on this. Orders are orders. This isn't like the movies. I don't get to say, fuck off, throw my gun and badge at him, and become some vigilante, save the day and get my job back. I'd rather get my ass thrown in jail than do any of that. But it's also not in my nature to sit still and do nothing. It'll drive me crazy if I just idle about. Besides, there's someone who has to know about this whole Luke Wright thing.
Yeah, I need to go talk to Professor Clark. And there's something else I need to look into.
That other matter she mentioned last night specifically. The same stuff Zachary's also been trying to tell me. Things even the news has been blasting to the general populace lately. Evening, afternoon, morning, all deaths with the same motives blamed on a single serial killer. Or is it still the case? We're grasping at straws as far as these murders are concerned. In the first place, I'm not even the one heading this investigation, yet look at me treating it as if it's another high-profile case on my shoulder. How sad is that? Although all three of my friends have mentioned seeing something strange, I don't want to go into that line of thinking for now. Not yet. Not until I've exhausted every logical argument I could throw at it. To be honest though, I don't know how to take all of this anymore. But I've already given Isabella my word. It'd bother me more if I didn't follow up on a promise I made to her. And after Rebecca's claims last night, there won't be enough sarcasm in the world if what my friends have been telling me is true. I can already hear Isabella's laughter, in fact.
What else can it be?
It's not another case. It's something else. That issue Isabella mentioned yesterday morning. I'm sure you remember. You were there.
Well, at least you're not neglecting all your friends.
Uh-oh.
Becca, I promised her I'll...
She doesn't wait for me to finish. With a roll of her eyes, she turns around and shuts the door in my face. I have no idea what I've said this time, but... I think that was more jealousy speaking. I don't really think you did, honestly. Well, we'll just have to fix this some other time. By then, her temper's sure to have cooled off significantly. Hopefully. For now, I can't laze around. Gotta attend to things that matter more. Professor Clark first, deliver the bad news, then the issue with the BRC and Isabella. Maybe I'll also drop by Zach's, check on him, hear what he has to say. He has also read that damn letter. Has also been saying odd things about a bunch of photographs. I might as well, while I'm here, playing a paranormal detective, or was it supernatural? I can't remember. Okay, so wait, hang on. Which day is this? So this is okay, no, that's when she's fine. Okay, so 2 more days until Zach comes to an unfortunate end. Okay. Whatever. It wouldn't hurt anyone if I tried to get to the bottom of this. If nothing comes out of this, good. Everyone can shut up about stupid curses and we can finally get back on track with our lives. On to more important stuff. If there is something... There's a moment of confusion when I don't see her familiar ponytail about, only to find her standing behind the door to her apartment seconds later. Isabella holds it open, though only slightly, as if to hide from anyone who might happen to pass by. This early and on a lazy weekend, I doubt anyone would. But from the gap in what little light there is behind her, I could make out the appearance of someone who has just clearly gotten off from bed. Hair in complete disarray, eyes still heavy with sleep, and a small pout on her lips. She hasn't even gotten out of her pajamas. I look away long before my sense of decorum kicks in. We might be friends. I'll even dare say we've grown closer over the years, but that doesn't extend beyond the bounds of propriety. What kind of pajamas is she wearing that him looking at her in them is outside of the bounds of propriety? Christ, even Rebecca never greets early visitors in her sleep clothes. Though maybe it is our fault why she's up this early. Still, heat makes a slow crawl up my neck, one that I quickly downplay with a solid cough.
Isabella, you're up early.
Oh, smooth, Ash. Lame. Yeah, I agree.
I'm not. I'm usually up at this hour. You're the one that usually sucks at getting up early.
Says the person who looks like she's just fallen out of bed.
Instead, the usual quip, she simply averts her gaze to some point beside her, and although it only flashes briefly across her face, an expression of hurt flickers in her eyes. Some people have suggestive night clothes that they pass off as pajamas. I suppose, but does Isabella really seem like she would? I don't know. It disappears the second she turns her attention back to me, but that moment has sent a worried twinge in my stomach. I've seen it on her plenty of times before, just never in a manner that unsettles. It feels, I don't know, off this time? I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
Hey, are you...
Anyway, was that Becca with you? You both sound like Mama and Papa when they fight. You're awfully loud. If we get another memo from the landlady, I'm asking the guard to ban you from ever entering this place.
Me? Becca's the one almost shouting.
True.
Yeah, well, she lives here. You don't. You have no excuse. You're the suspicious-looking person.
Thanks. Glad at least one person appreciates how I pretty up this place.
Don't flatter yourself. This place would be so much better without having to see your face every few days.
She follows it up with another pout, but her ruffled appearance, particularly how puffy her eyes are, I noticed just now, takes away from the intimidating effect she's trying to show. Really, right now, she just looks more like an angry puppy. I might have laughed had it not given me another nagging sense that something is definitely wrong with her. What? Has she been crying earlier? That is worrying. She rarely does that. The only time it happened, the only time I've ever seen her genuinely tear up over something, I think it was after Devlin Court, the night at the bridge. I want to ask. She seems determined to keep it to herself, though.
About yesterday, Ash. The things we talked about. Do you think we can take a look at it today?
We? I never said you're coming with me. Don't worry. I didn't forget about it. You'll be the first to know if I find anything.
No, I want to go with you. I'll be ready in a few. This won't take long.
Isabella, you really don't have to. I can handle it on my own.
I won't get in the way, I promise. Besides, maybe I can help. You know, if there are files you want to check.
I don't like what she's implying. It's true LPD is having a hard time with this, but taking Isabella with me, it's out of the question. Under normal
You're the one who's
circumstances.
going to get in trouble if you do that.
True.
You said it yourself. You need information, and I can help you get that. And it's not like it matters anymore. I just don't want to stand around doing nothing today.
Fair enough, I suppose, yeah. There it is again. The slight shift in her eyes, the mild crease forming between her eyebrows, and the mild slump in her shoulders while she crosses her arms tightly around herself. Like she's shielding herself from whatever painful thing that's out there. I have plenty of reasons why I shouldn't let her tag along. First and foremost, she's a civilian. Second, I have no concrete plan of action yet. I'm going into this blind. No matter how I look at it, it's simply better for her to just wait so she won't get dragged into what might be another one of my failures. Her assumptions might be a dead end for all we know. But seeing that expression on her, hearing her speak those words out loud in a desperate, almost pleading tone, I can't bring myself to say no. So I give in, because right here I see myself in her. The person who doesn't want to stay idle, who doesn't want to think of the problems haunting him.
Alright, 5 minutes.
What? You're timing me?
Well, I can't wait forever. I'm a very busy guy. 4 minutes and 45 seconds, Isabella.
I hate you so much. I'm taking back what I said last week. You haven't changed at all.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, 29, 28. I'd hurry if I were you.
Ugh, you're awful. I hope you never get a girlfriend.
Okay. She slams the door right after, although my chuckles, the mirth and the lightness in it linger. With her, those always come easy somehow, even as its echoes fade and the only ghost of a smile remains.
It's not like I'm looking for anyone else.
I want to tell her. It's not because I can't. I won't. I'm the one who has chosen not to until I've fixed myself, until I've found myself underneath all that guilt and those lies I've been telling all these years. Because no matter how heavy the weight of these feelings are, I'm not yet worthy of them, of her. Until then, little words and gestures are the only things I can offer, minor stuff such as digging deeper into things with the BRC in order to ease her worries. I'm not even sure if this will give us anything. Unlike with the firm case, which I already have proper leads on, I'm just going by her word on this. Speaking of the Luxborn firm case, I still have to inform the professor. The apprehension's there for sure. I've made a lot of promises to the man, and I would have preferred to tell him in person, not over the phone, but it's better for to hear it from me rather than from a stranger. The railings offer a steady support while I wait for him to answer. I'd like to think I can do this without losing my nerve. My grip on the bars surely tighten, though, once the call connects.
Not running today, Professor?
He's usually at the park on late Saturday mornings, as long as it isn't raining cats and dogs. Keeps him young and healthy, he says, and he's certainly fit for a man of his age with a sedentary job. He is definitely at the usual place, though. Cheers and laughter, likely from children and families, filter through the receiver. I tend to avoid the park precisely because of this. No use reminding myself of the could-haves when it's already over. Mom's doing well with her career. Dad's also fine the last time I visited, although neither remarried. They're both content with their lives as it is. I'm probably the only one still caught up with it, hence my aversion. But all in all, it's still a pleasant sight to see, if you're the kind who takes joy in such sights like Professor Clark does. The guy certainly seems happy right now. In any case, I almost don't want to break the news to him, but it's better to get this off quick as long as he doesn't shoot the messenger. He's not the type, however. Long-held resentment can change a person, even someone as mild-mannered as the professor.
I was hoping to talk to you about the case.
I suppose I'm just the downer today. As soon as I say those words, he pauses, and the lightness in his voice is gone in an instant. Every time we've talked about this in the past, he does that. He's probably trying to gauge the situation based on the tone of my voice. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm delivering this news through the phone. Who knows what he'll see in my face and my mannerisms. The art of keen observation. I learned it from the man. He probably already has an idea what this might be about from my manner of speaking alone. For a second I hesitate, looking at the dirt beneath my shoes. But I manage eventually, after a long, ragged draw of breath, I pick up where I left off, though still fumbling with my words.
Well, I'm in a bit of trouble, if you can call it that.
Ashton.
Oh. He only assumes that tone when there's a reprimand at its heels.
But I'm not in danger or anything.
You've said that same excuse a million times before, Detective Inspector. That
Yeah.
rasping your voice tells a different story.
It's nothing like what you're thinking. Don't worry. I was just... I was taken off the Luxborn firm case.
I expect anger, frustration, maybe even disappointment, but all he gives me is a small sigh of relief.
Well, at least you aren't in danger. Liz wouldn't be too happy if she heard you right now.
Liz. Aunt Liz, she insisted I call her, his late wife. Oh. Is she the woman who Luke has supposedly murdered? Because he murdered someone's wife. Oh. A sweet-tempered woman by so many standards, they were never blessed with kids and contented herself with simply managing their bakery. But she's the closest I had to a mom in the few years I'd known her, the professor too. In the absence of my own parents in my life, the two filled the ache their divorce left in me.
You'd get an earful. You don't want to show up on her doorstep looking like you haven't slept a wink either.
Yeah. How many years has it been since? 9? 10? I can still remember it vividly. Two men, primly dressed, briefcases in hand, and a stern look at each of their faces. They were already frequent visitors to the bakery for a few months. Something about the lot being prime property in downtown Luxborn. I think they were hoping to settle a deal with them, but neither of the couple gave in to their demands. Why should they? That quaint little shop was the dream for them. Aunt Liz sent me home early that night after a fruitless wait for the professor. The next morning, news of a bakery razed to the ground had spread across the whole city, one casualty. A few weeks later, the property was sold to Wright Enterprise. A fucking hotel now stands in its place. Of course, an investigation was launched after the incident. The name Luke Wright was briefly at the center of it, but without any lack of evidence, the case ultimately went cold. The professor hides it well, however I can tell that he hates the man to this day. He might even blame Luke Wright for every tragedy that happens in the city. He has never blamed me though, when I'm equally as responsible. I knew something's off for the moment those men stepped inside the shop. I could have saved her that night. I could have prevented anything from happening to her, could have called for help or whatever. I didn't. So it continues to eat at me until today, the guilt. The Luxburn firm case would have been our chance at reopening that old case if we could prove Luke right of his crimes. Instead, we're back to square one. Yet all he has for me are words of comfort. To think that he can still be this concerned about me after my carelessness, after I've broken another's promise, a second time. People never cease to amaze me.
And you know more than anyone. I would love to see that man taken down. If anyone deserves to be tried in high court, it's him. But I'm glad nothing's happened to you while you were working on this. That's what's most important. I'd hate to get news like that again.
Suddenly he stops. I imagine a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes as he thumbs the wedding band on his ring finger before he continues. Another habit. He has never removed it since that day. He has never thought once to remarry, even when he managed to continue with his life and return to some semblance of normalcy. It's his way of honoring her, I suppose, when he couldn't bring to justice the man responsible for his loss. Some people are just hard to forget.
It's not like another death. Yours or even his will bring back my wife.
True. Still. Silence falls between us afterwards. I don't quite know what to say after that, really. Should I apologize? Show some sympathy? Going into this, I should have thought of something other than just breaking the news to him. As it is, it seems the only thing we can do is feel sorry for each other's misfortunes.
I apologize too for putting you up to this.
In another occasion, under different circumstances, I might have accepted that, but...
You didn't have to. But you've already done more than any officer who has investigated this. So don't worry about this, old man.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying, isn't it?
I'm not entirely sure if that has anything to do with the other. It seems too big even for someone like him. But if this is that man's doing...
Professor, please.
Maybe if finding things around me hadn't started... No, maybe if things around me hadn't started going beyond my control, the letter, the mansion, the supposed curse behind those, I'd still be quick to blame it all on the bastard too. But as much as I want to keep holding him responsible for it, to add to another list of his sins, it might not be the case. Agreeing will only cut a deeper wound on the professor. I don't want him to keep clinging to his resentment for much longer. He has already gone through so many years of it. This kind of anger, it's the sort that blinds people. Despite his reassurances, the bitterness still seeps into every syllable he utters. It's one thing for me to act like this. It's painful to watch someone I considered a second father to go down this path.
Please don't apologize. It's really alright. I can try to get it back on Monday when I meet with the chief. No promises, but if not, I'll make sure to keep an ear out for any news. Chief said he's passing it on to a senior officer. I should be able to catch a few tidbits every once in a while. But I swear I won't just give up on this. I'll do everything in my power to get Aunt Liz's case reopened for you.
Promises. Again, a bad habit at this point. This is sad, though. I wish I could do more for him. All this time I've prided myself over being the one to always know. Because suddenly, aside from Wright and the murders plaguing the city, I have ghosts and curses to worry about. Things that are completely out of my depth. Professor Clark's right in some way. Things would be so much easier if we just blamed Luke Wright for all of this. At least finding evidence would be a breeze, and I'd be all too happy to put him in a place he belongs. Although if he was, in any way, also complicit with what's happening, legalities have my hands tied. But maybe that's my fault. I might have missed the ticket to closing the case once and for all last night if only I'd done a better job during the party. But then, the commotion. There was Hannah Wright and Rebecca distracting me from the purpose too. I'd include that gatecrasher as well, even though it's only for a moment. So many things have gone wrong last night that...
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Well, there's also
This
that.
is why I didn't want to tell you guys. It's not a joke. Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Last night at the party.
But it's real! What do you think I saw? It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you...
Oh, oops. That woman.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her.
Shit. If that was Isabella has been warning us about, if that was the same thing Rebecca talked about last night, or what Zach told me about a few days prior, how many of these instances have I dismissed since reading that letter? How many have I ignored and passed off as some effect of fatigue or lack of sleep? Even last night, a hallucinogen lacing the food is the first thing I considered purely because that's what my training dictates. It's a mindset I've grown used to. It's a setting the gears in my head automatically takes in a situation like that. Of course, I'm not discounting all of that yet until I have enough information, something to form a conclusion from. Proof in whatever form it may come. Oh! The timer has reset because of the other cutscene thing. That's interesting. Well, we realized that way too late. Yeah, you don't say! Like, come on, Ash! From Deluxe City. You need to be... Oh, you're way off your game, dude. But thinking straight is impossible when all of a sudden all your beliefs are being upturned in the most violent possible way at that. Jesus, I need a sounding board. I need to talk to someone and Zach's the best person for that.
I have to go, Professor.
I don't have time to stop and listen to what the professor has to say as I cut the call short. In the same second, Isabella emerges from her apartment, fully dressed and ready for the day. As usual, she greets me with a smile, but it falls just as fast as she catches a glimpse of my face. Shit's gone up in flame and burned down to ashes, and now he walks around and is like, I smell smoke, better look for a fire. Yeah, that kind of... Yeah, That's kind of perfectly descriptive of what's going on here. Shame. That would have been the first comforting thing I see all day. No, see today. It annoys me that I'm partially responsible for the worried one replacing it. I must look close to a picture of someone choking or dying because there's nothing but concern in the first word she speaks.
Ash, are you... Do you need to go to the bathroom?
I mean, he doesn't look as scared as constipated, I guess, then.
Yeah, no. No, I don't. I don't, okay. But we should hurry. Come on, don't forget to lock your door.
Seriously, you look like you're about to fall over. Are you alright? Because if you're planning to faint right here, I won't be able to carry you.
Yes, don't mind me. I just remembered some stuff from last night.
Yes, stuff.
I need to talk to Z-Man about this. Mind if we drop by his place first?
Shouldn't we call him? To let him know? It's still pretty early, though we'd probably arrive there around noon. Also, what do you mean about this? Is Zach...
He was also there when I opened the letter, right? He read it too. I'm sure he's fine, but it wouldn't hurt to check on him. To make sure. See if he'll say the same things you told me yesterday.
If he's also been seeing things, if it's also the same woman I saw last night.
I'm not saying there's really a curse yet, but we have to look at this from every possible angle. And don't worry, he won't mind. He's probably just watching TV right now. Let's go.
Okay, but speak up if you're not feeling well. You really look like you're choking on something. You didn't have to do this for me in the first place.
Wait, so Marianne is already dead because the party's already... Okay, right, yeah, that's true.
It's not as simple as that.
We head down to my car in record time with not a single second wasted to hit the road and drive to Zach's place. If any one of us other than Isabella who knows anything about what's going on, who can help sort the muddled mess my mind is, it's got to be him. He listened to her. Zach's the kind who prefers to laze around his apartment on a weekend, especially after having a busy week like the last one. The big guy is nowhere in sight though when I arrive in his unit. Figures. People don't seem to be where they should be when I need them. Looking around, I find no sign of where he might have gone to. He usually leaves a note on his fridge if he's out for the day, just in case someone drops by. As there isn't one, he probably just went out for a quick walk. I hope. Maybe he ran out of eggs or something and went to buy some. He is out of eggs after all. It puts my running mind to rest for a while. He always has to have some, be it for an omelette or for something he's baking.
Ash, should you be rummaging around? Bad enough we went in here without asking for his permission.
Yeah, Ash is just making himself really comfortable just looking through his fridge.
Chill, I'm just looking.
Yeah. Actually, I could also go for a fucking pie right now, but Zach's fridge is next to empty save for a few leftovers. All I can do is sigh as I close it behind me.
If you see me take anything, feel free to call the police.
Isabella's quick to shoot me a sharp glare and another chuckle slips for me, despite the unease in my stomach. But the cheer only lasts a mere few seconds, mostly because she hasn't been in the mood for any sort of friendly banter. It's the silence that's telling, and a quiet Isabella? It's usually the first recipe of an incoming shitstorm.
You always do this whenever you visit another person's house. Because I have a lot of questions about your methods.
Yeah, that's actually reasonable, I think.
That's with Zach.
I'm still worried for her friend, of course, and despite what's bothering Isabella, she's anxious too. She's been standing by the doorway for a few good minutes now since we entered the Zach's place. In fact, doesn't seem to know what to do with herself. But as much as I want to put her at ease, her nervous tics are starting to get to me. The manner in which she makes herself smaller, the way she fidgets with her hands, clasping them one moment and unfurling in the next. It's distracting enough that I want to ask what's wrong. I doubt she'll give me a straight answer though, and the best I can do is help her temper
You don't
it.
have to hang around the door. You might be here for a while. You can sit down.
She hesitates for a second, but eventually takes the empty seat by Zach's study table.
Going to look for him?
Sure, we can, but where are we going to start? I can think of a few places he might be, but Luxburn's a big city. I don't want to miss the big guy if we leave, and...
I trail off, making a vague gesture in the general direction of Zach's bed. The messy bed suggests he He was out in a hurry. Didn't even bother to fold the sheets. His cell phone's been left behind as well. Another odd thing, when he's made a habit out to never leave it in case a client calls.
The locked door points to the fact that it wasn't a forced exit.
That seems to reassure her, but not so much. Understandable, anything might happen. In hindsight, I shouldn't have left Rebecca alone either. We'll have to check on her later. In the meantime, Zach, but with no other clue where he is and no other way to contact him, we have no choice but to wait. Sure, I could give the room another thorough run through, but I don't think Zach would appreciate me upending his place. Isabella won't let me do that either. Besides, I haven't eaten anything yet. Isabella probably hasn't too. We did leave in a hurry. Might as well take this chance to cool down a bit, right? Anything to distract myself so that I don't just charge headfirst because of whatever paranoid scheme that comes to mind. Isabella is with me, I can't be reckless. Returning to the kitchen, the first thing I see is a bag of chips when I rifle through his cupboards. After muttering a permission and an apology to its owner... No, after muttering a permission and apology its owner won't hear, I grab it. Isabella doesn't miss shooting me another glare, but she doesn't really make an effort to stop me this time. She ignores my offer of food, though. So instead, I set myself on Zach's old couch and turn the television on. Isabella's silence may not be too heavy, but it sure as hell is awkward. The screen lights up right as some awful noontime drama starts airing on the Channel 9. Nothing like sitting in front of the TV with a mindless drone running in the background. Oh, to waste away the time. I mean, fair enough, yeah. And waste it away we do. Afternoon has hit its last few hours when movement comes from the other side of the door, and Zach's heavy treads break the monotonous drivel from the TV. The lock clicks, the knob turns, and slowly swings open to reveal a very exhausted-looking Zach. What, did he run a marathon?
Sup, Z-Man?
Hey, Zach. Sorry we just barged in here. Ash was...
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Light as my tone might be, his arrival eases the restless edge in me. Who knows what I would have done if something bad happened to one of my friends. Oh, I've got some bad news for you, Ash. Oh, no. If another minute had gone by without him showing up, I might have resorted to unconventional methods.
Only after you broke the 13th one? I can't keep replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment.
Yeah, there's that.
And stop calling me Z-Man.
No, that's not happening.
I didn't break anything this time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to. And hey, is that my...
It's scary how the friendly banter and easy smile come naturally. I do it without even thinking, and that speaks volumes about how comfortable I am around him. It's nice, isn't it? What makes me afraid of it, however, is the idea that a time might come where I might just do these without meaning to and offend him in some way. The friendship we have might be closer than most I've shared with others, but there are boundaries you can't cross without the other's permission. Zach's been respectful of that so far, neither asking about my parents or what happened to them. Me, I'd bet he'd say not so much. It's also this easy banter that makes me wish we could just stay like this. No worries, no problems, just potato chips in the debate on whether or not I deserve them. But as usual, something always cuts moments like this short.
She eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend. Did you at least share some with Bella?
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
Really? It's free food, you know. What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food? What happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
Although her tone forces him to do a double take, Zach doesn't push it. The question's all too clear in his eyes when he glances my way, though. I really wish I could answer him, despite my best efforts. Isabella's been unforthcoming as well. What am I supposed to do? I can't just force her to speak, can I? She's not a criminal to be interrogated. She's a friend, for Pete's sake. It's a good thing Zach has a better handle on the situation than I, and soon enough he changes the subject. Where it leads to isn't necessarily a better topic, however.
But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do. Just say the word.
Thanks, Zach. Maybe next time. Food is not really what we came here for. Ash, he's the one who...
She stumbles into one of her uncertain silences again before glancing my way. There's a plea in there for me to take the lead in this, but where do we start? The mansion, the strange things we've been seeing, the letter? Even I am afraid of what he might say. I can't even believe I'm considering taking a deeper look into this whole thing in the first place, but here I am.
You're right. There really are some odd things going on here lately.
How is everything with you lately, Zach?
Hold on, Ash. Both of you. Did I just hear you say that? Is this why Isabella's here? Has something happened?
Ooh, has something happened? Well, yes, something has happened.
Calm down. We're just here to check on things. So,
Yeah.
did you meet Andrew about the photos?
What photographs?
Unlike when he brought up the subject with the photos with me, he doesn't hesitate when Isabella asks for it. Zack hastily fishes them out of a nearby drawer and hands it to her. I can almost see it in him. The 1 second hindsight kicks in and the realization that she would have been a better listener than I. Makes sense when all I've been doing until this morning is call it a Halloween prank. She goes through each of the prints in silence, her shoulders growing stiffer by the second until she's gone rigid and pale. But it's the telling glances they exchange afterwards that speak volumes of the things running inside their
What did
minds.
Andrew say about them?
It could be one, but there's no guarantee it's a supernatural thing. It doesn't always happen. So, that's a dead end right there. Now that I think about it, bothering that guy for this feels pretty silly now. But with the dreams lately...
That's all? Did he say anything about the damn letter at all? Did you ask him even?
As expected, Zack starts to look at me like I've grown a second head. Yeah, I would too if there was ever a universe where I was standing in front of myself, because even as a child, I never believed in ghost stories. The Lucky Charms and mystical objects from my mother have often been stored away or given as paltry gifts to those who would appreciate them more.
That's really everything. The letter kind of slipped my mind. The photos were more important at that time. There was some stuff about the local horror stories, though. Talked about the curses, and he was really fascinated with the story about a wraith asking for a sacrifice to move on.
Interesting. Time to kill a ghost.
Kinda
Yep.
nasty if you ask me.
Gotta do some
Doesn't make
ghost
sense if
busting.
you simply go along with it. I'm not sure how this will help in the grand scheme of things.
Wait, we still need Pinky. She's the only one that managed to really fight it off. True, yes. And so far, she's the only one of the group we know will live, except for Isabella. Because I think she's safe as well. Also, doesn't Zack die in like 1 or 2 days? Yes, he dies, let's see, today is... Okay, so today is the 29th. Oh, is that... Okay, that's her pajamas, apparently. So they weren't all that revealing. So in 2 days, Zack has an unfortunate event happening.
Why are you asking about this anyway?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach.
Yeah.
It may have something to do with... I may have...
Did we see this conversation from Zack's view? Yes, we did. Although I don't know if it'll be longer this time than it was from Zack's point of view, but yeah, we have had this conversation.
Wait. Stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
Granted, I haven't eliminated every single possibility here yet, but what else is there to go off from here? The worried look Zack shoots my way doesn't help one bit in helping me gather my thoughts either, when that's what I came here for. Somehow everyone's suddenly just so worried about me. It's not like I'm pulling this out of my
I
ass.
still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something. Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
And along with Isabella's warnings, what's occurring around Zack, what's happening around Luxburn since Isabella found the letter.
Have you seen the news this morning?
Zack's puzzled expression is enough answer. Of course he hasn't. Another night, another nightmare. The guy most likely went out as soon as he got out of bed to shake the images off. The memories have never really left him. Isabella, though...
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and I was busy.
That could easily mean anything. Did her Kuya, her older brother, end up in jail again? She's had to bail him out numerous times in the past, though all that did was piss her off, not sap every ounce of cheer out of her. Or is it that other brother, the younger one who keeps insisting that he'll quit school so she could come home? That was 2 years ago. As far as I know, she's already sorted that one out. It couldn't have been her father, right? With the mansion sale, she's earned enough to cover every bill for a while. It should. So what is it then?
No problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
Whatever's bugging her, I doubt it's something meant for casual conversation, else she would have mentioned it sooner. Tucking my curiosity for later, I take the remote and begin cycling through the channels. A distraction. Not a good one, I admit, but it's definitely better than leaving her to brood. Eventually, I find one doing a recap of this morning's reports, and there it is. The poor guy is unidentifiable with how badly his body has been burnt. Murder via arson. That'd be the logical explanation if I was the officer looking into it. Except they couldn't find the source of the fire, and the fire didn't even spread.
In the early hours of the morning today, the fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxbourne police.
They're going to consider spontaneous human combustion soon enough if they don't find anything else, but what's important for everyone to note is the state of the room.
Writing was found in another victim's room from last week's incident. Both were employees of Briar Realty Corporation. LBN has reached out to the...
Like, what happened to Cooper? Hell, I wonder how many other deaths were like this that I've missed while I've been looking into Right. The LPD's already thinking it's a serial killer at this point. How long until they consult with the London Metropolitan? I'm not sure. The Anselm Butcher has always been an enigma, even to the people within this city. Gone for a few years, then in the next, one body after another is found. Merely handling the case has apparently driven the chief inspector insane years ago. He never did find out who committed those murders. Maybe now, this time...
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
Her words come out all like a whisper, but each syllable lingers in the air, heavy with her guilt. The thick tension of the room, they strike harsher than any of the things we've said. However, she also has to know that she isn't the only one on this. No one has asked her to take this upon herself. Rebecca won't, Zach won't, I sure as hell won't.
Too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here. 4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this. I don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have. Both of you as well.
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
Encouragement aside, this is still a whole fucking mess and we're in it blind. The only way to make it worse is if we start running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I have a concrete plan now, I think. Maybe Isabella's right. Maybe we should dig deeper into BRC itself. Maybe we are looking at it the wrong way. However, my suspicions are mine for the moment. The details are something Zach doesn't need to know until I have something to show. It's enough that he's aware that I have an idea in mind. For his part, Z-Man doesn't push it, and nothing but a heavy silence leads our departure hours later. Seriously, Zach would probably make more of a responsible officer than me, if only he had the heart to join the force. We could certainly use more kind people like him. But as good as that thought is, I push all of it into the back of my mind as Isabella and I head for my car. Tonight, I can't stay distracted. Except for a few half-hearted attempts to get some kind of reaction from Isabella, the drive to BRC is a quiet, awkward affair, more so the hour-long wait for nightfall. Even with only the 2 of us, the place is rife with tense energy, only a matter of minutes now. But the ticking seconds don't take away the edge, and for the 5th time, I reach out and fiddle with the radio, adjusting and turning the knobs with no real purpose. It's a nervous quirk I've developed and never bothered to correct during stakeout, something to keep my mind occupied during long nights. What else is there for me to do? The person I usually count on for casual out-of-the-blue chit-chat refuses my attempts at starting one.
Out with it.
The way she quickly falters into silence after, in spite of the tone she takes, though, it makes me doubt if she really means everything she's telling me right now. She hasn't even glanced my way since we arrived.
Second thoughts? You can still back out if you want.
We're just going to my office. Why should I?
Dunno. You can get in trouble, maybe. This isn't exactly legal.
Exactly legal. Scope BRC out, see if the real estate company has any more information that may be of help. Find things about Cooper and the other agents assigned to the Ermengarde mansion. According to Isabella, it's the last property the victims have worked on. Sure, I could also check the station for full reports. That's the easy, semi-legal way. But I don't want to bump into Chief right now. The guys at the precinct will definitely throw me out on his orders as soon as they see me. Not that my plan right now is any better. I'm just breaking into a different place, more or less, with a civilian to boot. The latter still doesn't sit well with me. It never will, especially if this might put her in a very tricky position afterwards. She's been very careful when it comes to her work, almost model employee, as most people would say. Why is she throwing caution to the wind now?
I'm not an employee here. I'm not supposed to be looking for any confidential stuff. Only people like you are privy to.
If you mentioned earlier that this is your plan, I might have had enough time to think about it. I already promised to help if you need access to those files. I didn't think you'd want to see them this soon and in this way. Besides, the same goes for you, right? You were taken off your case. Won't you get in trouble with your boss?
Likely, I would say. Honestly, it's a toss-off between breaking into her office or into the Wright's mansion. As it stands, I'll have an easier time getting in here first. After all, why would someone want to break into a realty company? Been here many times before anyway, for a few casual visits when I wanted to bug Scaredy Cat. Over the years, I've more or less grown familiar with their security setup and how badly staffed they are. Plus, it's an old building. If the bankruptcy rumors are true, it just means their access protocols might also be outdated.
Still, I can do this on my own, you know.
Really? And how are you even planning to get into our office without an access card? Please explain.
Well, I was going to pry open the card reader and use a gecko.
You're a hopeless case. I really want to know why no one has locked you up yet.
Yet you're helping me with this. Willingly. I don't think that'll sit well with the Philippine embassy either. Chances are you'll probably get deported the minute they find out.
Oh, low blow, I know, but it's worth a shot when she can still turn back. It's not like I don't have any means to get into the place. With or without her, I have a way.
I have a reason to be snooping about. My badge and rank can speak for me in case things go south. You?
For a passing second, it seems to work. A hint of panic and hesitation flashes across her features when she looks at me with searching eyes. Then, unexpectedly, it dissolves, not behind the fear I'm anticipating, but underneath something sharp and searing. I'm not sure what she sees exactly or what she's hoping to find in the short while she holds my gaze. All of it merely goes unspoken, and no longer than a minute later she simply averts her attention back to the window, training it once again at some point outside.
Stella, please, now's not the time.
It's too late for that, Ash. Give it a rest.
An appeal spoken in a voice too harsh coming from her. Perhaps unintentional, perhaps one that's already too exhausted for everything going on lately. It's hard not to concede when she takes that tone, and soon, despite myself, I sigh. Tucking away every concern, I've been looking around in favor of trusting her on this, according to her, the same confidence she has implicitly given me all this time.
Alright, okay, if that's what you want. And don't worry, I didn't mean what I said earlier. I won't let anything happen to you.
Aww. Her lips briefly turn up into a smile, though none of the cheer reaches her eyes.
Get this over with, okay? Everyone should be out of the office by now.
Well, in we go then. Somehow the uncertainty in her posture makes me wonder if she intended it as some kind of comforting gesture. Whether it's for me or for her, she doesn't let me find out. Without saying another word, she exits the car while I'm left scrambling and chasing after her. She's already at the side entrance, a hand raised on the card reader beside it, and another poised to push the door open when I catch up to her. Whatever doubt there has been on her face a while ago, it's gone. Seeing her like this makes it easier to believe my worries are unfounded, that things might go smoothly this time. Uh-oh.
It's late. Most offices in this building have already closed up shop for the weekend.
The bloke seems friendly enough, though one can't really tell from his voice alone. He might be the wary sort for all I know. Keeping up an unconcerned face and aloof air won't hurt until I've figured out how to wiggle us out of the situation. But from the way Isabella's face brightens up, it looks as though getting through won't be too much of a problem. He's probably been working here for a few months already then, maybe around 4 to 6 months max. Otherwise he would have recognized Isabella or me at first glance. I haven't shown my face in here since I've been assigned to the firm's case a year ago. In the first place, none of the security officers ever lasted a year in service. The longest was around 7.5. I'll give this guy around that before he gets fired or finds a better paying job. For the moment, he's too friendly attitude is almost a gift.
Hey, Seb?
Oh, look who we have here. Been a few days since I last saw that ponytail in here, Santiago?
Ah, close enough.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Wait, don't tell me yet. I'll get it right this time.
What was it, actually? No.
You were closer the first time?
Drat, I swear it is on the tip of my tongue. I just need a hint to remember.
I take it back. This geezer's not gonna last past this month. He can't even remember a regular employee's name.
I'm sure of it this time. Centillon?
No.
Still a few ways off, Seb.
Isabella, we don't have all night.
Santos, that's it.
No, just let me handle this. Sorry, Seb. Some other time. We're in a bit of a hurry. I just need to get a few things from my cubicle. Important work stuff, you know? Is it okay if we drop upstairs for a sec?
Oh, absolutely. No, go right ahead. As long as you have your access card with you, we're good. Not sure if I'm allowed to let your boyfriend in, though.
Who, me?
My what?
Boyfriend. The guy with you, isn't he?
It's a fair observation if I do say so myself. Needless to say, the silence that descends is both uncomfortable and terribly awkward. Although the latter's probably coming mostly from me, because in the next second, Isabella laughs. Laughs! Lighter than the ones I've heard from her lately, a comforting sound really after seeing her in such a dour mood since this morning. Even as all of it subside into mere chuckle sooner than I'd like, it's comforting to see that I'm at least partially responsible for it, despite my poor heart being beaten to a sorry pulp.
Oh, no. No. He's definitely not my boyfriend.
Well, way to shut him down. She might as well have set it on fire and reduced it to dust while she's at it. Frankly, the number of no's in that sentence alone is a bit too much. Christ, one would have been enough to get the message across. Did she really have to put in that many?
That's impossible.
Oh, put it that way, actually.
Stop being funny, Seb. I'll go on ahead, okay?
She quickly shuffles inside with nothing more than a small wave, leaving behind even a more awkward atmosphere for me to wade through. It would have been bearable if I didn't have to suffer through a stranger's amusement. Alas, woe is me.
Mind your own business.
Oh gosh.
Excuse me? You mean what happened with Rose Cooper?
If I'm going to be stuck here with him for a while, I might as well try to gather as much intel as I can. He might just be a guard, someone with no real authority, but most of the time, people like him are the ones who know more than they let on.
Really? Those guys could have just resigned for all you know.
No, I only catch tidbits of stuff from over here. Oh, seriously, I heard the branch is getting flushed soon, but that's no excuse for anarchy. Here's why Boss Man's been in an awful temper these past months.
They managed to strike a good deal with the mansion in Ansem, right? That didn't do the trick?
Didn't seem like it. The bloke shouting like no tomorrow again. Wasn't very pleased when Gurley called and asked for another leave yesterday afternoon.
Gurley? Isabella?
It's not too surprising considering she's already been gone for 3 days now. She's asking for another. Not that it's a bad thing, it's within her rights as an employee, but Isabella rarely uses her work leaves.
Poor lassie, if you ask me. She found him a buyer for that mansion after all. The least you could do is be considerate to her after a family member's passing.
Wait, what?
Huh? The rumors, BRC, Rose Cooper, missing in action employees, all of it ceases to matter in that instance. Almost on instinct, my eyes zero in on the intercom speaker as if staring daggers at it. Will it show... as if staring daggers at it will show me the man behind the voice so I can see the truth in his face myself.
No, what?
Nothing. I shouldn't be the one you're asking, and, you know, things might get a bit boring here. No one really wants to hear what a poor old guard wants to say.
I think Ash is very interested in hearing what this poor old guard has to say.
Why don't you just go after her? As long as you're not looking to create trouble for me, it won't be a problem. You aren't here for that, right?
He is lucky I'm not here to hurt anyone. If I were someone with ill intentions, he might not be smiling at the end of the day.
No, but...
I'll go and unlock that side entrance for you then. Just don't forget to turn off the lights before you both leave, okay?
Hey, wait a second. What do you mean by...
He cuts off the connection before I can finish, and the rest of my questions dies in my throat. Soon the latch clicks and the side door swings open. That Seb, a stout man wearing a uniform still too loose for him, waves me over from the gap before he disappears behind the station again. Just my luck. Here I thought I'm going to have to count on whatever Isabella brings with her. Although, no matter how much I want to feel happy, something else has already taken a firm seat in the forefront of my mind. Is that why she's been acting not like herself today? Since when? Of course, as I step into the building, I try to push all of these questions as far down as I can. I need to focus. Work is work. But what if what I've heard is exactly what I think it is? If it's a sign of things to come, honestly, I don't feel too good about that. It's a quiet ride up to the 7th floor where the BRC Luxburn main office is. Seb has been kind enough to switch the guest elevator's power on just as I'm about to head for the fire exit stairs, which is welcome relief. I'm an active guy, but stairs, I don't want to tire out too quickly, in case things get ugly. There probably won't be any trouble with the building this quiet, but you never know, I swear. The whole place definitely feels eerie at this time of night. But until I've confirmed anything, those are just stories. Worse things can happen. No need to scare myself. Staying calm means fewer mistakes.
I sure am fucking gutsy, especially with what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm breaking a lot of laws here. I'm also putting Isabella in a lot of risks. Best thing that can come out of this, Isabella is right all along. Worst case scenario, 1. Someone finds out Isabella's involvement in this and her boss fires her. 2. I find evidence that would implicate BRC or Luke Wright in a crime, and my meddling, if I'm not careful enough, makes it inadmissible in court. Though, I'll be honest, I strongly prefer losing my job or facing Wright over some spirit or ghost or whatever it is. I could always work around the problems with the former. Isabella could also find a better job. BRC never did pay her properly, despite her efforts. But fighting off a phantom? How does one even do that? Do guns even work with them?
Yeah, not going to happen.
But tonight, I'm here to fix things. If I do it without leaving a trail, all the better. Good thing that's what I'm good at. Whoa. Easier way in. Well, easy way in. Okay. What I'll probably never be good at is finding the proper words when a sitch calls for it. But seeing Isabella's small form beyond those doors, how she pushes through despite carrying an entirely different burden this time, how she's pretending as if everything's normal, it's difficult not to try. People who have never looked beyond her smiles will never know, will never understand. Hell, even Rebecca's probably not even aware of this. I get it. We have other problems at hand. I've done the same thing plenty of times to protect myself after all. But it's all in her eyes when she glances up at the few light rasps I give the door. She wastes no time in leaving the mess of paper on the table and opening it for me, though even her confusion as she takes it in my presence barely hides it.
Let you in?
The rough edge in her voice rings a whole different tune now that I'm aware of why. But knowing is different from hearing it straight from her. I can't simply bring this up, can I? It's not a topic suited for casual conversation, and I doubt she wants to talk to me about it. As much as I want to help, there's a distance between us I'll never be able to cross, one that wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for me. Perhaps, if I had been more honest years ago and less of a coward, I might have been able to. Figures I couldn't even do that for the person I keep telling myself that I care deeply about.
What can I say? I'm a very charming person.
Yes, indeed.
Maybe.
This is the closest we can get to it, I suppose. The light banter, the fleeting glances, or sometimes long bouts of silence. And it's enough. For me it is. Because even without words, there's comfort. With her, it's easy.
Must be a pretty cool rock then.
Ugh, get over yourself.
Hey now, I deserve some slack here. Today's supposed to be my day off, and yet here I am helping you out.
It's true.
Helping. By standing at the door.
Well, you're not exactly letting me in.
Despite what she says, she moves to block me when I try to enter. She must have expected this the second we walked up to the building's entrance and counted on the night shift guard to bar me from the place. It's reassuring to know she's somehow worried about me, although it's a bit misplaced at the moment. Besides, her concerns aside, I really can't get her into the thick of things without me. Not with all the problems on her plate right now.
Seriously, Ash. Seb might get in trouble for this. You might get in even bigger trouble with your boss.
What was that shout?
And you're not? We've already talked about this back at Zach's. It's out of the question.
At least do it for Seb, please. He's a really nice guy. With the way things are going here, he's...
On that, I agree with her. Seb's not such a bad fellow. Might be a little careless with his job and talks too much, but he means well. I'd hate to see the guy leave here with a bad record in case something goes wrong. However, the anxious look she shoots back at the table behind her bring an even bigger worry.
Did you find something? Aside from what you told me about yesterday?
Not yet. I'm not sure. I haven't started going through the files we have in the records room. just the ones they handed to me and Rose.
Let me see.
Wait, Ash!
Isabella, I already promised you that no one's going to get in trouble after we're done here. Even Sep. I'll make sure we leave the place clean.
Her hesitation's still there, a split second of indecision as she tries to form an argument. Eventually, when nothing comes to mind, she steps aside.
Okay, but we can't take the original files out of this office. Clear? Not even a single sheet. We'll just have to make a copy.
Don't worry, that's the plan.
It appears to reassure her, a nod, then shortly she gestures for me to follow. Passing the sea of cubicles, I can't help but take in everything in their office, a force of habit for the most part. As far as I know, BRC Luxburn used to own this whole building. Offices on several floors once upon a time when the real estate is still a lucrative business for the company in this side of the country. Then competition showed up and suddenly everything's not so good anymore. It only got worse as the years went by or so, according to the rumors. Now the branch is just this floor despite the huge sign on the building's facade says, and frankly, it's not too hard to believe when what looks at the state of this room says right now. A number of desks have been cleared out. Personal mementos are scarce as if the employees have gone on exodus. That'll be the downsizing, probably. Still worrying, though. Of course, I shake away all this when Isabella starts handing me the papers she's been looking through. Focus, Frey. There's no point in whining or dwelling on it any longer. That's why we're here in the first place, to find out what the real deal is the old-fashioned way. Isabella's presence is a whole other blessing, too. I couldn't imagine how long this would take if I pushed going in here alone.
Everything? Where are the documents you mentioned?
Still locked up in the records room. Do you need them now?
Bring them here. Everything that has to do with the mansion's sale. Even those who worked on it during the renovations. The cleanup. Everything. Including your mandatory sign-in sheets.
It's an odd thing to bring up, but at least it elicits a laugh from her before she heads for the records room. She remembers, and no matter how weak the sound of it is from her usual ones, it's a welcome thing to hear. It reminds me that the Isabella I know is still in there. She returns minutes later with a thick stack of folders and binders. For the next half hour, we work in complete silence while we dig into everything compiled in the folders. Not an easy task considering how thick the whole thing is, but there's two of us. In fact, Isabella does most of the work sorting the contracts, the employees list, and stuff we don't need into a neat pile. Just the files for the restoration alone makes up a stack of papers that's an inch thick. A third-party service provider is hired for them by masonry, radiators, woodworking, plaster work, slate roofing, and a whole bunch of other things are well documented. Hell, every single contractor who worked on the project were listed individually. Even if they were just there to do the plumbing. It's a high-profile and high-cost estate, all right. But with that scope comes loopholes. Means plenty of room to hide something in, if there's something fishy going on. All I have to do is find a pattern, and it doesn't take long. Upon closer glance, despite the original owners shouldering the renovation costs, it'll be surprising if they've managed to break even on the Ermengarde mansion. What with the addition of expenses for the open house, the commission for their agents, and other overhead fees. At this point, negotiations to get it listed under BRC's name almost broke down too. Some disagreement about the listing price. The owners wanted to be rid of it as quick as possible while keeping the worth at a profitable level. BRC was insisting on a higher amount, double what the appraiser suggested. Plus the rumor that their branch is closing, BRC Luxburn really is in the red, and the sale of the mansion could have easily been a desperate move to keep the branch
No
afloat.
wonder the final sale happened as fast as it did. Did you know about this?
No. They took it off our hands after I submitted the final documents for the sale. I didn't even know until I read this. I'm not sure if Rose did. I've only been given the key to the records room after she... Anyway, my point is, they've kept all the files from me. Rose was the one who compiled everything from our side. And even then, she was probably not aware of this.
Interesting.
There's only so much they let us know. After that, they just told us to wait for our commission, and that the legal team would handle the rest. The rumors are true.
Seems so.
Sheesh, this place is just unlucky, going bankrupt while the rest of this crap is happening. But this isn't what we're looking for. What we need is the who. The people aside from Isabella Cooper involved, and Cooper involved in this business with the mansion, and how they are now. We can't do much with the outside contractors, they won't be on file. The employee list, on the other hand. Even with the 2 people working through the pile, the whole task still takes quite a while. It's a quarter of an hour later when we put down the papers with a sigh and move on to the clients upon Isabella's insistence. For that, the sign-in form of the open house comes in handy. Something gives me a laugh when I spy the fake name I wrote on the sheet. Wait. I don't know which one is his fake name.
Why'd I even pick this name? It sounds so lame.
Ashley? Is that his? Because, you know, Ashton. Oh, thank you for the posture check and also the hydrate. Welcome to Midnight Land. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Mundle.
What name?
Nothing important. Just focus on those papers you have.
I'm guessing
You need
it's
to finish this soon,
Ashley.
before Seb suspects anything.
Hey, Nath, it's Tuesday. Right. Right. She snatches the papers away before the thought of hiding it occurs to me. Not that there's much a secret in it. Isabella found me that afternoon anyway, but still. I've been careless that day, tailing Luke right without confirming where they were headed off to. While the butler's terribly efficient in keeping the Wrights' engagement from the public's eye, there are other ways, if only I've given it the time of my day. In retrospect, I've been too eager, too impatient to find something that'll crack the case and be done with it. Maybe my failure goes as far back as the day of the open house, not during the party last night.
Yeah, well, I was pressed for time.
Seriously, Ashley? Were you even trying?
Oh, come on. You didn't even notice I was the one who wrote it down.
Of course I wouldn't. Only an idiot would use his real name.
It worked, though. Admit it. It's genius. Who would've thought, huh?
She responds with a roll of her eyes, then drops the matter entirely by shoving the paper back into my hands. We lapse back into our respective tasks afterwards, wordlessly skimming through everything. Read set aside, get another one. Well, read, get a set aside, get another one. Looking back at the sign-in sheet, I spot Luke Wright and Hannah Wright listed up top. Not that I don't know about them already, of course, but scanning through the list, and a name immediately comes to my attention.
Madeline Williams.
Something wrong?
Huh? No, just that I remember this girl listed here.
She frowns, moves her seat closer, and takes a careful look at the sheet. There's a long moment before she speaks up again, but from the way she tenses, she appears to be expecting the worst already.
She was with me, in the group following Cooper, when we toured the upstairs part of the mansion, I mean. Rather loud one, especially when we took a peek into the attic. Kept talking about the ghost stories the whole tour.
Natalie Williams? No. Madeline Williams. Madeline.
Then, do you think she's...
She was reported missing 3 days after.
Uh-oh. There was a ruckus at the precinct the day her family filed it. Threats were naturally given at the lack of progress days later, desperate ones. Her family is willing to shell out all the cash they have just to find her, to no avail, unfortunately. Officer Benjamin has been in a bad mood ever since he spoke to them, but what can he do? What can we do? He's tied, we're all tied. There's only so much we've been able to do with everything that has been shoved into our hands recently.
Still hasn't been found. It's already been a week.
Isabella makes no further comment aside from a nod. Instead, she sits back on her chair with a distant look in her eyes, her hands balling to a fist as she struggles with her frustration. Or maybe it's anger. But the moment doesn't last too long. Soon her grip loosens and she folds her hands back on her lap. Her expression, however, it's one I've seen too many times in the mirror. What does one say to a person burdened by not one loss, but many, who carries it on her shoulders like a badge of shame? I've yet to find the answer to that myself. Until then, the only way forward, press on to see where our attempts at fixing our mistakes might lead us. And despite my own doubts, a glimpse of that look on her face is enough reason for me. I can't just give up. There's too much at stake, too much to lose. With renewed focus, I continue. On the third and last sheet, I spot another one. Beatrice Wilde, one I recall from the newspaper obituaries, died of a heart attack. A letter of correspondence expressing condolences to her family confirms as much in her files. Passed away at age 74 in her sleep.
At that age, it certainly could have been a natural death.
Could have been, yes. Right? I'd like to believe so, but 3 more letters turn up when I rummage through the stack and leaves nothing more than foreboding feeling in me. They're all addressed to families of clients who have passed away the past week. Regardless, these go into the pile of things worth looking after our visit here, along with Williams's info sheet. There are so many names, so many faces, each one I've seen that day, and here I'm wondering if they're all alright. It isn't a selfless thought that brings the question to mind. Rather, it's the logic that if more of them are still alive, the more people I can choose to question. Nothing concrete yet, of course. These are just speculations, but we're making progress. Once done with the sign-in sheet, I stash it along with the growing pile on my left and pull out as many of the other documents Isabella has already prepared for me. We're working through the employees list now, those who have been assigned to the mansion. Because if Isabella was to be believed, if what she's seen and what happened to Rose Cooper is because of that letter, I need to know everyone who has possibly read it aside from the three of us. If they've been noticing strange things too, for all I know, these may have just been a terrible coincidence. Although the thought of that starts to diminish when we dig into the BRC's company files. 15 minutes later, the stack close to my elbow has risen from 5 to 21 different dossiers. Client and employee documentation, people who have either visited the open house or worked on the property in some capacity since the letter's discovery. Turns out there were 2 more employees who handled the mansion directly, aside from Cooper and Isabella. Christian Sy, the realty specialist, and Mark Julius Jean-Marie, the estate appraiser.
This C guy, he was in custody just the other day.
Oh?
Really? Sir John has been looking for him. He stopped reporting to work a few weeks ago.
Oh.
Are you sure it's the same person?
Interesting.
Yep, this is him. Folks at the precinct said they went to his house after a noise complaint.
Oh.
They found him just acting all crazy. Had to take him in when he started getting violent.
Oh.
He kept screaming about a woman.
Yep. Immediately she stiffens. I don't want to bring it up or imply a connection to Isabella's story, but that is exactly what happened.
He was driving the guards mad, but he didn't last too long in there.
Uh-oh.
A few hours in, and he just started bashing his own head against the wall, and, well...
Uh-oh.
It was messy, to say the least.
Oh, no. We had no idea. Is he okay? HR just marked him as AWOL because none of their calls would get through.
He's in the hospital right now. I heard they're putting him into a psychiatric ward as soon as he recovers. He's still a bit unstable.
Yeah, right. Jean-Marie, on the other hand, his employee files note his state of leaving and even his final payment has been given. Along with it, there's a letter to his family about the appraiser being found dead in the office. Communication is hush-hush, and there is a mention of compensation if they don't talk about it to the media. Inspector Abigail has often scolded me for not reading the reports on a regular basis, but I try to keep up to date as much as I can. When I do, I make sure I'm aware of the gist of what's going on in my city. This never reached the police ears or the health and safety executive.
Do you know about this guy?
One glance at her says everything. They've hidden it from the media. They've kept it from the police. It's not surprising this is also a secret for someone of Isabella's position in this company. Fuck.
Rose was looking for him last week. We haven't heard anything from him either. Until now. They never mentioned this to us.
So BRC isn't exactly a nice corporation, are they? Like, yeah, they do their things, I guess. Business going under and someone dies while working here. Of course they want to keep that quiet. It's bad publicity. This whole thing is just getting freakier by the minute. Nevertheless, I hand the files for Isabella to make a copy of.
Their names, addresses, and contact numbers will do. We'll start with the ones who live within the city.
Sometimes there are things you really can't just brush off a mere coincidence. In my line of work, once a pattern pops up, it's only right to be suspicious. Especially the thing with Sai. It hits too close to the stuff my own friends have been telling me.
All of this?
It's considerably thinner than the one she brought in, yet somehow the way she hugs the folders close to herself makes it seem heavier, like she's hanging on to it in the same manner one will latch on to a lifeline. And those that might still be alive. Might. She doesn't need to know that.
Check the outside contractors, but the guys with the direct connection to BRC and the people who attended the open house should be enough.
Yeah.
We don't have time to see how everyone's doing, especially if what you said is true.
For a second, she appears about to argue, then quickly decides against it and hides it away before anyone reads the question in her face. Then, in a too abrupt motion, she turns towards the copier and gets to work. Soon, only the machine's constant thrum fills the air around us, while I keep myself busy cleaning up the mess we've made. The lack of talk is awkward, to put it mildly, disturbing at worst. I've gotten used to letting her just babble away whenever it's just the two of us. I could tell, however, she wants to do more. She wants to fix this mess herself, and that desire makes her antsy. But at the same time, she's learning how not to be impulsive or stubborn, exactly as I've told her yesterday before agreeing to any of this. Or maybe these so-called changes has always been with her. Dire situations have always pushed people to change, after all. Although, seeing this happen in front of me only makes it difficult to find the proper things to say. In an atmosphere this tense and charged, what's left for us to talk about? Certainly not the news. What's worse is when you only realize all of this is hindsight right after you've already ran your mouth off.
You know, for a house your company seems to be in a hurry to sell, they still made quite a fortune out of it. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 6. Are you sure they're planning to give your entire share for this? This isn't a small amount, especially given the usual cut. And their accounting department isn't in the greatest shape either.
Even if they don't, it's not like someone still needs it.
Did her father pass away? I mean, we didn't get to see that in her story, but maybe. And there's the reason why people don't let me talk. I took a nap, depression hits hard. Yeah, I feel you there. No, I've been doing paperwork. Yeah. There's not much I can say that, helps really, but you can send me a message whenever, and yeah. I hope you'll feel better soon. I really do. I'm sorry that, yeah. Because it's not fun. It's really not. Silence once again descends throughout the room, denser compared to the ones we've shared tonight. Behind me I can still hear her movements, sharp and precise, while she feeds the originals to the machine. Then, with one last click, all of it stops. Her feet shuffle slightly against the floor when she moves away. Something creaks softly, probably the table, as she settles her weight against its side. But this time, an apology is already at the tip of my tongue, but...
Papa's gone, Ash.
Within those scant few seconds, everything between us shifts and the gravity of her words sinks. Right then and there, something harsh and immovable rises between us. Death is something I'm familiar with, almost 10 years in the police force, and it's impossible not to be acquainted with it. But this is different from those dead bodies we examine in forensics, a far cry from the victims we'd found in a bad investigation. Those I could easily distance myself from. No emotional attachment, no need for pretenses. Yet somehow I still find myself grasping for things to tell her, any words of comfort that'll dull the pain. Because even without looking at her, her grief feels palpable enough, her pain an immutable weight hanging over us. So gently I offer... Tell me about him. Oh, okay. That was the good one. Good. That's good.
Huh? When what?
Your dad. I mean, when did you find out?
She doesn't answer. Not immediately, anyway. For a long moment, the hush simply stretches out before us, spanning across the seconds we let pass while we both simply stand there waiting. Eventually, she exhales, lightly, muted enough that I might have missed it, had I not been paying attention to her every movement. Oh.
Around 3 in the afternoon there, Mama called. She told me he passed away in his sleep, and I guess I can take comfort in that, huh? But Papa wasn't in any pain when...
She trails off, releases another ragged breath hidden underneath her chuckles, each once mirthless, heavy with nothing but sorrow. Then she falters into silence, and for all my attempts at lightening her burden, I'm suddenly at a loss. Reassurances could only do so much when her only reason for staying here has suddenly been taken away from her, a hope yanked from under her feet right after it was generously given. And without what? without the one person who pushes her to endure all of the shit we're going through, she's going through, means nothing but a struggle. What does one say to a person fraying at the edges, slowly wearing thin and breaking? Are words even enough? What right do I have anyway? I cannot give her anything apart from lies that change me as a person and affections she may or may not even want for herself. Because no matter how easy she has wormed herself into our lives, how immutable her presence has become, her own heart will always yearn for something else, for home.
Tell me about him.
Huh? About what?
Your dad. Tell me about him. Anything. Just talk. Say anything you want. Doesn't matter what it is. I'll listen.
Silence again, as if she's testing the weight of my question for what purpose it is, for a reason I can't even say right now. After a while, though, she starts, reluctantly, her voice hitching, faltering, and stumbling on each syllable as she chooses her words. A rough start, but it soon steadies. And along with it, to keep company, the stories from childhood and memories she's fond of, are the tears. Despite this, in spite of the grief choking her words, the hurt closing her throat, and the sobs racking her light form, she continues, like the mere act of speaking is a relief in itself. A release. She tells me of her father, the very person who named her, how she looked up to him, how she was a bit of a tomboy growing up in her attempts to imitate him, how the man encouraged her to pursue what she really wanted. Perhaps even when the only thing she ever did for herself, having grown up not wanting anything more than food put on their tables.
I don't have to listen to them. That I can do what I want. Every day, he'd wake up at 4, Ash. Because he'd earn more that way. And every time, every single time, he'd give them to me. Whatever extra he earned, he'd hand them all. So I'd have something to use for my paintings. And you know what? Back home, just a good tube of paint costs almost as much as what we spend for food the whole day. But he'd always set something aside. Told me he wanted to see my paintings in a museum one day.
Aw, that's sad. She pours all of it out, every little thing she loved and admired about him. Like this, it's easy to see why she has gone to such great lengths for him, why she abandoned her dreams, why she went against his wishes just to grant him another chance at life. Others will say it's her warmth that draw people to her, or her cheer. Neither are wrong, but neither is the whole truth either, because those who have never bothered to look beyond the surface will never see it, see her. See someone earnest, someone who has always meant well despite her underlying stubbornness. This is how she loves, warm, steadfast, unflinching. You never meet many people like her, not in my line of work, not with the kind of people I've had to deal with. Always with something to hide, always with something to lie about. Eventually, when you run across too many of them, you change, you become like them. In many ways, for a lot of reasons, she's the kind of person I want to be and be around with, who made me feel I'm still worth something.
He didn't want me to leave. Said, begged that I should finish my studies first. In the end, I couldn't even grant him that one request. I'm a terrible daughter, aren't I?
No, I wouldn't say that. You were trying your best for him.
You're not.
Huh?
You're not. I can't speak for your dad. I haven't even met the man. But I know you're not.
I'm not entirely sure where I'm going with this. The remarks just came out. Now I'm stringing all of these together as I go. But one thing is certain, none of what I'm about to say is a lie.
Isabella I know is a total klutz, but I've never seen anyone work as hard as she does. She's the type who wears her heart on her sleeve, though it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's always in the right place. She's intimidated by a lot of stuff, but she knows how to appreciate the smallest things in life. Frankly, you've caused us no small amount of trouble since you barged into our lives. But when I'm with you, all of my worries seem trivial.
Heat has already crept up in my face when this whole thing is about to take registers. Before I blurt out the rest of it, declare my feelings, I'm not even ready to reveal to anyone, much less to her. My hand comes up to smother the rest of it. Though embarrassment quickly takes the reins before I can completely clamp my mouth shut.
And I'm pretty sure Zach and Becca think the same way. You have a nasty way of growing on people like that, and you know what? We got everything we needed in here. I'll just wipe the security recordings and we're good to go. While I'm at it, you better wipe the snot off your face. And you don't look very nice when you're balding like that.
It started off good, but it ended kind of... There, Ash. Hastily, I gather everything together. The personal files, client documents, sales agreements, and contracts. Anything my hands could reach. Ash's Nath. Well, I mean, there might be a few similarities when it comes to... although anyways. In record time, all of it has been stacked in a neat pile ready for storage. I'm heading for the records room not a few seconds later. More and more. Wherever that is. Well, you know, some things are just, yes. It should be an easy find unless this place is a maze of some sort, which I highly doubt. Still, beats staying here and seeing the look on her face. Crap. Really, her anger is still bearable. I can take that, including the glower she sends my way.
So, yeah, I'll go get the security videos and put these back where you pulled them from.
So glad I'm not the only one that sees it. Okay, now I'm actually interested in what you guys are seeing, because, like, I mean, I'm seeing a few similarities here, but what are you guys seeing? That might be interesting to know.
Ash, it's just paper. You don't even know where I...
Oh, no, I can handle this. Easy as pie. And, yeah, security cams, tapes, videos, cams. Yeah, I'm off.
Ash is not. Her ejection at this point? Maybe not yet. Getting the files back to BRC's archive is a cinch. With the documents back in their proper place, I lock the door behind me, tugging it twice just to make sure. Now, on to the next order of business. Removing the evidence of our little excursion here, or at the very least the part showing where we've been doing for the past hour. Can't have our faces plastered on security footage, showing us breaking the law, as it were. I'm gonna have to wipe the data for Isabella's access card entries, too. I don't know, apart from the tininess, as it's just general personality. I don't think the inability to talk to people is related to height. Well, true. That's probably a thing that can happen to a person of any height, short or tall. Fair enough, yeah, probably. Surprisingly, finding their security room proves a breeze. What will be tricky is getting inside. The fact that no one's walked out during the whole time means we've been here means the room's either empty or the security sound asleep. I'm banking more on the former. If they're cutting corners and firing agents, I have no doubt that they fired the guy stationed here. If they have anyone watching the monitors in the first place. Only if the height difference is too great. Oh boy, not likely the case here. Oh no. I mean, you're not wrong, but still. It's a rather common thing for establishments. Just leave security recordings indefinitely, and only check the footage and something actually happens. Just to check, I press my ear against the door, listening for a sign of anyone occupying the room. Not here, no. Yeah, so just general agreement on that part of it, yeah. After a long minute and nothing, I give the knob a few rattles.
Key. Should be easy enough to pick.
We have lockpick sets, but those are only to be used if necessary and with search warrant. Even then, it's a skill set rarely needed. Subtlety isn't on a cop's priority. If they have authority to search the premises, bolt cutters and brute force are the favored methods. If those fail, we call a locksmith. Mundell just agreed Nath isn't short. Let the court note the time and date. Oh, you pulled a sneaky one on Mundle. Ho ho ho. Running my hand through my hair, I pull a pair of bobby pins. He's wearing bobby pins. 2 of these and I can just about open any standard lock. Bobby pins are actually really, really useful because like you can just, your hair just pins in place and it stays there. Like other types of like hair clips and stuff, you can like pull your hair back and it'll stay there for a while, but slowly it'll start to move. Bobby pins are just like, you put them in, they're there forever. They're amazing. I don't know. They're just awesome, although, you know, there's not too much you can do about it. No, I didn't. I only said the other soul. So tiny, as we've already established. So not big height difference. I'm not tiny. Laughs in back door. What does that have to do with tininess? I thought we were talking about the game characters. Who knows that? Like, so... the realities have blurred. Sometimes it's the game characters, other times it's not, and who can really tell the difference, honestly? I won't call it a complex skill, but it certainly takes time and a lot of practice to successfully pick a lock. Good thing I've practiced with them for a bit in my college years. I learned more when they're accessible and standard issue for a law enforcement officer. A wiggle here, a click there, and I managed to seize all the pins in the locking mechanism soon enough. With a slight turn of the knob, the security rooms are ripe for the picking. The room's odor hits me first, a sharp, nauseating stench as if someone has accidentally spilled a gallon of bleach in the room. When was the last time they opened this place?
This place smells awful. Jesus, it's worse than a forensics lab on
have a
bad day.
bad feeling about this. This is probably because of a badly botched effort to clean the place up. Even in the dark, I can spy dark stains on the wall. Yeah. I really don't have the time to try and play this is this ketchup or soda right now, but I have this strange gut feeling of who the mess might belong to. As expected, no security personnel mans the office CCTV controls, and the standalone DVR setup is open for anyone. Normally, I'd have a heap of things to say about this sloppy security setup, but right now, the negligence makes this whole task of raising evidence easier. Fun fact, I know how to pick basic locks. A friend of mine brought back a trainer kit from DEF CON. Oh, interesting.
No fuss, no
That's
muss.
kind of cool. The next one should be to access the car data. Hopefully, getting into the computer won't be too much of a hassle. Hey, I have a lockpicking set as well. Why? How do you... Does everyone have a lockpicking set except me? I want to know how to lockpicks as well. You know, not to actually do it, but you know, might be fun. Everything up to now has been smooth sailing. There have been hiccups, I'll give it that, though it does nothing to dampen the good mood I'm in. Once I shift my attention to the machine sitting next to the DVR setup, all of it swiftly evaporates. I'm no computer buff, but I can definitely recognize one more than a decade old. Simply looking at it makes me feel younger. With a heavy sigh, I powered it up and mentally prepared myself for a slow slug. Slow apparently remains an understatement here. It takes a whole 3 minutes for the thing to start up, the OS haven't even started loading, and in my boredom I start inspecting the live feeds from the cams. Only 2 works, one for the view outside, everything seems to be in order there, and the other one for the main workspace where... It's a fleeting glimpse, a cursory glance, but the sight of it stops me. The image is a bit blurry, but standing... Oh yeah. Right there in the middle of the room by one of the cubicles, I can make out the form of a... I don't get too far into that line of thought. No few seconds after my words have slipped out, without any sort of warning, while I'm still trying to make sense of what it is, the figure moves. A moment of paralysis hits me when she stops right in front of the camera like a damn rookie. I go still in the face of danger. I definitely haven't been trained to handle the supernatural, and this is one, isn't it? Oh, fuck. Her eyes bore into me, the malice in them piercing. Even beyond the screen, it's enough to make me go numb. Only the mug crashing to the floor when my hand accidentally takes a swipe at it snaps me out of the trance, reminding me that I'm not the only one here. Picking locks is a useful skill, so I wish for one for Christmas once. Oh, interesting. And that's when I learned that Master Lock's regular ones are still easier to open. Oh, really? With a transparent lock for training. Oh, cool. And this is the first time Ash realizes. Yep, indeed. Isabella. It seems she hasn't noticed anything. If I'm the only one seeing this, in any case, whatever's happening, I have to get her out. Gathering my wits, I quickly reach for my phone. It takes all but 2 seconds before she answers, but there's no time for relief.
Did you really have to call? We're practically on the same floor.
Get out of there.
What? What are you...
Out. Get out. I'll meet you in the elevator.
You're creeping me out, Ash.
Just get yourself out of that place, now!
Without second thought, I back away from the controls, from the room, ready to be done with this place, but before my foot even moves, she disappears. Oh gosh, okay, yeah. Wasn't prepared for that. Instinct instantly takes over and my hand quickly reaches for the gun at my side. Hello, nurse. Not sure she's a nurse, but, well, maybe. Only to meet empty air. A mistake that cost me a few precious seconds while the paperwork I brought with me threatens to scatter everywhere at the same time. Gathering everything and myself once more, with no weapon to protect myself or my sense of self-preservation kicks in next, and I lunge towards the door. I sprint across the office without daring to look back. Isabella's already waiting in front of the elevators by the time I make it out of their office. Worry creases her eyebrows upon glancing at me, but I don't have the time to answer the question in her eyes. As soon as I reach her, I grab her arm, practically throw the two of us into the open elevator, and slam the button for the ground floor. A sigh of relief escapes from me when the elevator starts its descent. The clicking noises fade off into the distance. Beside me, Isabella shifts, moving the stack of papers under her arm while she takes in my appearance. Concerns in her eyes, though all I offer her is a small gesture of my hand while I attempt to compose myself. Breathe. In, out.
Why are we in such a hurry?
We need to get out of this place. Did you get everything?
Yeah, it's all here. But really, you don't look too good. What's wrong, Ash?
Take a guess, Isabella. Does it fire neutron beams? Because that's about the only thing that would work. I mean, you never know. Maybe he has an upgraded gun somehow.
I'll be fine. I was in the security room. From the monitors, there was a fucking...
The rest of what I'm about to say dies on my tongue when the elevator stops and the doors open to... There's a moment pause while we both take in our surroundings. Confusion's understandably there.
Come on! They should just replace this whole thing.
No, I'm quite sure I pressed for the ground floor.
Right? But it's just as Isabella said, the elevator always did have problems when I visited in the past. Often she becomes so angry when we try to get to her floor and she'll have to repeatedly smash the button for the elevator to even move. That was always good for a laugh. I wasn't too worried then. Now... From the distance beyond the light's reach, the noise echoes in my ears along with the rapid pounding in my chest. Isabella stiffens and her eyes grow wide at the sound. Gingerly, she reaches up to grab the hem of my sleeve and grips it hard, tight enough for her fingernails to dig through. Her eyes searches wildly for the source of the sound while I stand protectively in front of her.
Did you hear that?
Oh, yes he does.
Anyone there? I can hear you moving from here. Show yourself.
No response. No response, only the soft sound of something scurrying around the floor and the walls in slow, deliberate movements, faint, though still audible enough in this hush, until it stops. A moment.
We need to go, Ash. We have to.
And then, this time I'm certain it's not my imagination. Against my training, my whole body freezes. Hands stilling, mid-press on the button, eyes growing wide while waiting for any sort of movement from further back, and ears strained for the source of the sound. What's this, Phasmo? Show yourself. What do you want? How old are you? I mean, it might as well be, and maybe they could get some answers that would help in figuring out how to deal with her. If they just asked her some questions. Although she doesn't really seem like she wants to talk. Is this your only? You can only hope. The pink girl managed to hurt the thing with just physical force, so a gun might actually work. Well, true, yeah, she did throw something at it, and that did seem to... I mean, it at least made it back off for a moment, so possible. It is very possible. I can't even offer Isabella any reassurance. Much as I hate to admit it, dread has seeped into every nerve in my body, and the blasted elevator still won't work.
This is in my fucking training manual.
Yeah, you don't say.
Ash, we need to leave. I know that sound. Ash, please, get the elevator.
Another series of shuffling against the ground, a laughter, and all of a sudden she's just there. Like a twisted spider, she stares at us, a look of hunger in her eyes, and venom in the twisted manner she smiles. A glee she has well earned. It freaks me out that we can't actually see her. Why don't we see her? Usually when they see her, we see her. A glee she has well earned when we're damn flies that have been dropped right onto the spider's web.
Damn it! Damn it!
Without warning, she moves, mocking me with each unhurried crawl she takes, knowing I'm at her mercy. Our lives are in the hands of a crummy elevator, literally hanging between life and death. We're not going to die here. Not in a damned elevator. Oh god. Oh god. Ah! Wait. Oh sugar, that doesn't work. Oh god, okay. Oh no! No! I wasn't ready for a second one! Oh no! Okay, so numpad doesn't work. That's really unfortunate because the numbers are a lot closer there. Oh, if I do that, does it work then? No. Okay, so 9, 4, 1, 5. Oh god, okay. 3, 6, 8, 7, 9. 2, 5, 8, 1, 6. 6, 4, 3. Oh my god, she's going to. I cannot deal with this. Oh my. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Can I remember this? Probably not. Oh god, okay. Oh boy. This might take a while because this is actually difficult and I panic. Is numlock on? I tried to undo numlock, but it didn't really do anything. So, okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 5 is in the middle. No, I can't. Ah. Oh, sugar. 1, 3, 7, 4, 5. 5, 7, 8, 9, 4. Oh god, there's how many of. Oh my god. How many of them do you have to do? Okay, I need to. Can numlock. Can the. No. Really? Okay, well, fine. 5, 3, 2, 7, 8. 7, 5, 9, 2, 1. Oh, sugar. Oh my god. The numpad just doesn't work. We're gonna be here for a while because... yeah, I can't do this quickly, unfortunately. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. 9, 7, 8, 6, 5. 8, 4, 1, 6, 9. 9, 1, 7, 4. Ah, sugar. 3. Oh my god. No, it goes way too fast, that last one. I can't do it. I literally cannot. Oh my god. Seven, 6, 2, 9. Oh, okay. No. Oh, sugar. Wrong. You know what? Just... Oh, oops. What? How did I do that? Ah, no. I did this thing again. I somehow changed. Okay, full screen is back. Good. Preemptive rip. I mean, says the girl who beat dad. Look, this is difficult. This is more difficult. I have to be fast, and I'm not fast at anything. 6-2. Oh, sugar. 52798. 472. No sugar. 43957. 352. Oh my god. You know what? Just take them. It's too fast! Because I have to look at the screen, I have to look at the numbers, and then I have to look down at the numbers to find them, and I cannot! Oh, we're gonna be here for a while. Oh, you eventually got through Mario 64, you'll get through here eventually. I mean, eventually, yes. If you had a parsec, I'd do this for you. Oh, I wish. 34916 69738 58674 518 sugar 59671. Oh my god, it's so fast! How are you supposed to do that without a number pad? And oh my god, you have to do them all perfectly. Yeah, and I can't. Okay, 78129 34291 91846 24759. Oh my god. Oh, achievement unlocked beast mode. What? Oh my god. Oh, that was so stressful. Success, yes. I can't. Look, if I complain about it enough, it works. Plus, if I lower your expectations to I can't do it, then when I can, it'll be all the more surprised and you won't get disappointed. How many times did she kill them? Plenty. But none of them happened, because this is... muted low. She's... Wait, what? Huh? Is my mic muted? It shouldn't be. It is registering. I hear her. Okay. Maybe that's me. Apparently. Oh, I freaked out there for a whole new reason for some... Oh boy. So you can hear me. I hope. Yes? Yes, okay. Okay, good. I hope Wipeout can as well. We have full audio. Okay, good. Whew. As if a divine power has heard me swearing up a storm in my head, the doors close just as that thing looms near. Soon, the elevator and that blasted thing is headed up. Isabella's knees buckle in relief. In two ticks, she's hugging herself without any care for the mess of papers and folders she has dropped on the floor in her panic. Ha, what a time for my speaker to die. Yeah! Oh my gosh. Can you hear again? I hope? Oh no. But at least you saw, you know, them survive in the end. So... She draws one ragged breath after another, each one brimming with nothing but relief. Yeah, but it's on its way out. Uh-oh. Oh no. That's not good. And this is the most I've been tired my whole damn life. Not during training, when my superior asked me to drop 100. Not after a stakeout. But after smashing a fucking elevator button repeatedly. Oh, I had to do something a lot harder than that, Ash. I slumped to the ground beside her, worn out, but I don't let myself feel relief again. Not until we're out of here. Isabella seems to be on the same mind as she looks at me. Still, I find myself sharing a shaky laugh with her.
Okay,
Maybe.
Yeah, we're good. Alive.
For now.
Fuck, we should have taken the goddamn stairs.
Yep. Twice. I've seen it. Thrice if I include the party. Unless I'm tripping balls without realizing it, there's no doubt in my mind that this is actually happening. I don't want to believe it, but with the truth staring me in the face, it would be stupid to deny the reality of the matter. As soon as the lift hits the ground floor, we hightail it out of the building, Seb sound asleep when we pass by his station. However, in the face of what we've seen, everything I've faced tonight, we really can't care less who will see us on our way out. The sooner we get away from the place, the farther the better. I'm just not sure if that also means being safe. She almost got us, damn it. The fucking thing almost had us. Shit, it was only by luck that we managed to get the fucking elevator unstuck. Had the blasted thing not worked in that last second... I need some air. Fresh, breathable air that doesn't stink like death and gore all at once. I'm panicking. Christ, losing focus. With another person here. I can't afford to do that right now. Isabella hasn't said anything, but I know she's more shaken than I am. I can't lose it when another person's depending on me.
Remember your training, Frey.
Another deep breath, and soon I'm starting the engines and driving us off. After that little incident, someone open would be good. Someplace I won't get trapped. Luxburn Park brings a welcome relief, though only by some. I can't, does it? Hungry Intelligence Boba Thun Beast. That's a fantastic... That's just an awesome string of words together in that one clip. Yeah, very good. The chill that has seeped into my bones is still there, furling and unfurling underneath my skin. I wanted to finish this day before we left off for today, but how much longer is this day gonna be, I wonder? Thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. I will hydrate lots after the stream. I forgot again today. I'm sorry. If I don't move, if I don't busy myself with anything, soon my brain will go haywire. It's the last thing I want to happen when there are plenty of things to do. We're getting further into Saturday. Oh, how old is it? I almost said, but what time is it? But this already answers all of it, doesn't it? Those deaths. With just how many copies of the letter are out there? Isabella can't have the only one if other people are also getting cursed. Could it be that one she has shown us is just 1 out of 5? Maybe even more than that? Whole past this to 5 people business is ridiculous, but at this point, is it still? 1 a.m. Oof, okay. So, I don't know. All in all, we've found 21 people who might have read this letter. 7 of them deceased, 8 if you count Cooper. The day is 1 hour old. True. Okay, I'm gonna see where this scene ends, and if that doesn't end the day, I think we'll leave it there for today, because it is getting quite late then. I just wanted to finish this day, but we'll see. And that's only with what we can find right now. We have no idea how the contractors and specialists hired from outside the company are doing, if we are in any way affected. How many more people are suffering? How many are missing? How many are dead? Can I still even blame the Wrights for this? If anything, they might be in danger as well. I don't think I can wish a curse upon anyone, no matter how big of a douchebag Luke Wright is. There's also that woman. How do we get out of this mess? How do we get away from her? Shit, still so many things we need to look into, yet all my body wants to do is pace, burn out whatever excess energy there is in me.
Ashton, I'm getting dizzy. Will you sit down?
It's the first time Isabella has said anything. She's been sitting quietly since we dropped here. Better and less distracting than watching her nervous habits, I suppose. She certainly seems calm now. Too calm, in fact, for someone who has just seen something terrible. But it's been more than a week for her already. People do get desensitized to things at some point. Even someone like Isabella, who knows what's going on inside her head, though. Inside mine, there are too many, and none of them would sit still.
I'm not going crazy, am I? I saw that. I'm pretty sure I saw that. I didn't inhale anything weird. Just shit. Shit. Isabella, please tell me that wasn't...
What I'm not expecting when I turn to her is mirth. One that she could barely contain.
You're laughing. Why are you laughing?
I'm not quite sure what she sees in my face, but the next second a laugh suddenly bursts out from her.
I'm so sorry. It's just that you should have seen the look on your face back there.
I'm pretty sure yours was very much the same, I'm gonna be honest.
Yes, right. Sure. I'm not the one who's panicked. You almost ripped my arm off.
Yeah, but...
Isabella, this isn't funny. We could have ended up dead.
That woman almost got us.
I know, I'm really sorry. But this is just too precious to miss. You really lost your shit for a moment there.
Just a baby day. Yes, just a baby day.
You're trying to get back at me, aren't you?
Well, I'm not the one who kept calling someone scaredy cat for years. How does it feel?
Oh yeah, that's my 1 a.m. alarm ringing because that's when I have this notice to maybe you should go to bed. You can probably hear that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go turn that off. I'll be right back. There we go. Yeah. So, that's the thing. 7-hour stream, apparently. Oh, jeez.
I'm not scared.
Yeah, I've even though I don't necessarily have the ability to sleep at 1 a.m., I kind of keep an alarm going just as, you know, should think about going to bed. But the bad thing is because I have to shuffle between my bed and like these shelves to get to it because I put it to charge because I figured, I'm not gonna need it while I'm streaming anyway, so might as well do that. And well, yeah, unfortunately. At this point, the 12-hour stream is not even that wild. True enough, yeah. Besides, she's up much later than this normally. True. Yeah, I don't... it's difficult to sleep nowadays.
Because it doesn't seem that way to me. At all.
Well, you know.
Not, alright? I'm just... I just don't know what to do right now.
Immediately after, the moment passes, replaced by another tense silence. Laughter dies on her lips, and as everything sinks in. Is it still so warm up there? No, that's actually pretty good. These days, it's more just other things keeping me up. I'm just having a hard time falling asleep, but it's starting to get really nice. It'll very soon get too cold for me to be streaming like in this little clothes because my window is never going to close, so it's gonna get real cold, real cold. But although today has been a little bit of a warmer day, but no, it's actually starting to cool down quite nicely. It's that bloody mimic bed. Yeah, that's exactly it. Your window doesn't close? Well, I mean, it can close, but I will never close it. We should stab it and replace it. I have actually... I kind of want to replace it. Because it's very big, and I don't really need a bed that big, to be honest. Yeah, no, my window does have the ability to close. But I will not close it. Never, ever. We're in deep shit, and it has finally caught up and hit us like a ton of bricks. Hit me more than anyone. It can, but it doesn't. Exactly. Because she has been warning us of this since day one, and I'm the first person who brushed it off. Despite that, she still reaches out to me, tugging at my sleeve almost desperately. Her hands are trembling, and there's a tremor in her voice when she speaks. Without the cheer, only fear remains. One that she has been burdened with from the beginning.
Still going to do something about it, right? Not just stand around and let that thing get us.
Yes. Probably. Unexpectedly, she leans her forehead against my arm and her grip on my sleeve tightens. There's desperation in there, a quiet plea.
Don't lose anyone anymore, Ash.
I'm so sorry for what I've done to Zach, Isabella. I wish I could give her that promise, but with so many unknowns, so many things I don't understand about this, how could I? Why she still trusts that I can do something about this baffles me. It all feels wholly undeserved, considering the way I've treated her. Yet, despite my reluctance, I find myself returning her holding kind. A grasp, warm and light enough to comfort. Not a promise, but the closest thing to it. Wait, is Zach the reason why you got yanked off the case? Do you think so? I don't know. What day did Zach die? He dies... No, he died on the 31st. So, yeah, no, because this was the 29th? Yeah. So no, that can't be it. Although it could have been something, I don't know. Yeah, in 2 days. Although, I think this actually was a new day, wasn't it? Darkness blurs the edge of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coil around my limbs. Soft footfalls echoes from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in odd rhythm. The sharp, piercing notes of her laughter. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off ever so slowly. A chill seeps into every nerve in my body, washing away every sensation in me apart from one. Nath, hello! Kelly! Oh, he dies on Halloween. Yeah. Yes, he does. There's only fear. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It's the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Okay, right. Yeah, so it's a new day. So, we're still on Ashton. But yeah, since it's... Oh, wrong scene. But yeah, since it's very late, we're gonna end it there for today. Let's see, we need to find someone to... Oh, actually, still the wrong scene. What is wrong with me today? The stream is not starting soon. Oh gosh. Okay, let's see. Who is on? Night Night. Night Night, Mundle. Can't wait for the stream to start. I mean, you might be waiting for a while, I'm gonna be honest. Night Night, yes. That's the other kind of night. Let's see, who do we raid today? Oh, it's been a while. Let's, yeah, sure. Let's raid him. But yeah. So thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really, really do appreciate it. As always, thank you so much. Your support means the world to me. I will be back again tomorrow. I don't know if maybe we can finish this then. Perhaps. It depends how long Ashton and Luke's chapters are, but maybe I can start an hour early and we can go for a bit longer and maybe we can finish it. I don't know how long these last 2 chapters are, but that might be feasible. Yeah. Yes, of course. But yeah, so we'll see if we can finish this tomorrow or if... Yeah. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really do hope you enjoyed the stream. And let's see. Yeah, tomorrow is, well, later today, actually. I'll be back later today. Yeah, so I hope that the rest of your day or evening or night, as it is for some of us, is good. And yeah, if not tomorrow, then I hope to see you soon. So bye bye for now, and I hope you enjoy some Path of Exile. Bye!